Good to see all of you and welcome to really, I think, one of our most important and probably jam-packed meetings of our just yearly work. So it is really exciting to be here today. And of course, Happy New Year. As I mentioned, I am a skier, so it was wonderful to wake up this morning and took everything I had, not to be like, maybe a half day so I can go skip out for a little bit. No, maybe that'll be too hot. Oh, no, it won't be, actually, sorry, I know, Amy, it's on my notes, so I know it will not be tomorrow. Again, I wanna thank everybody for being here and just, coming early. I know this is a little bit, again, definitely earlier than we normally meet, so thank you for coming today as we have such a busy meeting. For all of you watching and participating online, it's good to see you. I'm hoping our USBE, liaison member Hall will be maybe joining us today. Oh, okay, great. So, okay, sounds great. So he won't be joining us today. As always, that we're so grateful for his support on our board or our meetings. Okay, wonderful. So why don't we go ahead and get started with the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'll be leading that. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, a nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thanks, everyone. I do think deeply every time I say that pledge. I hope all of you do too, what it means to. Makes me think about, I have several friends that are elementary school teachers, and they really take the time to ensure that we're not just saying words anytime that we think about what they mean. And I think about that today as we're here in such an opportunity to an opportunity for choice and to hear so many passionate people try and see a dream come alive. Okay, with that, do we have any public comment today? We do not, Chair. Okay, excellent, wonderful. We do have to vote on our consent calendar. As part of that consent calendar, we have our draft minutes from our December board meeting, our November monthly financial report, and there is an updated charter agreement aligned with our new template. And this is specifically for New Ames, and it was emailed to everyone I think that it's yesterday. So with that, I'll be looking for a motion to approve our consent calendar.
I'll move to approve our consent.
Thank you. So we have a motion from member Bassett. Is there a second?
Second.
Great, and a second from member Pulsifer. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
There, that motion passes. And before we just really dive into we have lots of business today. I wanted just to share just a couple updates on some business that we've been engaged in. And again, just my own, just a few thoughts of just why I so appreciate this meeting, and also to say thank you for all the time that's gone into everyone to bring us to this point. With that, we are, as I mentioned at our last meeting, as we said goodbye to our executive director, Kramer at that time, we've asked, Marie Stephenson has stepped in as interim and has really handled this transition so really smoothly, in which I so appreciate. We also have the search is publicly open, and the job is, we opened it in right before the holidays, so it was around December 20th. It is open on the Utah Jobs, Government Jobs website. You can easily search it and find it there. And the position we're accepting applications through January 16th. So if you or other folks, I'm saying you to the, not to, I don't necessarily whoever that I'm sitting next to, but although you never know. But with that being said, please share that information. We do have candidates that we're excited about the pool and the opportunity for us to continue our great work. So if you have any questions, folks are welcome to email either myself, Vice Chair Olson, and Member Biesinger, we are the members of the search committee, so please don't hesitate to reach out.
So if we come across somebody who says, I would like to apply, we have them email you guys.
I would direct them to the jobs website and have them apply directly through the portal.
Who's that?
That is, it's Utah, I think it's Utah State Job.
There's governmentjobs.com. I just found it.
Is that
Thank
where
you
it's-
so much.
that's the job?
Yeah, thank you so much. We really are committed to the process being transparent and also just really ensuring that everyone has a fair due process for the position. Any other questions on that?
Chair, can you just speak, because I think there might be some listening. I'm going to suppose that there could be some that are sensitive to, would be interested in applying, but just sensitive to privacy. Can you just maybe speak to that process?
Sure can. So we are working hand in hand with the Department of Health and Human Health and Human Resource Management. And with that, all of the materials and our process will be confidential and cannot necessarily be grammar requested until our top candidates. So at that point, that is when we will make that clear, but the process that we will go through in terms of discerning that final candidate list is confidential. And so I want to share that to your point, Member Biesinger, that we know this is an incredible and a powerful position. And if you think about the opportunity and just the and I mean, what I mean by powerful is that really to impact change and provide opportunity to folks across the state. So we are sensitive to that and we are hoping for a robust pool. So
Thank you.
you're welcome. Any other questions? All right, secondly, I just want to mention tomorrow, this is why I was laughing with Amy, Ms. Pace, that tomorrow we are hosting the C Forum event. It's a monthly gathering. And Amy, what does the C stand for? Do you know?
We discussed this in the last meeting and no one in the group knew. Okay,
Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't have a better answer.
Okay, great. So the C Forum is a monthly group, I would say, of educators, administrators, stakeholders invested in education and technology across the state that get together to engage in conversation about how technology is impacting schools and the pedagogy surrounding that. So tomorrow we are excited because we're hosting here. We have over 40 people registered, which is an incredible amount. I am presenting as part of that program. So I am honored to be part of that, and we are going to be spotlighting charters that are really doing some innovative work that we wanted to highlight. So we're excited about that. Amy, did you want to add anything?
We had one of our charters had called out Bill, and Marie is actually going to come present for us. We could go back. Yes.
Okay, great. All right, great.
Good week.
All right. Talk more at lunch. I'm so excited about that. Okay, excellent. And I think that's it in terms of those business items. And then lastly, as I mentioned, I want to formally say thank you. And of course that we're here early, we have a jam-packed day, all the schools on our agenda. I wanted to remind our board as well, I'm going to get into this when we get to this point in the agenda, that we had an opportunity to see these schools previously. So this is exciting, an exciting day to hear from them and their growth and what they've been doing. And I will say to have 7 schools on our docket is very exciting. This is the largest amount that we've had in years. And I think that speaks to the appetite for school choice and community, just community driven, I was going to say, it's passion really to create schools that folks feel will be a great fit for their communities. Okay, before we dive into that though, we do have a discussion and action item on our charter school revolving loan committee report. And so I think I'm gonna pass this over to you, Marie, in just a second. But I just wanted to highlight that so the committee had a chance to review the loan applications for Azure Fields Charter High School, Bear River Charter School, and Virtual Horizons Charter School. And Marie's going to, or sorry, it's such a mouthful to say that.
Yes.
I will just say, Director Stephenson, Interim Director Stephenson at this time, to share with us more. And I also want to invite, Laura Wilson from USBE and the loan committee. And I think she might be via Zoom. Okay, excellent. And then we'll take it from there with the vote if needed.
Perfect. Thank you. Well, thank you, Chair. Thank you. Good morning, board members. And we do have Laura Wilson joining us online. So thank you, Laura, for being here. So for some background, the charter revolving loan comes from Board Rule 277480. So we'll be referencing that. It talks about in there how the applications for the revolving loan are received annually by April 30th. And then subject to eligibility and availability of funds, funds that are not distributed in the initial round may be allocated later. And so last year into the spring, we had schools apply and had some funds left over. And so Azure Fields Charter High School, as mentioned, was one of the first ones that requested the second round of applications, which brings us to why we're having this conversation right now. However, the revolving loan committee had a vacancy and it took a little while to fill that until late fall. And so with that, it put us into the fiscal year 26. So we're subject to all of the fiscal year 26 funds separate from fiscal year 25, where it went out last spring. With that board rule 277480 talks about how the loan amount may not exceed 500,000 to a charter school during any of those 5 consecutive years that they would have that loan. And 2 million is the total allocation to all schools in any fiscal year. And so as the committee met, they were able to hear from those 3 applicants: Virtual Horizons Charter School, Azure Fields Charter High School, and Bear River Charter School. And they were also mindful that we have 7 applicants before us today and another 8 that we're looking at next month for our satellites and our large expansions that would also be eligible for these funds. And so with that in mind, the committee discussed with each applicant that there could potentially be a lot more schools coming through, and then we would need to prioritize based on a need. Each school was agreeable to that as a potential, was willing to possibly accept less funding if needed. But ultimately, the recommendation was for all 3 to table their applications until we have reviewed all of the new school applications as well as the satellite and large expansions. All 3 of the schools are aware of that and were supportive of that as well, so that they could hopefully receive the highest amount of funding available to them following those decisions. And so the committee would plan then to reconvene after we complete our February board meeting and have a better idea of what is coming forward so that all schools have access to the funds in this fiscal year. So that would be the recommendation that the committee is putting forward to you, board, to table that conversation and that discussion. Yes, Laura.
All right, Marie, you're doing so well recapping this, and especially since it was pre-Christmas, all of us are like trying to remember these tiny details. And I did double check with the committee on this because the timeline for when they are recommending disbursement was a little confusing for me. And Azure Fields, they did feel like has a very urgent need since they're in their non-operational year now, and we're just now talking about getting these funds out to them. So they recommended approving 200,000 for Azure Fields now. And then they felt like Virtual Horizons Between the other two, Virtual Horizons and Bear River is, doing an expansion, and they didn't have a real urgent need because they're not even going to start their expansion until like late summer. But Virtual Horizons, and you can read, the detail on that. There is a little bit more of an urgent need for them. So the suggestion, timeline wise, this is complicated, is that disbursement, we recommend disbursement for Azure. Excuse me. Yes, Azure. They requested 300,000. The committee is recommending 200,000 until we see what our availability of funds is. Virtual Horizons, they suggested waiting until after this meeting today to find out how many new charters we do have before approving them. And then Bear River, they actually wanted to wait until after the next spring round of loans, so they'd be put in with that next group of applicants. Does that make sense? So sorry to interrupt. You're doing a fantastic
That's
job.
so
I just wanted to
helpful.
clarify
This is
that
why we
point.
need good partners. I can read those recommendations directly. Laura, is that okay to read those directly, word for word, the recommendations?
I'm not sure. This is a public meeting, right? And that this is not a public document.
Okay.
There's nothing scandalous in there.
So Chair, we want to consider a motion then to approve a $200,000. No, do we approve this? I guess I should have.
You're recommending.
So
You're
we would recommend.
recommending.
We're voting to recommend
Okay.
these recommendations.
So of the three schools that one would like to move forward now, Azure Fields, because of
Yeah.
their particular
For
situation.
200,000.
The other two are going to table it until future dates.
Yes, I will. Different times though. So Virtual Horizons is going to
Okay,
come back out or revisit after this meeting to see the outcome of this, and then Bear River will be this spring.
so the thing essentially we're being asked to consider today is the Azure Fields, to give them a yay or nay on a recommendation to go to, is it USB?
It will go
I
to
think
finance committee and then to the full board. Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
And yes, I guess, yes, so we're really just focused on Azure Fields.
we
The other
wouldn't
two.
need to make any recommendations
For the other two.
today.
Well,
will come
actually,
back to it.
I'm sorry. I think that based on how many of your new schools do get approved today, I think the committee is saying, let's look at how much funding is available after your approvals today and consider Virtual Horizons. So I would say Virtual Horizons, you would maybe want to look at their need, what they're wanting to use it for, and say, yes, based on availability of funds, we would recommend a disbursement for them, definitely of a lower amount after your meeting today. And then, Bear River is just going to be tabled until the next round of applications.
Would there be any advantage to have this vote at the end of this meeting today?
Oh,
That's a good thought.
that is a great thought. Thank you for offering that suggestion. Can we table this discussion then and we'll revisit it about 4:45? Okay, that might give us a little bit more insight and then provide Virtual Horizons the insight that they need, and or that we can make a more substantive recommendation at that point. Okay.
So 4:45, do you want me to, would you like me to hop back on with you? It sounds like you have a full day today.
We do, that's why I. Yes, and do we have, could we have access to your cell, or could?
Yes, I
you
will
please
send that
your
to
cell
Andrew.
To Director Stevenson.
I will get that to her. Sure.
Thank you. Awesome.
Thank you. See you
Thanks.
later.
Okay, thanks so much. Yeah,
Bye.
great. Thank you for that suggestion. I'm so appreciative of that. Wonderful. Okay, so with that, we are, as I was just gonna joke briefly, but just say it's the most wonderful time of the year as we head into the legislative session and season. And before we dive into hearing from our new school applications, we did invite representatives from our two associations to provide us some insight in terms of what is coming as just a brief sneak peek. And then I'm also going to ask Member Pulsifer as well to provide some insight in terms of the work that our legislative committee has been doing, just to set us all up for success and partnership. Because I think ultimately, the majority of the time, we all want the same thing, and that is that our families and children can be successful. So with that, I don't know. Voice, but I don't know if Voice is online, is he on my back? Oh, I'm sorry, just my back is to everyone, so now I see you. Thanks, Royce, for joining us today. Royce is with us from the Utah Association of Public Charter Schools and is going to provide us a brief update, and then we'll hear from our folks at the Utah Charter Network.
Awesome.
Go ahead, Royce, thanks for being here.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to chat with you for a few minutes this morning. I think probably the most important thing to start with is a fiscal assessment. As you may be aware, the base budget, which has been put together by the Executive Appropriations Committee in December, will be adopted the first week of the session, contemplates a 4.2% increase in the value of the WPU. And I will confess, I don't remember the exact increase in the LRF. It is about 5 or 5.5% increase. The LRF is set by formula. So as property taxes in our school districts across the state go up, whether that's because of bonds or judgment levies or other tax increases, we see a similar increase in the LRF. So we're in a remarkably good fiscal situation in that regard. That being said, it is worth noting that the Executive Appropriations Committees asked all of the appropriations subcommittees to come back with recommendations for what a 5% cut in your budget will look like. In the public ed space, that would constitute a total of about $300 million, $295 million. Now, all of the committees are going to go through that exercise. I think there is zero chance that those $300 million in cuts will happen, especially in public education. But with what happened in the One Big Beautiful Bill and the smaller taxable income that was adopted by the feds, and the fact that our state income tax or taxable income for state income taxes is tied to federal taxable income, they're anticipating about $300 million less in income tax revenues than had previously been projected. So that's why you see these significant process for all of the appropriations committees to say, if we have to make cuts, what would that look like? I should also note that there are a number of rainy day funds that would mitigate the need for additional cuts. But the legislature is going to go through this process of having each of the appropriations committees look seriously at those issues. So I'll just stop there on that fiscal question and see if you have any questions that I can offer insight into.
Royce, this is Clint. I know our time is full, but when I hear you say 4.2 or 4.5 and then 5, I view that as pretty friendly. In our own work, we typically kind of plan on 3, and most years it's a little better than that, and some years it's not. But considering the landscape, what are your thoughts about those initial numbers that I know are not final, but that kind of just out loud talk on those numbers?
So good question, Clint. And I would say that those are pretty locked in. Statutorily, both of those have to be done. The 4.2% was it is the rolling 3-year average of inflation, and that was adopted about 5 years ago as part of HB 357. And the increase that I described in for the LRF is also statutory and locked in, and both of those have been adopted by the Executive Appropriations Committee. I can't remember a time when the base budget was amended after Executive Appropriations adopted it. So I feel very confident in those two numbers.
Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, I'm going to go to, and I will confess, I don't have all of the bill numbers in front of me. If you give me a second, I can probably find them. But there's another bill by Senator Fillmore, which does have some impact on charter schools and some impact on what I just described. As some of you may know, we currently are funded on there's a 1-year hold harmless for when if you see enrollment at an LEA decrease, there's a 1-year hold harmless. I think it is SB 58, and there's a proposal by Senator Fillmore that says we are simply going to go off of the greater of this year's October 1 count or ADM and the increase or decrease from the previous year, which is to say that that 1-year hold harmless would go away. The expectation, the fiscal note says that that would mean in future years about $77 million less would need to be appropriated for those WPUs. That in charter schools, the number says that that's about $600,000 based on enrollment patterns over the last couple of years. So the overwhelming majority of that is obviously on the district side. And that reflects the growth patterns that we have seen. There isn't a school district in the state that is seeing growing enrollment, and we do see growing enrollment in Utah charter schools, though it's not everywhere. And that's why we have $600,000 potential impact there. I spoke yesterday with Senator Fillmore and said there's probably some wisdom in saying that for a new school that's maybe in their first 5 years, whether that's a school district or a charter school, so you have we're going to have 2 new, or perhaps 3 new, depends on how you want to count them, school districts with the split of the Alpine School District, but we see new charter schools coming all the time, and there's inevitably some degree of variability. And so until that settles out, maybe over the term of 5 years, we hold that harmless. And I think that we'll find some receptivity there. Because, as I say, there is a degree of fluctuation that is inevitable with a new LEA. And I think I got the number right or wrong. It's not 58, it's 62. So sorry about that. But that bill really does reflect the legislature's desire to say, hey, we do want to have some money to spend in other places, because the 4.2% and the other pieces that are part of the base budget consume all of the ongoing money today. And so they're looking around for some creative ways to find that. And this is one proposal by Senator Fillmore. Any questions about that one? Not seeing any. Okay. It is, there's another bill by Representative Perucci. I know we've talked about this before. This was one that she agreed to draft at my recommendation. Some of you will remember that back in June, the interim committee met at American Preparatory Academy in Draper. And we talked about some of the priorities for charter schools. And you, I think, are well aware of the challenges that schools have in obtaining a building. And at the same time, we have districts that find themselves needing to close buildings. And we said, well, maybe there's an opportunity to marry those together. And so what Representative Perucci's bill does, among other things, is say that as a district is closing a building, charter schools have the first option to purchase that building. A school district would have to provide 90 days notice before the sale goes through that this is an option. Charter schools would have the opportunity over the next 45 days to put together a proposal that says, hey, this is, we'd like to buy this. There is also a provision in there that says that DFCM would evaluate the cost or the value of that building so that you as a school can decide what your bid is going to look like. If there are multiple bids on a building from charter schools, then the school district would look and say which one of these seems to have the best fit from an educational standpoint. There is also in that legislation an expansion of the charter school revolving loan fund. Exactly how much is going to be put into that is unclear. That's something that will get decided in the last week of the session, last 2 weeks of the session, frankly. My hope is that we get $50 million in one-time funds. It is, and you know, Clint and I have worked on this over the last couple of years, but the hope is that this serves a segment of the market who are looking to expand or purchase a building, and they may not qualify for the credit enhancement program, but are still looking for that. And so this would be administered by the Charter School Finance Authority. Feel really good about that. The last piece in that bill is really related to a Supreme Court case that was a non-decision last year and which will be coming back. I'm 100% certain of that. There has been some question in other states about whether an explicitly sectarian school can be a charter school. This goes then obviously to questions around the First Amendment. And we are clarifying in the legislation that, and this is, I say clarifying because our code is frankly already very clear. But we want to, the courts are looking at a variety of variables to say whether or not charter schools are public schools. And we've added a couple of pieces to this. One is there's a portion of the state constitution, Article 10, Section 3, that explicitly gives the legislature authority to designate such other schools and programs as they choose as part of the public education system. And that's the portion of the state constitution that we derive from. And so we're putting a piece in Representative Perucci's bill that points directly to that section of code. We'll also have in there a requirement that board members of charter schools take the oath of office that each of you had to take, that other public bodies take. And then explicitly also says that there's no question you charter schools are public schools and are eligible for the minimum school program. That, frankly, is the real risk. If the Supreme Court were to say that for U.S. constitutional purposes, we are not public schools, but are private contractors, there is some question as to whether we would be eligible for the minimum school program. And this is, again, designed to say very clearly we are. Any questions about those sort of big pieces of Representative Perucci's bill?
Hey, Royce, this is Eric. Just a quick question. You and I have spoken about this before. I know you've been working on this issue related to school district buildings for a long time. In my experience with my home district, districts are disinclined to sell buildings at all, except in extremely rare circumstances. Have you or has Representative Pierucci considered anything that would incentivize districts to actually sell? Or is this simply set up in a way that if they do sell, we have a right of first refusal for charter schools?
So good question, Eric. And the bill, as it's drafted right now, doesn't create an incentive to sell. It is the right of first refusal, as you've described. I think the experience that you had there at Canyon Rim is a little bit different than what we may see today. I have heard some schools say, well, we'll never sell a building again if this passes. And frankly, I don't believe that. I don't think they believe that because the pressure of paying for maintaining a building that is empty is going to overcome that. There will be some temporary pressure. But we also know they today are selling a lot of these buildings. A lot is the wrong word, but they're selling these buildings to cities. Today, cities stand in the first position. And if charter schools were to opt not to exercise that right of first refusal, they would stand next in line. And I expect that most of the time, that's the way that's going to play out, is that cities will be the ones that do that. And that turns either into a park or, as some of you may know, this is maybe 10 years ago, 12 years ago, Granite High was sold and became some condos.
Library. And some condos, right?
Yeah. So aren't looking at an incentive. I will say one of the things that, just as a taxpayer and a former head of the Taxpayers Association, one of the frustrations with this bill, and I understand it, is that in some level, this is asking taxpayers to pay twice for one school building because the school districts bought it and then a charter school is going to buy it. We're going to bite off what we can and then we'll take the next step. So good question, Eric. And frankly, I hope that we...
Royce, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Just one other thought, maybe an incentive or a priority in leasing. Because districts are also going to rent these buildings out, and if that's an end run around the bill, they're just going to hold the property and just try to get rental revenue for a period of time. That may be another option. Sorry, Royce, I don't want to waste too much time on this today, but I love where this is headed, and I'm glad to hear that you're looking at different angles.
Well, I appreciate your insight, Eric. That's a very good idea and one that we should explore. And I don't know if we'll amend that in this session or in future, but I like that idea a lot.
Royce, this is Clint. Oh,
please.
I know our time is probably done on this, but I am interested in further updates on the sectarian issue. I know at the NACSA conference, I think nationwide, there's at least 5 cases working through the courts again that are kind of related to that. I think I kind of understand the aim of the bill you referenced, as far as maybe placing charters on a little more solid ground as being governmental entities and so forth. I do have some questions, but I don't want to take time today, just maybe some of the ripples, some of the unintended ripples of that. Because I think, if you lean one way, you have to lean one way all the time. You can't, and so I just want to better understand that, but I think it's better done in at a further time.
Well, let me add one brief thing. There are, I've, the National Alliance, pulled together, a rubric of about 31 different variables along which courts might say charter schools are or aren't, public. Um, we very explicitly do not have an interest in adopting all 31 of those. We took a look at what they recommended, and I think we already hit 16 or 18 of those. We all wanted to add a couple, three, but to your point, there are places where I have no interest in going, and so we very consciously steered away from that.
Yeah. Hearing that we're 16 out of 31, like, that's it, like, that's the conundrum here, right? Like, we're kind of this hybrid.
Yeah,
We're
right.
kind of a governmental entity, we're kind of a 501, well, we're not kind of, we're 501c3. And that's kind of an ironic number, 16 out of 31 metrics, because that's the whole thing.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, we're kind of half this and half that. It's
Right.
tough deal. So anyway, thank you, Royce. Great update.
Excellent
No, I
questions.
appreciate
And-
that. I suspect I've already taken enough of your time, but if you would like to hear more, I'm more than happy to keep talking, although I doubt you want to hear my voice.
But we do appreciate you, Royce, and you are out of time. With that being said, I will be sure that we follow up with you, and we're gonna hear from Kim here in just a second, but we'd love to invite you back in February.
Yeah.
Just as we're actively engaged in the session, I think having these updates, so it will be really beneficial if you could put that on your radar for next month.
Sounds good, will do.
Okay, great.
Thanks, Royce. Moore.
Thank you. Okay, so next, again, as we continue with these legislative updates, I'd like to invite Kim Frank from the Utah Charter Network, providing insights in terms of the work that she and her group are working on. And I also want to really make it clear that we are so grateful in our state that we have a variety of passionate and really driven folks that are focused on charter success and can really help be a voice and initiate legislation really to help us do the work that we need to do. So Kim, think you're right there. Hi, Kim. It's great to see
Good
you.
morning.
I just needed to turn around. Thanks. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. I'll try and talk fast and go through this. They've pulled up the flyer that I have. I appreciate Royce's input. The only thing I would add to that is last year they told us it was a socks and underwear Christmas during the session, not to expect a lot of money. This year they're telling us they're buying detergent so we can wash our socks and underwear. So there's not a lot of money available, but I do agree with him that I think education's probably in a pretty good place. My goal for this session, as you guys are aware, we have been working on the charter school base funding for a number of years. We started with Senator Henderson, ran an audit that asked how many reports are required of LEAs and what does it cost. They stopped counting at 350 reports, said there are no two LEAs in the state, charter or district, that do all of the same reports, and they had no clue what it cost to do all those reports. To that end, we've been working with the Office of Education. They did a study, a West Ed study on small districts that was completed 2 years ago. And last year, Karen Peterson ran a bill that updated funding for small school districts. So this year, we are asking for a study about charter schools based on the information that they got from the West Ed study on the small school districts. We're hoping that it won't take as long to do. We've asked for a 1-year study to be conducted by the Office of Education, who've already told me they're very supportive of this, and take a look at how small school districts are funded, compare those to how small charter schools are funded. A small school district or charter school is right now something under 2,000 students. So based on that information, we are asking for a study to be conducted that it will include the legislative fiscal analyst, the State Board of Education, and a small number of charter school stakeholders, which would include the State Charter School Board, myself, and Royce. To go along with that request, I took a look at all the funding buckets in education, the big funding buckets in education. And you can see on this page as we scroll to those top three, the first one is, and I looked at the disparities, every one of the buckets for funding charter schools are underfunded as compared to their similarly sized school districts. So you look at the charter school base funding, We know based on a study that the numbers crunched by the Office of Education from 2024 that we're down at least 25 million. I've heard it could be twice that much or even more, which is why we're asking for this study for this year. As part of this request, we're asking for $14.1 million in addition to the current base funding that charter schools receive. And that 14 million would be distributed to charter schools based on size. We had originally discussed the larger schools getting a little bit more, smaller schools getting a little bit less. But based on the fiscal analyst's recommendation, he said that charter schools, the larger schools have a larger economy of scale that the smaller charter schools don't have, which made me happy to hear him say that because I've been shouting that from the rooftops for a long time. So we kind of inverted the scale. The largest charter schools would receive up to $175,000, and the smallest charter schools, there's a little bit of nuance in there because we have one charter school that only has 20 students, but they could receive potentially $200,000, and all the other sizes would be scaled somewhere in between. The next bucket of funding that I wanted to make you aware of, and the legislature, and my question to the legislature is going to be, A, are you aware of this? And B, is this your intent? Charter schools, I believe it was back in 2009, when we thought there would be a lot more charter high schools than there have turned out to be. Everyone knows that it costs more to run a high school than it does to run an elementary school, and districts take all their money in and then distribute it based on their school's needs. And different districts do it different ways. So no one knows exactly what it costs to run a high school versus an elementary school. But what happened in 2009 is they weighted only the charter school WPU. And you can see on this for a full day kindergarten, they get 0.9 of the WPU. Grade 7 and 8, they get 0.99, and grade 9 through 12, they get 1.2. Well, we kind of crunched the numbers to the best that we could, and that turns out to 109 million less funding that could have gone to charter schools over these past years that should have gone to charter schools that went nowhere because there weren't that many charter high schools. Well, where did that $110 million go? Nobody knows the answer to that question. So we wanted to look at that. Another area is the local replacement formula that Royce spoke briefly about a few minutes ago. There is a 2-year lag. Royce had a bill a couple of years ago that brought us up to a year lag, and then it went back to a year and a half lag, and now they're saying it's closer to 2 years. It fluctuates. But as district schools are levying taxes that we cannot levy, they're going up the hill, bringing in funding, and charter schools lag by 2 years. Well, that lag is somewhere around $10.6 million annually, which is $21 million plus every 2 years that charter schools don't receive that funding for. Think what we could do with all of this funding that these disparities are showing. Another area that we looked at was the RESAs. As you know, there are regional service centers and rural school districts that share some of the burden for some of the administrative costs that small school districts have. I've been working with Nate Marshall on your board to look at what that might look like for a charter school. We are not going after specific RESA funding, nor are we going after any kind of funding that rurals get for, I'm sorry, I just got home from Hawaii last night. My brain is 3 hours lagged behind and I can't think of the term right now. But we aren't looking for rural district specific funding. We're looking for small district funding. And as part of that, we're going to ask for $1.5 million one time to open a charter school service center similar to the RESAs. And then we would ask charter schools to buy into that if they're interested and pay dues to keep that going. So that would be a $1.5 million request we're asking for. And you can see the charts that I have on the front of this flyer. It shows that charter schools are the only part of public education that are currently growing. Districts are declining. And you can also see that charter schools are doing quite well in our academic performance as compared to districts. And I needed to point that out, not to brag or to demean districts in any way, because not every charter school, as you know, is highly successful. But we want to show that charter schools are successful. Think how much more successful we could be if we had the proper funding that districts are currently receiving. The total amount adds up to somewhere in the neighborhood of $50 million that charter schools that we know of are currently not receiving as compared to similarly sized school district. Again, my question is, does the legislature know this? Are they aware of this? And is this their intent? If you go to the back page, transportation is not on this. Royce had looked into transportation funding. We're not asking for transportation funding specifically this year. That is something we would like to include in the study and take a look at. We're asking for this $15 million, $14.1 million plus the 1.5 for the recess out of the Education Stabilization Fund. There is not ongoing funding available, but the Education Stabilization Fund was created years ago for rainy days such as this. If there is ever a need for charter schools to receive some stabilization funding, it's right now. We think the $15 million that we're asking for is far less than what the study is going to find out that we need. We wanted to get a step in the right direction. You can see that 13% of Utah students currently choose charter schools. One thing I did want to point out, facility construction costs. If you want to go down, there you go. Alpine School District in one of the new districts is planning to build 2 buildings at a cost of $250 million. I just built a building in that same district for 1,000 students at $25 million. So somebody please make it make sense. That now we don't have a gymnasium. We don't have a lot of things that, a specified library. We have classroom libraries. We have a beautiful building that fits 1,000 students, and we're educating those students in that building at $25 million. Why does Alpine School District, or whatever the new name of that district, why do they need $250 million to build 2 schools? One of those will be a high school. So you double that price. Anyway, we wanted to point out that building costs need to be looked at as we're doing this study. And you can see the other charts that I have showing charter school growth and showing that 8 of 10 outlier schools in Utah on the high side are charter schools. So we're doing a great job. We want to make the argument that as we all celebrate 25 years of charter schools, it's about time that charter schools are not funded like the wicked stepchildren that we sometimes are treated as. We're here to stay. I skipped over, but charter schools said they would do more for less. This was a statement that was said 25 years ago that comes back every year. Somebody says, you guys said you'd do more for less. Well, how many years do we have to do more for less, A? And B, do our charter school tax-paying families know that they're being held to paying the same amount of taxes as their counterpart, their school district counterparts, but are getting funded less? That's a question. The other half of that question, or that agreement that was made when charter schools begged to come into existence in the first place, was that as part of that doing more for less, is we would be required to do less reporting and have less data requirements, all those kinds of administrative costs that we aren't getting paid for, but we are still being required to do. So people always forget the other half of that sentence. We said we'd do more for less, but we'd be required to do far less. And then finally, I do want to point out that we are not asking that districts receive any less funding. That's not our argument. NEST, that's the word I was looking for earlier. We're not looking for NEST funding. We want a study that will show how much charter schools are underfunded by and a path to move forward. We're running a bill this year rather than just an appropriation. We've run an appropriation every year for the last 5 or so years, and have gotten last year, the education appropriations gave us appropriated in their list just less than 9 million ongoing. And we ended up with 3.6 when it got to executive appropriations. They kind of chew it up and spit it back out and fund other things. So rather than going through just an appropriation, we want to show leadership in the House and in the Senate that their members are supportive of charter schools. I've been meeting with many of our legislators and have several more meetings before the session starts to show them these disparities. None of them know that it's this bad, and none of them intended so far that I've spoken to, intended for it to be this bad. So we want to show leadership through a bill where you have House votes on the floor, Senate votes on the floor, and they know exactly the kind of support and that charter schools are receiving from their bodies. And then finally, I'll add that as part of this request for this year, we are going to put out a survey to all of our schools We're going to send it to all of our principals, directors, and ask them to send it to their families and have them sign, for lack of a better word, I don't want to call it a petition, but that's essentially what it is. We want to be able to send out to legislators. You have X amount of charter schools in your district, and this many charter school families have signed this petition, want you to support this bill. Hopefully we'll get some encouragement from you and your board to our schools to send this petition out to their families and have them sign it. We don't want to have it be an argument. We just want to show the kind of support that charter schools really do have in the state, as is shown by the growth rates that charter schools are currently getting. Anyway, that's the gist of what I'm looking for this session. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Can we get a copy of that?
Yes, I think, Kim, I think that was emailed to all of us this morning, is that correct? What we're looking at right now?
I sent it to Marie and Andrea yesterday, and yes, it should be in your inboxes today.
Okay, coming right now. Okay, excellent. And Kim, thank you really for, and we do have a few minutes for some questions. I also want to, because you did mention, Nate Marshall, I just want to remember Marshall is joining us, and I see you on Zoom. Thank you so much for joining in from somewhere glorious, and I can't remember where you are exactly, but we are so glad that you are joining us and working too with Kim on the Regional Service Center.
Just know
So
that where we
with that-
fly home from, Nate, you'll pay the price with jet lag. It's 5 o'clock in the morning right now. My body's time.
I'm at the International School Choice Conference in Rome, Italy. So right now it's like 5 o'clock in the evening. So
Okay, you'll pay the price.
yeah.
Right
Hey,
on. So
with that, do
Please,
you mind if I
Charlie.
ask? Do you mind if I ask a quick question?
Please.
You had mentioned on the base funding, and I appreciate all the work that you've done to help with charter representation in this funding, and it involved charters in this discussion. And I've been really appreciative of being involved in the process, even with the calculation on base funding and those kind of things. But just a quick question. One of the challenges with the base funding was it was present and then it went away. Do you feel that with this legislative change, that the base funding, once it's been agreed upon, do you feel like will there be a sunset clause on this? Do you think it'll be ongoing?
No, I think, it won't be ongoing this year. The goal is after we have the study over this next coming year in the bill that we have written that we hope to present the first week in the session, we will present to executive appropriations and to education appropriations the findings that we have. And I may have mentioned before, maybe not, I have heard from numbers crunchers from the state that this could be 2 to 3 times less than we should be receiving. So the number could be very high. And I've often said, it doesn't matter to me what the number is, although I think it's a pretty high number that we're underfunded by. What matters to me is that really the legislature's intent to underfund charter schools? And I think the answer to that is no. So the base funding will continue to be one time until this study is complete. There is a small chance that it won't be completed in 1 year's time, and we'll be doing a 1-year request again next year. But after that, I don't see it going away. It did go away during the COVID session when nobody was on the Hill, and they were trying to find money from wherever they could find it, and they took it away. It used to be called administrative cost funding. Now it's called base funding. I preferred administrative cost funding because that explained what, and this isn't just administrative cost funding, as you all know, isn't just supposed to be for reports. It's supposed to pay for administrators, for curriculum directors, for SPED directors, for all kinds of other things, not just required reports, which is what this report, what this study will look at.
Great, thank you so much.
Yeah, please, go ahead.
One question, you said it's a bill, who's the bill sponsor?
It is Senator Baldry in the Senate and Senator Perucci in the House. And I'm sure you know, Representative Pulsifer, once a representative, always a representative to me. Those are 2 very big names. And these women are very supportive and very capable women. So I'm very hopeful. It may not be the dollar amount specifically that we're asking for. We might have to compromise and take something a little bit less than that. But the biggest argument, I think, this year is adding some funding and having that study.
Okay.
Any other questions for Kim?
Yeah, Kim, this is Eric. Thank you for your work on that. As we mentioned to Royce, I think it'd be great to have you come back and give us a further update in our next meeting.
Happy to do so. Fingers crossed, everyone.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, and we look forward to continuing conversation.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank
And
you,
good
Kim.
luck the rest of the day. It's a big day.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
We just have a few minutes left before we, just based on our agenda, be able to start diving into our municipal applications. I wanted to provide a moment though to our legislative committee, specifically Member Pulsbury, you are the chair of that committee, as we're heading into the legislative session. From your perspective, which is very intimate, really, from your own experience, what's on our radar? What's sticking out to you? What should we be aware of?
Okay, what I just wanted to share is kind of what we're doing right now in connection with our executive director search. And we mentioned this, I think, in our last meeting. We have been, our chair and vice chair met with the state board members, state board chair and chairs. And we're just trying to reach out to other policymakers, elected officials, and make connections with them in connection with that. But also it goes beyond that, because it goes beyond what are we doing and how do we need to, what do you see and how do we need to do it better? And Clint and I have been meeting with legislators, and it has been really kind of surprising. I've been surprised at the reactions. We've met with I think 3 or 4, had some conversations with, we've got a couple more coming up, and we've been trying to meet with legislators who are in the space of education specifically. And I'll tell you one person who he took my spot on the as chair of the House Appropriations, Education Appropriations. And he is not an educator, and he does not have an education background. So he doesn't know that as much about education and charters. And he was like, could you please do a charter school 101 for some of us? And I was really surprised. He said, because I just don't even know. So I told him how I got my spot, how do you do that? And so I said, he doesn't have 5 minutes till the session starts. So it won't be before the session. During the session, they're pretty busy, but it could happen. And if not, right after the session, I thought we could put something together for anybody who wants to know, which I thought was a great idea.
That's a great idea.
And it was interesting because he was like, oh, I didn't even know. And then others are very familiar with education and so on. But everyone I've talked to has said, I am so glad you called. I am so glad to do this. And some of them, Clint and I thought it was gonna be a 15-minute meeting and we were talking for an hour, and it wasn't us. They wanted to talk and they said, I'm so glad, because I think we need to hear from you, the state charter school board, as opposed to, others who are very helpful, but they felt like they needed to hear from us. So anyway, we've had some really good, and actually all of our conversations have gone longer than we thought they were going to. And it wasn't us. They wanted to ask questions, they wanted to talk, they wanted to share their thoughts. And one thing that was kind of surrounded all of them is, we think you guys need to be more visible. We think you guys need to be, to have these conversations and so on. So there's more to come, but I wanted to share that so that you knew what we're doing.
That's awesome.
That's great.
Yeah. Makes me think about some of the public service announcement, or like what I see on the public broadcasting stations. The more you know. I don't know if you've all seen that. It's the star when it comes out. The more you know, and I really think that is so appropriate in this situation and what you're sharing. Like, the more that we know about each other, the more that we know about the way that we want to engage in work, the more that we know about our goals, our shared goals, and the way that we can work together, It really, it adds power to our work and it actually gives us the chance to achieve the goals that we want to achieve.
And it, along those lines, when you said shared goals, it made me think also of something I've been thinking about and talking about to legislators. We just heard some great things about charter specific kind of asks and legislation, but I feel like public charter schools are public schools. And we need to do some work in talking about education legislation. That where we can come together with district schools, because a lot of the things that are good, I mean, I would say almost everything that's good for them is good for us and vice versa. And I think as we look at bills to support and get behind, we gotta look at the education space a lot and come together with districts.
That's such a great recommendation. I mean, what a great way for us to partner, like we've been talking with our strategic plan to partner with the districts.
Yes, I really think that
To support something together.
we need to look in that broader spectrum. It's like, I wanna know what education legislation is coming forward. And then we can say, hey, this impacts charters too, and we really like that. So that's another thing I wanted to point that out there.
I think that's an excellent point, and I couldn't agree more. And I know when I was a charter school director, I wanted to work and found that the district I was in, we were able to partner, especially in regards to school safety.
Yes,
Right, this is, you talk about an issue that impacts every single school.
yes.
So I am, thank you to both of you for reaching out. Thank you to the legislators that have made the effort and have met. And if you have not met with us, you will, it is coming. And we look forward to sharing. And like you mentioned too, we had a positive meeting a few weeks ago with USDE, and we just felt that again was beneficial because we think that we think we know, but we really know such a small amount. So thank you. Anything else that you would like to add?
No, I mean, I could go on for longer, but we don't. That just gives you an idea of where we're headed and what.
And I think just like we asked with Royce and Kim, we'll plan on a report in February. And I know our time is limited. We do appreciate as a board hearing from our committees every month. We'll make a point to put that on our February agenda. All right, so the reason why all of you are here today, that is for sure. And it is really so great to see so many familiar faces and you know, again, the effort and the time that you put into being here today. With that, we want to provide some information and an introduction to our new school application process. And Director Stevenson, can I pass that over to you to just prime the pump?
Yes,
I'd love to. Thank you, Chair.
Well, yes, this is a day that we all look forward to, getting to hear from our new school applicants. So just to fill the board in on what has happened since you last saw these folks in September. So the very next day after board meeting, they were all invited to a charter boot camp, and that actually occurred here. And we have all the various departments from the State Board of Education. We also have our partners with UAPCS and UCN that come, and each one, we kind of think of it as almost like speed dating through the state office, right? You've got about a half an hour to hear what's most important to getting a public charter school up and running. And they answer, high level questions, and then also give contact information so that our applicants know who they can reach out to. So they've got staff now, they've got our partners, the association and the network, and then a whole team of folks from the State Board of Education. And so then after that, they're turn free and ready to start looking on those applications. They do go through some different training opportunities. They've had an opportunity to have a mock interview and to continue working with, pre-operational support. So that has continued since then. Ultimately, those applications all came in the middle of November, and then we all got to get to the fun part of reading those applications. the same individuals then that also helped run that boot camp also got to read those applications and provided some feedback, as you saw from our State Board of Education group that was helpful with that. And so then they got to rest and enjoy their holidays a bit and really prepare for this January meeting. And so we're so excited to have those 7 groups back and to be able to give our board here that opportunity for a more in-depth interview and asking various questions to each of those groups. As a reminder, our public code that everything aligns to is 53D5 Part 3. All of those sections within there, sections 301 all the way through 308, talk about charter school authorization. And we've gone over that in committees, but just as a reminder that all of our decisions align with our Utah code. So Chair, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you so much. I think we have, we're mindful, we do have a full day ahead of us. We have allocated about 15 minutes, I think, per school. So in the process of how we will go through that, yeah, so I think, and if I may say too, very similar to how we went through just the review of for these schools several months ago. We're going to vote after each school, just so that is present and in our mind, and that school is being voted on what we hear at that moment. Great. Okay, wonderful. So with that, let's get started. We'd like to invite Ensign Leadership Academy, if you could please come on up to the table. Do you have a few minutes? And okay, excellent. And welcome to folks that are online. You have the ability to turn on your camera. That is just about as helpful for us.
Now, former Senator Stevenson, he's in Israel. He informed us this morning that Zoom is being blocked.
Oh, Israel.
By Israel. I tried to get him to download a VPN and do it. He said he couldn't do it on Mac OS or it wouldn't work. I was in Israel in 2024, the night that Iran launched the missiles, and I was on Zoom with my wife on a VPN, so I know he can do it.
Thank you for that context, and we also know how vested in committee he is to this project, so cut him a little
He will be
slack
with us
today.
On the
phone.
Oh, he is on the phone. Oh, okay,
No
great.
video.
Oh, I see the 801 number.
It's the
You're welcome.
6800 is his last four of his phone.
Wow.
I see it. Okay, great. We can see. Oh, excellent. Well, welcome everyone. Okay, so, if you could, please, reintroduce yourselves. I know we've had a chance before, but we've got some new board members this time around. So it would be wonderful to, for that. And then, from there, we will, we'll move into, there isn't a formal presentation for this time, right? So we can move into questions and begin that process.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll start. My name is Kurt Bramble. I'm elected chairman of the board. Background, I had the privilege of 24-year service in the Senate, during which time I ran several bills for Royce and your organization. I actually chaired the Education Committee for one two-year term. With us, we have on the phone former Senator Howard Stevenson, Vice Chairman. We have David Erickson sitting next to me. Stephanie Hill. We have Richard Moss online. We also have Charter One personnel. We have Glenn Way, the president of Charter One. The NFL fan raised arms, waved. Rodney Richens, Lalani Hunsaker, Selena, Jones, and Mitch Schwab.
Excellent.
That's our team today, and we're happy to try to respond to questions, either directed at individuals of the board or, if appropriate, I'll try to direct who on our team would be best suited to respond.
Fantastic. Before I open it to, turn it to our board, I want to thank you all again for coming. I know how much this project means to all of you, and I know over the last year, the work that you've put into revising and rethinking and us working together to really ensure that that you have a successful opportunity to launch a school. So thank you for being here. I'm sure our board members have a variety of questions, and so I'm just going to open it up to the floor and or to our board members, and we can begin with some questions.
Chair, could I?
Oh, let's, yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
Well, thank you. This, I felt like you have a kindred connection with Ensign Academy. My first board meeting, was August of 24, which was, the, kind of preliminary hearing for new schools last year. And the first, school on the agenda was, Ensign. So I started with you and I'm still with you all the way. I feel like in so many ways. I just want to start by echoing, Chair Spiker's comments. I am so appreciative of this group. I think back then I said, you've assembled the Avengers. I think that was the phrase I used, and
It's built into their application.
I stick with it, you know.
So stuff.
So I just, the quality of this group, the resume of this group, the care factor of this group, is really high. And on top of that, I think I articulated this in the September meeting, but I know you got a no last year, and I'm sure that was extremely disappointing. But to see how this board has embraced that, and instead of trying to be arm's length or be frustrated or be arrogant, I think the complete board has really embraced this process. I note that Howard Stevenson came back and in September thanked the board for a no, and really said it was a chance to really dial in. So so much quality here. There's a lot about this application. I will just be candid, I've spent more time on this application than maybe anything else I have during my time. I put a lot into this one. Because I care about it so much, and because also though, because of the magnitude of the ask with the number of kids. I just want to make a couple of comments here, and I'm sorry, I'm going to go on. I will not go on this long for every application, but there are some things here I have observed. So I'd just like to start with some comments, and just let the board know where I am on this, and then I'll be eager to hear kind of the other questions or whatever comes up. I'll get to anything the board members. Again, when it comes to curriculum and demonstration, and the fact that there are schools that have opened up similar to this around the country and have seen validation, all of that gives me a lot of comfort. Both from the support team and from the Charter One team that is in the EMO relationship for Ensign. There's no question there's validation here. But the elephant in this room for me, right, and I've commented on this before, is the magnitude of the size. To open at 1535, I'm just going to speak to you, so I may not get all my numbers exactly right, but and to go to 2500, that's really the thing. I'm going to make comments in two kind of issues with that, and then just let you know where I am. My two buckets of concern are financial, which is the lens I often look at of these applications, or at least one of the lenses. And my second is operational excellence. Now, I think everybody in this room, everybody at this table is on the same page. You all are on a multiple year mission to create a choice of excellence for Utah. I can read that, I feel it, I've heard it, and I believe it. And I think that we are aligned with. I think that, but I think there are some risks that I'm uncomfortable with the magnitude of this size, and I'd like to articulate those. With respect to my first bucket of risk, finance, let me just point to, and I'm going to refer to your application in a couple of those. And when we get down into somewhere around page 52, we talk about the business plan. And again, I'm not going to look at this directly because I want to be concise in my comments, but there were some assumptions, and some of those assumptions give me, as somebody in the industry, some concern. For example, one of the assumptions was there's an assumption of a $45,000 salary per year for teachers. Now, when I look down into the 130s, I see that the teacher salaries are listed at about 60,000. then there's some other support salaries. I have looked at comps, right? I've done some digging. I'll keep some of this anonymous, but I know that regional charter schools in this area, their average salary is closer to $63,000 a year. I've looked at what I'll call is Ensign's cousin school, American Leadership Academy. I call that because I know that Mr. Way and Mr. Morley were business partners years ago. I don't know Glenn personally. I know Mike a little bit. But I think that school, American Leadership Academy, has the same name as the Charter One schools in Arizona and the Carolinas. It's a great school. Rich Morley is the director there. They've done a great job. And I think that I'll say they're a cousin, right? As far as they do rise up instead of raise, but all the consonant vowels are pretty similar. And they're a gold standard charter school in so many ways. Rich was here 5-6 months ago, and excited for what they're doing. So I looked back, they issued bonds in 2024. I think our firm was not a part of that, but they disclosed in that offering document, and their average salary was $55,000 a year, and that was below NEBO, which I think was about 62. So we're not all here to talk about numbers and salaries and stuff, but I firmly believe that if you don't get the underlying financial picture right, you put your mission and vision at so much risk. So I take concern with some of the assumptions, and I'll start with the $45,000 per year. Now, again, embedded in the numbers, I see teacher salaries that are higher than that, but other support salaries I just think were quite low, to the point where they just don't frankly pass my smell test on what I've seen both in Utah and around the country. With that, I also see in the 56-7 page area the assumptions for the building. Now, again, this board has done a great job. I had brought up in previous meetings that once you get to about 20% of your revenues going towards your, if you go north of 20%, that can be challenging. I credit this board and I credit Charter One for the explicit arrangement to cap that 20%. I think that's an outstanding thing. It protects the school, and quite frankly, it tells me that Charter One is willing to eat their own cooking, which I think is so important. But again, in that were some assumptions that were made that I have some concerns with. One is that there was, for 1,800 kids, there's going to be 100,000 square foot building. That's about 55 and a little bit square feet per student. The normal metric, in my experience, is closer to 75 square feet per student, and 100 square feet per student for high school operations. Again, we're in a time where buildings are expensive and we just can't do what we did in the past. Sometimes we have to get efficient and creative. But as Kim Frank, Director Frank, the chair of John Hancock, they just built a school in Eagle Mountain, and they have about 65, 67 square feet per kid, and they just don't have enough room. American Leadership Academy, they have closer to 80, 85 square feet per kid. And so I think those metrics are accurate. I am concerned, and frankly, I don't personally believe you can get 1,800 kids in 100,000 square feet. So my concern is that the underlying foundation is that the cost of the building is going to be higher than what was baked into the presented projections. Now, we're going to hear 7 schools today. We're going to hear 8 next. I get that a lot of these are estimates and so forth, but I hold these projections to a higher standard because I'm going to guess they were prepared by an entity that has significant experience in this. 1 or 2 more data references. So the 100,000 square feet, I just don't think that will be viable, and I don't see evidence of that both in Utah and nationwide, except if you go to Hawaii or Manhattan or somewhere like that. But that's not the landscape we're concerned about. The cost per square foot, and again, I know there's a cap, so this is not fully transferred, but I am concerned that this works for both the school and Charter One, and that it doesn't create a financial stress, because that's where we start to lose mission and vision for kids really quickly. The assumptions shared in here, again, this was about page 56, it's $200 a square foot for new construction. I think it was like 43 something for remodeling. I think there probably is some efficiency in price per square foot if you go to a big school. But again, I looked at American Leadership Academy. They did a bond last year. They authorized 21.5 million, 2.5 million, I think, went to improving their existing facilities. They spent about 7 or 8 million. It was $300 a square foot to build some classroom space, and then they built some gym space. We just heard John Hancock say they spent 25 million for a space for 1,000 kids, and frankly, they don't have enough room. So my concern again is that price, whether you're going to lease an existing facility. The other thing I know is in Saratoga Springs and Eagle Mountain, there aren't a lot of empty Shopkos laying around, unfortunately. This is the new growth area, right? So to find sizable existing buildings that are sitting empty that can be bought or leased at a low price, it just doesn't exist. And I know schools out there looking for this. So my concern and the kind of the place I've gotten to is I respect so much of the good work of this application, but the underlying foundational basis of the finances has some things that are at least optimal, right? I just don't think you can show up and say, hey, our average salary is going to be much lower than other charter schools and then our district competitors, and we're going to get the best and the brightest. Because I think we will all also agree that teacher quality is paramount to success, staff quality. And I know charter schools can't be the highest payer out there, but they also can't lag everybody else and by a lot. And embedded in here is a lag of somewhere maybe between 20 and 30 or even 40%. With the building costs, the assumptions I think are just, they're optimal at best, and quite frankly, they're somewhat dangerous to present to a board and say, hey, based on this, you're gonna open at 1535, your break even is 1,000 odd, where I just see red flags in there to say, well, actually the break even is gonna be much closer to the opening. And if you don't fully enroll, there could be trouble pretty quick. Again, I recognize there's a clause that the school would only be paying a maximum of 20%, but I don't want to see the school nor the school's operating partner in trouble. And even somebody with the bandwidth of Charter One, who has a vast number of schools around the country, there's going to be there just is only so much extra room for the risk of taking substantial losses. Now, I'm not here to say this wouldn't work and this wouldn't fill out. I think this is the right area. I know there's a need for students out here, but I also believe we're not going to solve this problem with one approval. I know that a lot of the applications we saw last year, this year, and I know next year are going to be aiming for this area because charter schools are smart, markets are efficient, and people are going to go where, there's a need. And there's clearly a need in this area. But I remember Rich Morley telling me, we built this school and now years later, we've had some challenges with enrollment. And that's displayed in public information. So I don't think I'm sharing anything here that isn't already been publicly disclosed. And the reason is because at some point, Lake Mountain will build schools out there. Other schools will come out there and that will be competing for kids. And I just don't want to lean into this idea of excellence so much and have it always be nipped at the pants, or even worse, with the finances are stressing this and we get off mission. So with that, I have no issue with the quality of this application. I want this board to be involved. I came here today trying to find a way to say, how could Clint become a yes? Because I want you to leave here in a few minutes with a yes. But my current position, and I'm excited to hear what the other question or comments are, is that if we could find a way, what's Monty Hall, let's make a deal. That's even older than me. I'd like to let's make a deal. To be candid, I've laid out a little bit of why I'm uncomfortable with the size of this ask. Now, that's financial. Let me just touch briefly because I know I'm talking too much, but the other bucket of concern I have is operational excellence. There are about 8,000 charter schools in the country. So if we were to take a piece of paper and stack it up for 8,000, it's going to be this high. if we look at the, out of those 8,000 of the schools that have opened over 1,000 students or 1,500 students, let's say it's 1,500, we're gonna struggle to get to 25. That's 0.3% of all of the charter schools that have ever opened have opened with this magnitude. Now, I know, and I've been shown the data that of that smaller list, many of them will be Charter One run schools that have opened successfully in Arizona and the Carolinas. So there is a pathway here for success. But away from the finances, it is a tremendous lift. In working with, again, John Hancock, I'll reference them. Kim Frank and Julia Demick, they train the trainers in this state. And they came, and I know because they started a school in Eagle Mountain with about 700 kids year one. And I remember their words. They said this was a much bigger lift than even we anticipated. It just is. You're not going to go from 0 students to a 5A high school in literally one moment and just feel that. And my mindfulness here is that not that we're just creating quantity, but that we're creating quality. That we're going to put kids in a place where they can be known, found, understood, and find excellence. Now, I think we can do that on a grand scale, and I respect that a big part of this programmatic stuff is the extracurricular stuff, and you need core size for that, and you want to do facilities, and you need core size for that, and I'm supportive of that. But I'd like to see it be a little longer lead time. I'd like to just set a speed limit here where we don't turn the brand new school and say, hey, go run at 90 miles an hour. It'd be nice to have a parameter, for me at least, of a smaller opening. So I have some thoughts about a smaller opening with a very quick discussion behind that and say, look, if you feel it and you're doing great and come back in a very short time, I anticipate myself and the wider board would be very eager to embrace, growing. But to start at 1,500 plus, there's a risk that you don't get there. And even if you get there, there's tremendous risks. And to build out a facility that has to be built out for 1,800 kids and ultimately 2,000 and 2,500, there's just tremendous risks. And from a risk standpoint, there are so many outcomes here that don't end up optimally just because of the size, that I'd like to see if we could come to a compromise today and try to talk about something that would still, I'm still for setting a record. Like my number here is, I don't want to disclose it yet because I want to hear what the other board members have, but I have kind of a number that would still be an audacious opening. It's not like you're going to open at 300 or 400. I think it should be big because that's core to your program. But that's where so I don't know if I have a question, but I want to give you a chance to respond to that. But I'm more eager to kind of let the other board. I also want to learn from what you're saying too.
Can I chime in before they respond?
Sure.
Do you mind?
And thank you, Member Biesinger. I just want to say I so value your expertise and ability to bring that level of depth and insight and the nuance to these applications, because again, we want schools to be successful.
Yeah, thank you. And Member Biesinger, thanks for that start. In digging into this application, I don't have the background in finance to be able to really do a deep dive into the financial issues that Member Biesinger just laid out. But I do want to ask some questions about that. I can appreciate that you hit head on, because we've talked about this before, the audacity of the school size. I appreciated the property tax analysis that Howard Stevenson built in. I thought that was fantastic. It was interesting. I enjoyed the market analysis. I thought it's great. I think we all are in agreement about the growth in this particular area, but that growth will take a number of years. I appreciated the acknowledgement of risk that's built into the application. I thought that was great. I appreciate the confidence. I appreciated some of the mitigation, fail safes that you built in just in working with Charter One. I'm interested in just hearing from you more about, because I didn't see this in there, what is the plan for the event that you don't hit the enrollment targets? What is the break even? How is this going to work, and what's your game plan to make this fly if, notwithstanding your very impressive and aggressive marketing game plan, it just doesn't happen. It doesn't happen to the audacious level that you in your projections. That's what I want to hear a little bit more about. And I think it's in line with what Member Beesemer's already talked about. But those are the main things I'd like to hear from you. What's the game plan for the event that this doesn't quite hit? And I don't think that's an expression of a lack of confidence on your part that you have a game plan. I think if anything, that shows you thought through this very, very carefully. So I certainly don't take it as a lack of confidence if you tell us, well, if we don't hit X, Y, and Z, this is what our plan would be. But that really is what I'd love to hear from you today.
Okay, well, I'll start because part of that game plan is embedded in the very thing that you mentioned, and that is the financial obligations. If we don't hit those targets, the obligation of the charter school to charter one is mitigated in the contracts. That's part of a game plan to say, if we don't hit those numbers, we've already anticipated, how would we keep this a going concern without having the financial failure that is kind of the 800-pound gorilla of, if you don't hit this, what are you going to do? Now, Howard, Senator Stevenson, can you give us some further background on this? Howard?
And Howard, you're muted if you're talking. Yeah, I know it may take a minute to relay, but you're muted still.
Yeah.
I just asked him.
I was gonna say, can you message him in the chat and just,
I pushed the ask to unmute, so that kind of like
okay,
puts a pop-up from the screen there.
I'm sure it's a challenge. You know, logistically to connect.
I texted him too. In terms of the plan B, my understanding with all of this is. Never seen that, but the truth is that's a very difficult thing to answer until we realize.
We're in a bit of a technical
No problem.
loss here without Howard. Go to Mr. Erickson.
Looking at the financial schedule, there's a section called Purchase Professional and Technical Services. That's really where we have potential for a reduction in cost. Of course, we've also reduced staffing. We've reduced all of the other expenses that relate to students. So that's been reduced. But the big area and would continue to be reduced if enrollment is less than we planned. I mean, we'll staff to the enrollment. So that's a big part of the plan, staffing for the enrollment. The other thing is in that purchase professional services, that is the charter one fee. And that is movable. That will reduce as necessary to give us a bottom line. That's the basic plan. The buildings will be built, phased in, so the building cost is, there'll be an initial set of buildings, of course. And
I should be unmuted now.
Oh.
Hello, Howard. Welcome.
Sorry about that, and I'm sorry to interrupt David.
Go right ahead, Howard.
No, go ahead.
Okay, so you have in front of you that we passed out this morning a spreadsheet showing the history of Charter One's enrollment information. Do you have that in front of you?
And we're getting it right now.
Pieces.
Here we go.
So So let me just, should I speak?
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
Okay. So, you can see at the bottom, Ensign Leadership Academy's request for enrollment authorization of 1,535 in the first year, 1,800 the second year, and 2,050 in the third year. So let's just remember the numbers 1,500, 1,800, and 20 or 2,000.
2050.
To start at the top. Start at the top on the total for each of these schools that were in their first 3 years with Charter 1. The first year, 15, we got 1,601. Second year could be 18, we got 1,865. And the third year, 2050, and we got 2098. So, and as you look down each of those years, you can see that our requests are modest compared to what the history of Charter 1 schools have been. And then there's some addendum information at the bottom on the final last two, which weren't really started in the same way that ours will be. So I think Charter 1 has a good history of meeting the very numbers that we have requested. And when you look at what is going on in Lake Mountain School District, and we provided the information on property taxes and that kind of thing, board member Stephanie Hill and I had a lengthy discussion with the newly elected president of the Lake Mountain School Board, Julie King. And she said, we're not going to have any struggle getting support from Lake Mountain School District. They support it. And in fact, one of their other board members is Joylyn Lincoln of the who works for the Utah Association of Public Charter Schools. She says that we should be welcomed with open arms, and noted that if they had to absorb all of the students that are currently in charter schools in Lake Mountain District, they would be overwhelmed. She said that this opportunity to participating and partnering is a great opportunity. And so she asked us to feel free to reach out once we have the approval and we can sit down with their operations and facility team and start talking about ways that we can collaborate, support, and work together on this one. And so,
Howard,
so
can I
you can
interrupt
see
you
from,
because
yeah,
Howard,
go
this
ahead.
is Stephanie. Can I interrupt you only because I think I was able to capture the exact verbiage during that conversation with Board Chair King. And I think I just want to share that with this board today. She said, you're not going to have a struggle getting support from Lake Mountain School District, and we have no problem partnering with charters. I tell people all the time, I love charters. If all the kids in charter schools came back to our schools, we'd be completely overwhelmed. And of course, she's saying this, understanding that we have that 2,500 population, that's our goal. We'd be completely overwhelmed. We will explore anything and everything to focus on keeping our property taxes within a reasonable rate. We could speak to this in some detail. It's probably not worth it right now, but they have a sincere, well, and you're probably aware too, that they have a sincere challenge to keep taxes within a reasonable rate while also serving students. So don't think you're going to get any pushback from us. I think partnering is great. Feel free to reach out. Hopefully after your approval, we will sit down, we will talk operations, we'll talk facilities, we'll talk locations. And I think it's important for us to mention that right now we have had an interest with people extending to us. 817 families in that area. The average size family has 2.5 children. So we're looking at initially, and we are, what are we now? 19, 20 months out yet? Is that right? I think we're about, ideally, in terms of the proposal. So at this early time, we are looking at people who are approaching us representing 2,000 children.
So can I just follow up? Go ahead, just quickly. I want to refocus you on my question, which is.
I'm just. gonna get to that.
What you've been telling us is consistent with what's in your application. Again, I totally appreciate the audacity of it. I love that we're using that word. It's in your application.
Yeah.
I appreciate the confidence. This is all music to my ears, but that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking what your game plan is for the event that you don't hit these numbers.
If I may go directly to that, because in our last, the presentation that was rejected last year, I, as a CPA and former senator, I mean, I consult with folks on their finances, whatever. I don't know, this is the first application process that I've been involved in with a charter school as a board member. So I may be a bit naive. I don't know how many applications you've had where in the very application, the plan B is embedded to say that our overhead is limited. Our financial nut that we have to crack is limited if we don't hit our numbers. That in and of itself was completely dismissed a year ago. Was ignored. And it sounds to me that it's not being taken very seriously here. So perhaps we need to hear from Charter One on what that really means from their perspective, because I think what I heard, Member Basinger, was, well, okay, yeah, you have this cap, but charter school, what happens if Charter One fails? That seemed to be what was.
Yeah, let me revise my comment. And look, I don't want this to feel adversarial. I fear right now you feel defensive. I want this to be a collaborative conversation.
I don't know how to get it
Here trying to figure out
collaborative.
how can we come together on this, but let me just point out. I am probably not gonna change my mind based on my 15+ years experience. And knowing all the markers in Utah, I know this market, right? To say we can build 100,000 square feet for $200 a square foot, it just doesn't meet all the projects I know. I think there's a risk that that's gonna be a higher cost, right? And I'm okay with that. My point though, is not to try to have a gotcha conversation on some. I think you're gonna fill. I've been out in this area. I know there's standing room. You can't drive by a school out there that doesn't have portables, right? But I'm viewing this through a lens of 10 and 20 years. In the next 2 or 3 or 5 years, there's gonna be there is not a match between supply and demand in this area, right? Now, again, there are a bunch of charter schools and a district that are gonna come right behind us. I'm not just concerned about fall of 27. I'm also thinking about fall of 31 and fall of 36. And what I've seen is that I don't want the building. Now, to your point, you've solved the issue, right? You said, look, our contractual agreement, there's a cap, we're protected. I value that and bravo, right? I don't know of another EMO that has capped their lease rate. I think it's phenomenal what Charter One has done. It shows me they're invested in this. They're willing to eat their own cooking, is the phrase I see. I know of a school here in Utah that built a big building. The EMO came in, they were gonna fill it, they didn't fill it, and all the dollars got sucked out to the EMO. I don't think that's what I'm seeing. So please don't feel accused or aggressive. But what I'm saying though is there are risks financially. We can't just say, we'll get it filled, right? We have to think about what if, right? Now let's set the what if discussion aside because I think you've answered that adequately, at least for me, right? But operationally, we are pursuing excellence. Besides the numbers, I just have a concern about excellence when we start with this capacity, right? So I would like to hear more about that. And again, I want this to be a collaborative discussion. I'm here today to try to help you. I'm expressing where I am though. I think this initial number feels high. I'm hoping that we can come to something maybe isn't so high, but let you build rapidly to achieve what you want to do, but maybe over the course of 6 or 7 or 8 years versus 3 or 4 or 5. And that would put a little less risk, a little more safety. I think of kids in a better place. That's where I'm. So please don't feel accused or ignored. I'm confident. You know, I'm not here today. If I had like I'm not in on this one, I would have told you that. Now, I'm one person, I'm not the board. But I want you to know that I'm here to have a collaborative discussion to see where your lines in the sand are, to see where mine are, and see if we can come to a place where we get there.
Well, maybe the.
Excellence. I'd like to speak to that because that's curriculum. I want you to finish, but that's where I would jump in because that's where the gap closes.
We'll come back to that for
Right.
a minute. The concern. I understand your concerns about the underlying numbers from Charter One about their building costs or square footage,
Salaries.
That's a Charter One side, and we haven't gotten a hearing from them.
Sure.
But maybe I misunderstood your question about our Plan B. Because those are two separate issues. For this board, our Plan B of how are we gonna meet our financial obligations and what is our Plan B to be a going concern and continue is embedded in the application, in the provisions of our lease agreement and the other things. You can't get there though without looking at the data that Howard just went through. Now, maybe it's and I'm certainly not trying to be adversarial, but trying to say, okay, if that doesn't answer the question of what is
Yeah.
Plan B, then I don't understand the question.
Well, I'll step in and say, I think you've answered the question. My concern though is when you talk about, hey, we would reduce staff. Look, I've seen this, that's a tricky thing because you don't just have one class withdraw, right? What happens is instead of having 28 kids in a class, you have 18 in some class. You're like, well, we cut the teacher. Those are hard decisions. It's not just as easy as a spreadsheet to say, well, we will reduce staffing. Those are painful, tough, real world things. And I think there's risk there. And I think you acknowledge that risk. So you could say, hey, we capped our building costs. Bravo. That's one of the big ones you've capped. So you've mitigated your risk that way. But I think the vice chairs, I think he just asked you for just some insight as to how you're thinking about if you didn't have us. I don't want you to get defensive of, well, you know, we're going to hit it. I just think he wants a response to that. But my point is some of these other things you mentioned, salary reductions, those are tricky, painful things, and they don't go. You know, break evens are hard, right? Break evens are. It's hard to plan for them. It's just, you know, you have to do it. But I think we just want to know because of this ask. How have you thought about these other scenarios? I think that's kind of what you're capturing.
Okay, I'll put on my CPA hat for just a moment then, because if you reduce your building costs, because you're not hitting your enrollment, that gives you some headroom over on your staffing side that you're not having to pay over here. You know what I'm saying? So that, if you don't say, well, we're gonna go to Glenn.
Let's just go to Glenn.
I just had a.
Just pull it, you like you said, pull a chair. Thank you.
Sometimes I talk better when I stand.
Oh, well, you know what, I get
But,
that, I get that too.
but let me
You're-
just-
Do whatever feels.
Let me just, I appreciate the board, I appreciate the questions, I actually, sincerely do. I've been involved in charter schools for the last 20 years. Fell into it, didn't mean to do it, and just ended up being involved in it. And it started with Summit Academy right here in Draper. And I've built and developed and sold 94 schools in the last 20 years. And got in the middle of where a school wanted to build for us, wanted us to build for them in Arizona. And I couldn't get them to be taken out with bond financing, and I sat there and had to walk away from it. They turned around, handed me their charter. And they said, we just want you to take it. And what I've done from that point on was built one of the best education systems in the country. Our academics is gold standard in the state of Arizona. It's phenomenal. I just sat down with the two of the largest, best run schools, Great Hearts and Basis, considered one of the top 5 schools in the country, that our letter grades are better than theirs in the state of Arizona. And they just said, we're getting beat by you guys. There's nothing I can say except for congratulations. But back to the question of what happens if we don't hit the numbers. Here's the bottom line. I'm gonna sit there and cover it. I'm personally guaranteeing it. I'm putting the money into it. I'm going to make sure that this happens. And if you ask yourself, how can you say that? Because we have created a situation where right now we are managing and we have funding coming in of almost $450 million a year. Charter One's profit shares of that entity is close to $20 million. And that is that I own. And so that I am gonna turn around, I'm writing the checks, I'm signing the personal guarantees. They're not gonna have to pay rent on facility space that the students aren't there for. I'm covering it. It's a personal guarantee. It's absolutely covering it. You might ask yourself, has that ever been done before? And let me just tell you, the questions you're asking, Mr. Bisnier, it's not wrong. It's appropriate, and I appreciate it. When we went to North Carolina, I didn't go to North Carolina because I wanted to build in North Carolina. The charter school board and the charter school association called me and asked me to come there. And when we went forward, they asked us to put forward a school in Wake Forest. And when we did that, I said, if I'm going to be successful, I've got to be able to have enough students to fund the facility. If you want us to be able to deliver what we've delivered in Arizona, I've got to be able to sit there and afford that. And a business model of getting there in 8 years is not a great business model. A business model is a business model of saying, how do we hit the numbers? And I could never have built in Wake Forest the facility that I built if it wasn't for the fact that the board took a chance and they gave us the charter application. But the reality is I had to write the same personal guarantees there. And I guaranteed that they would not spend more than 20% of their per pupil expenditures on facilities. And what that did is it actually drove that to be more successful than if I didn't have that in there. Because we had to make sure that we hit it. Our first year enrollment there was about 1,650 is on the list. And the reality is we're, I think, 2,900 students there today. And we've got over 3,000 on a wait list. And so what succeeded, and you might ask yourself, why that big? Well, I actually served in the state legislature with Kurt and with Howard and with Matt and others during the 1998 when charter schools were approved. And when charter schools were approved in the state, we became a state that supported charter schools in Utah. It wasn't to create 250 to 450 student schools. It was to create whatever the market dictated and demanded. And this area where ELA has put forth a request for a school in Saratoga and Eagle Mountain, the demands are huge. You said that you don't think that we're gonna have a problem hitting the numbers. I don't think we're gonna have a problem hitting the numbers, and I'm willing to sign a personal guarantee to make sure that that happens. I'm willing to write the check all day long, and I can afford to make those checks cash. That's the backup plan. I love this state of Utah. I love it with every fiber of my body. And I would never have been able to build what I built in Arizona here because it hadn't been done before. I went to Arizona. I've done it 7, 8, 9 times. Of the 20 schools that you talked about that are more than 1,000 students, we built over half of them and we're filled up. When we first did American Leadership Academy in Spanish Fork, we sat there and said, in order to build what we need to build, we have to have at least 1,150 students. We had 1,160 students first year. Everyone said there's no way that actually, we had people from the governor's office of planning.
Glenn, I appreciate your, let me step in just because of time. And I do not dismiss anything you're saying. I think we want to have a more expansive discussion. Here's my sense. With this, I'd love to hear about operational excellence because that's important to me. Look, where I am, I don't doubt you want to write a check. I think you probably will have to write a check for the first few years because I think the numbers here are, a little too low. But I get it. You're here to say, look, I have the backing, I can do it. So I'm okay with that. But that's just one point of concern that I have. The other
that you brought
is,
up was $45,000 for teachers. In the budget, in the charter application, it's actually showing $60,000.
for teacher salaries, it is. I think there were like 70, but there are other staff, right? There's a lot of other staff that were really low, right? Substitute teachers, admin folks, operational folks. And look, these are your numbers, not mine.
These are our
But I'm
numbers
just
based on
saying that-
4,500 employees that we currently operate throughout the United States.
Yeah, but I know the numbers in Utah, right? And I don't think you're defending 45,000, even though that's what's in your application. When you go down to, again, we're 130s, You do have teacher salaries at 60. Now, is that quite at the median that I see? No, but it's, at least it's close, right? It's strikeable. But I hope you appreciate my concern, right? When I see information that's being supplied and it says our facility costs are, you know, gonna be really low. I think that's challenged. Our salary costs are gonna be really low. That just builds this more fragile than I wish it were underlying financial picture. Now, you're here to say, look, I'm the white knight. I will write the check because I believe in the state and I believe in the school. Great. By the way, I'm not braced for enrollment of 600 here. I think you will enroll high. But again, my thing is, it's not solving this problem in 2027. It's 2031, 36. And eventually there will be more options there. And I just don't want to school the battle with being too big, too fast and having too big of a parachute behind it. Now, let's just maybe table this for a moment. I do want to hear about operational excellence, because that concerns me trying to open with 1,500.
And thank you. And I just wanna, I'm mindful of our time, so, and I wanna be sure that other board members have a chance to know, so please, Stephanie, please go ahead, and then, I'm just, because our other school is here and respecting their state, so. And I don't wanna put a time limit,
No,
but
I
just that I'm
can't.
sensitive about that, so
I
please go
can
ahead.
laser it. I can laser it. Before I get into operational excellence, I just want to address one issue from kind of a different angle. I'm on the Iron County School Board. We are considering a 4-day week. And it has exploded nationally. One of the things that's very interesting about this, we thought that there was the possibility of a cost saving opportunity. In fact, we saw that it's not nearly what we thought it might be, but we put this informal survey out. We got blasted 70% in favor of a 4-day from our parents and from our staff. And here's the response with the staff. We need to breathe. They care about money. We all gotta pay our bills. But by cracking, you know what they care about? We can't breathe anymore. The behaviors are off the hook. It is out of control. We need to breathe. Please let us breathe. So while we all gotta make money and we all gotta pay bills, what attracts, and as a 27-year veteran to the high school classroom, and I'm in classrooms every week, what attracts people to a program, and I'd still be teaching if I could teach with Mary Ziegler, because man, we rocked and rolled with 9th and 10th grade. We just pounded it and we loved it and we loved those kids. Operational excellence is wrapped up in a curriculum. And when I say laser, and we could talk, if you want to call me up, let's crunch through this. We'll get Amaris on the line. We can crunch this stuff. And it would be really fun. MTSS, the idea of tier identifies a strata or a level or a group. This curriculum and this program is not about a level. It's about a kid. It's about a kid. I'm on this board. I'm the one who recovered a child. And if I were to show you his neuropsych evaluations, the kid would never have spoken. By God, the kid speaks. And it's every kid. And they meet monthly. They meet with the facilitators and with the teachers and with the admin, and they talk kids. And let me tell you what. I drove up a car that was failing. Forgive me, call the patrol if you need to. I'm calling the mechanic because I gotta get here. I gotta see a house. Because I am committed from your training. How well is this school gonna work? How well does it work? They're gonna provide the how well. And I've never seen anything better. I taught at a nationally ranked high school. Plan B is all of us coming together with the passion to make sure every kid succeeds. Any teacher, any aide, any secretary wants to be in that kind of program. And we'll get them paid. I'll let Glenn figure that out. We'll get them paid. But the reason people teach and create a program, you mentioned PBS. My father was on the regional board of CPP, which unfortunately we have defunded. He was critical in educational programming, innovative, distance education. you know what? I just want to be with a group of people who's gonna do it for every kid. I've done it with my own, I've done it with my kids, my own students. So if you want to call anytime, we'll talk shop about how that works, what it looks like, because it's not a tier. It's every kid and every resource. And I'm sorry, sometimes my passion overwhelms the.
Trust me, you're speaking, you all have seen me in public
I know,
meetings, you know,
I That was maybe
So-
not lasered enough.
No, and I
Operational
appreciate that,
excellence.
I wanna say too, I don't think, from my end, I don't have concerns about curriculum. And in fact, in my research, I liked what I saw in the social studies curriculum, it actually made me happy to see words that I can't necessarily use in other places, so I'm just gonna say, I appreciated that,
Madam Chair,
so, yes,
Can I-
and I'm just.
we have Richard Moss online who would like to respond to this conversation if we could.
Excellent, and we're probably, I'm mindful that probably about 10 minutes, so board members that have not asked a question after Mr. Moss, after you share your comments. Other board members, I'm gonna turn it to you if you have a question that you would like to ask. And then please start thinking about a potential motion, because there's so much passion, that is not a question in this space. And so I do want to ensure that we are action oriented in providing what we need to move forward. Mr. Moss, please go ahead.
Well, good morning, everybody, and I really appreciate the dialogue here and helping everyone to create the greatest charter school that we can for this area. Some comments that were made earlier by Kim Frank. I'd like to compliment her on her when she discussed the price of the facility that she built for $25 million that housed 1,000 students, compared to Alpine School District doing the same thing with $250 million. Ensign Leadership Academy, the guidelines for the facilities will be built with the same guidelines as that. We've worked for many, many years on different aspects of construction and creating value engineered buildings that accommodate, the strong academics that will be provided by ELA. And another comment that was made earlier, again, just brevity of time, there was a comment made about 50 square feet per student, which is not accurate. It's more around 85 square feet per student. I agree with Mr. Biesinger. You can't put 1,535 students in a facility at 100,000. This facility will be approximately 130,000 square feet its first year to accommodate the 1,535. And those square foot numbers, we have data to back that up as well on the cost of those, on how we can build for those facilities. They're being built all over the country right now that hit those square foot numbers. And that's one of the dynamics of the style of the campus style that is being proposed for this facility, where it's not all under one roof. You can do individual pods of classrooms, and the economies of scale, you're able to bring the cost down on those. And we've developed this over many, many years. So no, we are able to comfortably hit the 200 square foot number in there. And again, we could get into the details separately if you like. Thank you.
Can I say,
Thank you.
can I say something really quick? As the Senate sponsor of Utah's charter school law, I have been disappointed over the 25 years that we have sought small. We have mostly boutique charter schools. We don't have a lot of comprehensive charter schools. And I think it's time that we start thinking about that, because if it's so successful in high growth areas in other states, why can't we allow it to happen in Lake Mountain School District? I'm pleading with you to let us do that.
And then I'll turn it over to the other board members. For me, and I would agree, my sticking point is also the number. And I appreciate the financial analysis on that, but for me, it's what the research says in terms of a school and what we know is best practice of being able to actually interact and meet the needs and build a community. So so I'm just gonna leave that there. Please go ahead, Member Hutchins.
Okay, I have just, I think, two questions. One is, I think, pretty simple, the other one a little bit deeper. But I do want to start out by saying, we've been using the word audacious, and I think it's very true. And I will say, looking at the board composition, if any board could pull this off, this board could. And I'm with Clint in saying, I would love for this to be a yes, and I hope we can find a way to make it a yes. My first question that's probably pretty simple, and I don't mean it to be nitpicky, but I am asking it to make a little bit of a point one way or another. And that is in the application on page 19, you talk about graduation requirements for the high school. Are you planning to ask for any kind of graduation requirement waiver from USBE?
Stephanie?
I don't think so. Okay. And I asked that because the graduation requirements listed are not the graduation requirements for the state of Utah. And so there are a few little differences. And so you probably want to look at that, make sure that you're committing to the right graduation.
Right.
And it kind of goes to, as we're thinking about maybe alternative motions, some of the feedback that we've received, which I completely agree with, is high schools are very complicated. And the scope of this school, along with, the high enrollment number, maybe, overcomplicate things and make it more difficult than it needs to be to get started. And so, I'm just putting out there as something to think about, if we're looking at ways to make the numbers and the financials and operationals something that we feel more comfortable with approving. That might be something that we look at as far as scaling, maybe having more of a tiered start to the high school instead of trying to start with the full high school. There are financial, there are operational reasons that you may want to consider that. And like I said, I don't mean that to be a gotcha, but that's pretty basic and foundational to have mistakes in your application. And so it was a red flag to me when I read the proposal. And then as I listened to the discussion and got some of the feedback, it kind of resonated with me as something to consider as far as, starting a K through 12. If there are ways that we can help this board feel more comfortable with approving it, that could be part of that motion.
What are you referring to that the standard is higher than what the state is, or are you saying that it's less than the standard?
The numbers are incorrect. So for example, the
credits,
the US history requirement is a full credit, not a half a credit. Fine arts is 1.5 credits, not 1 credit. Digital studies isn't listed. And in the next couple of years, there will be, by the time you guys start, government will be a full credit. So just, like I said, nitpicky.
well, it's not, it's actually appreciated because quite frankly, our number one goal is to be the most compliant school this state will ever have.
The one thing we did put
We
in
will follow the law.
Well, one thing we did put in the application in this section was aligning with Utah's requirements. And then it said, here's an example, but it was a catch-all to say, yes, we will align. So the question specifically, are we anticipating a waiver of graduation requirements? The answer is no. And those requirements may change between now and when we open the school. That's why it's labeled examples. Okay, and so we understand the catch-all is we will meet Utah's requirements, aligning with Utah's requirements.
And reading the whole application, I do truly believe that. I think this really could be one of those charter schools in the state that we hold up as an example as the state charter school board as a really effective school. My next question, something that gave me pause on page 39, when you look at the organizational structure, it looks like what you have here, and this kind of goes to a bigger question about the relationship with your EMO, Charter One. It looks like the director is reporting to Charter One to the board. Is that good?
I think it's reporting to both.
Okay. Who employs the director?
The board. The school. Yeah, we're employing the director. That's what I say. They're gonna be reporting to the board, but we want to make certain that there's a connection between Charter One and the school.
I think it's a fair point, though. The application clearly has a chart that says the executive director is an employee of Charter One. And you might have the page number, I can look, but
Yeah,
I
it's
think
39.
you reference the page.
Yes, 39. So in your other schools, the director reports to the governing board, not to Charter One?
Yeah, the governing board, let me explain how it works in the state of Arizona, okay? Because what we will do, we'll follow state law no matter where we're at. But in the state of Arizona, all of the employees are Charter One employees. And Charter One has a contract with American Leadership Academy. And so we have a responsibility, I have the responsibility to the board to sit there and deliver exactly what was expected on that. So every state's different. You know, there's an old saying in charter school, seeing one state, seeing one state. This, you know, state of North Carolina, every single employee has to be an employee of the school. So
your plan for Ensign in Utah would be for all
of state law.
staff. Would be for all of the staff to be employed by.
as of right now, it's ELA.
Okay.
Yeah.
So just to expand on that just a little bit. And this, when my first position as a charter school director in Utah, was at a charter school where it wasn't an EMO, but they played a very similar role. I see a lot of similarities in what you're offering. And one thing, because this caught my eye as the director, or they called it head of school, and all actually the school administrators were actually employed by this organization, not by the school board. And that does cause some conflicts. You do, and you say the director reports to both. I would go back to trying to serve two masters is a very difficult position for a director to be in. I've been in that position. I have a lot of respect for the organization that I was hired by to be the director of the school. And I loved the school where I was. But there were many times where I was put in a position where I had to choose between following the direction of my employer and following the direction of my board. And I will tell you, that is a really hard position for a director to be in, regardless of what state law allows. To let you know, that's a really hard position to put a director in. And so I guess I would ask you to think about, what would you do when something like that happens? Because frankly, it's bound to happen. How do you, as I'll say, as the Ensign board, support your director in being in a position like that? I would also, just as part of that is, in this discussion here reminded me of similar experience that the organization that employed me also had an agreement that they would pay off the debt of the school. At the end of the year, any outstanding debt, in a roundabout way, they paid off that debt. And that sounds great, right? Takes away the risk, the financial risk to the school. With that, there comes some complexity too, because then you have a board that is indebted to an outside organization or an organization they're contracted with. That puts a board in a really hard position, because when the organization is saying, we pay your debt, we make it possible for you to be financially solvent, then the board is in some ways beholden to this organization. And if the organization, if there's that debt and the board's trying to crunch the numbers and figure out how do we save, and the organization is saying you need to do it this way, we're paying your debt, it really compromises the independence of the board. And so you need to think about, as a board, how are you going to handle situations like that when you're willing to write the check, and that's great, but it doesn't free them of the complication of being able to direct their school, because they will be beholden to you, whether you mean to, whether you mean to, do that as in a helpful way, or whether you mean to do that as in an adversarial way. There's going to be that tension and that conflict for the board and for the director. I remember the board at the school was really, really focused on wanting to pay down that debt and to not be indebted to that organization. And the discussions on the organization side is they thought that was kind of silly. They liked to have that debt because it did allow them to actually control the school. And the board in many ways was a rubber stamp following what the organization would allow, because they signed the check that made the school solvent. And so, I guess my question to you is, what do you do in those situations? When Charter One, in your experience in leading very successful schools, is saying you need to solve this problem this one way, and the board is saying, you know what, to be in line with what we believe our mission and vision are, we need to solve this problem another way. How do you resolve that when you're holding the purse strings?
Well, I mean, quite frankly, our mission and vision is actually equally yoked between this board and our organization. I wouldn't be doing this school if I wasn't yoked with them, and they wouldn't be using me if I wasn't yoked.
What is the role of the board?
So the board is policy. It's public policy. It's just like the state legislature is to the state of Utah. It's to set policy.
Thank you for your questions.
Could I jump in?
Hold on. Can we hold one second? I just want to be mindful for some questions for other board members, and then I will.
I think that's.
It was me. Sorry, Member Marshall. Sorry, please go ahead.
Being online, I apologize. So,
No, that's
I do appreciate the grandeur, I guess, of this ask, and I do think that there's tremendous opportunity in the K through 12 space as a director of a school that exists in the K through 12 space. It's one where has some tremendous value, but it also comes with some pretty significant challenges. Specifically at the high school level, if you look at across the state of Utah, there's very few charter schools that exceed the 2,000 mark. And there are even of those numbers, even fewer that are a K through 12 model, a standalone brick and mortar K through 12, especially in the same geographic space. You guys kind of spoke a little bit about ALA as a kind of a precursor, a marker for kind of your model. Even with ALA, they've kind of struggled to meet their full kind of enrollment. So I guess my concerns kind of align a little bit with what Board Biesinger was talking about. We in the charter world, adding facilities and drawing those high school students and drawing the enrollment is pretty paramount, especially with high schools. In your application, you talk about extracurriculars being an important element to draw students, and in your proposal, it doesn't really it talks a lot about the facilities, but it doesn't really talk about some of those additional features. And as someone who lives in that space, as a director who manages the extracurricular side of things, it can be a significant financial burden for the school, but it also can be a blessing. And so in your proposal, you talk about the 100 to 130,000 square feet now of square footage. Just to put some things in perspective, a school the elementary school, we added about 28,000 square feet. It cost around $8 million. A renovation for a field for, gym and those kind of things can be in the millions of dollars. And so I just wanted to have you kind of speak to that element a little bit, because I do know it's a really important part of the high school community. And it sounded like that was a part of your application, that was to draw students to your school. And if that is the case, again, to Board Member Biesinger's comments, I think the financial ask, doesn't really equate to be able to accommodate for some of those bigger elements that would kind of speak to those pieces. So I'd love to kind of hear your comments on that. The other thought too is, one of the greatest parts of being a K through 12 model is that your junior high and your elementary can be a feeder. In your proposal, I mean, you start pretty big at the junior high level, around 140 to 120 students, and then it kind of grows there from the high school up to the high school. Even at the junior high level, those can be pretty significant numbers. There's several charter schools even in that area that are struggling to meet enrollment demands. There's charter high school there in Eagle Mountain that that they're under enrolled. So and even in the new Alpine School District, the Lake Mountain School District, they're building that brand new high school. There's quite a bit of growth. Even though there is quite a bit of growth, there also is quite a bit of opportunity for students to choose some schools that are out there. So I'd love to get your guys' perspective on those two things. How does this compete with the current space that's in Saratoga Springs? And can you speak to not just the facility costs, because I think $40 million just on the facility costs that I deal with at my school is significantly underfunded, and then the extracurricular side of things.
When can you? Yeah, absolutely. Let me just say that's a great question. The reality is this: if you shoestring or you try to get yourself there over a 6 to 10 year program to go from 450 students to 2,500 students, you're not going to provide all those extracurriculars. It's just not. If we all sat around and we had the time to do it, and we whiteboarded every single thing that we would want in a perfect school, we would list all kinds of extracurriculars, all kinds of academic situations and facilities and everything else. And guess what? The reason we asked for a 2,500 student school by year 2, 3, or 4, it's because to be able to provide the full high school, full experience. And all I can tell you is that I don't know how many people in the last 20 years that have been before this board that has done it. We've done it. We've done it 8 times, and we're doing it, and we've succeeded successfully. There's not a better group of individuals, board members, which are completely arm's length, and the management side of things that has done it better than we have. And this is something that we cannot offer the extracurricular activities and the full high school experience that you just talked about without the numbers. That's the bottom line. And when charter schools were approved in 1998, this was the decision was parents should have choice first and foremost, and that a school can be whatever they feel they want. It's the demand is what the choice of the parents are and what people can bring to the table. In North Carolina, they've never approved a school more than 450 students. And it took a full, they turned us down the first year. In the second year that they approved us, I just said, look, I'm willing to put my money where my mouth is. Please give us this opportunity and we will show you. And Wake Prep Academy is absolutely killing it in North Carolina. And we wouldn't be where we're at if we started at 450 or 900 students. We had to have the ability to sit there and ramp into it. And right now it's an incredible school sitting in Wake Forest. So, the question is what does state statutes say of what what a school's supposed to be, and we've tried to follow the state statute 100%, and we will follow. We will be the most compliant school to this board in the state.
Member Beasley, before Member Bassett, Member Pulsifer, any questions that you would like to add before I turn it back to Member Beasley?
I just have a very
Is that
brief, I'll just have a brief comment because they're realizing time. I did mention when you were here before, this is a hard ask, but if anyone can do it, you can. And I did say that, and I do think you have a very powerful team. I am a little concerned about the high school numbers too, and I understand what you're saying about trying to make it work and so on, but I actually have had a significant amount of experience zoning new schools in Jordan School District and Clark County School District. And it is really, really hard to get seniors and juniors and so on to switch schools, even for a shinier, newer, better, and we can make it whatever. It's really hard. And so I'm a little concerned about how fast that's growing and if that will really work. So that's really one of my biggest concerns is that. So I won't take any more time.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I would add in a lot of what I'm thinking has already been expressed as well. But I'll say out loud, again, confidence in this board. And also, you know, when we call it audacious, I find audacious exciting. Yeah, risky, but that's my gut response is the excitement of possibility. So I'll say that before we move on.
Thank you.
I just want to make a couple comments and then I'd like to share with the board my thought about
Great.
a motion. One, Glenn, I'm gonna call you Glenn, you know, he's never met. I really appreciate your words today. I know you're gonna back this. I will critique your organization though. Our job was, we've gone through a multi-month process where your team was tasked to provide us information in an application. And what I've heard today is, well, it won't be 100,000, it'll be 130. Well, don't worry about this. I'm gonna personally back it because I can do it. And there's a few other examples. If I'm gonna beat you up, nobody bats 1,000, but it would have been better if there would have been more time put into the thinking of this application to help at least me, and I think our collective board, have our concerns dealt with. It's hard to come today and say, don't worry about what we've given you, just worry about what we're telling you now, and it's gonna be okay. And that's I'm being a little unfair, but I do appreciate you coming today, putting your personal reputation on the line. I think that matters a lot, and I wanna thank you for that. But I wish that this would have been, there's just some numbers in here that aren't, well, just not close enough to reality. Now, with operations. I think probably unintentionally, but I've probably steered this discussion down a financial path, although I think the other board members shared some of those concerns. I am equally, if not more so, concerned about putting kids in a position of success. Now, Stephanie, I think I remember, excuse me, the first meeting we had, you have some connection to the special needs community. I don't know if it's your own child or, but you.
Yeah, 20 years of advocating
Yeah,
at the state
I am a
level
parent
and
of a kid now.
let's
right?
do it, dude.
I appreciate it. I mean, your passion is, we're gonna hear from Irene in a minute. She shares her same passion. She's gonna stand out. She's gonna talk too much. I'm all over this. It's such a compliment to all of you.
Yeah.
Your job at the end of the table is to believe in this and believe that basically plan B is to make sure plan A works. I get it. Okay. Our job over here is to evaluate risk, to review information that we have before us, and to make sound decisions that we can defend to our constituents at the Board of Education, the governor's office, the legislature, the taxpayers of Utah. This is a risky application. And I get that you provided the 8 schools that I referenced. I already looked these up. I've looked them up. There are 8,000 schools. Please know that I'm trying to do something here that is hard and audacious, but I gotta do it within a lane of being appropriate with public dollars. Okay? I believe in you. I wanna see you go out of here. I want you guys on the bus. Now, Chair Bramble, we have not met. This is the first meeting I think you've been at here. I know that, Member Stevenson, Howard has been here on every meeting, and he's been in every UAPCS training. I'm not sure if you've been able to attend all those or some of them. I have so much respect, and I hear what he said. I'm pleading with you to think outside of the box, right? To let there be a big school. So I'm getting that. But I will say, as a board member, right, there's a learning curve that this board's gonna go through. Doesn't mean you're bad, just there is, right? Who's the executive director working for? In this application, it leads us to believe that they're working for the EMO. That's what this application said. I think we've had a hedged answer today. My personal position to the board would be, your director better work for you and better have a fiduciary responsibility for you. I've seen this problem around the country. If your landlord is your business manager, that is a tough thing, right? When things aren't optimal. That's a tough thing. Your director better work for you, okay? The EMO better work for the board and not the other way around, right? Now, I don't say that with threat. I think you're all aligned, I believe. But there is a curve here, right? What worked in Arizona, what worked in the Carolinas is not completely transferable to Utah. We have unique funding, we have unique dynamics. My goodness, Eagle Mountain and Saratoga Springs are not even completely aligned, right? Like Saratoga Springs is more saturated with schools than Eagle Mountain is, right? Now, I am not here to make a decision, here's the disclosure or disclaimer, on threatening other schools, right? That's not within our statutory guidelines, but I am here to make a decision on the completeness of the board, the soundness of the application, the demand profile, and all of that. But I can see there's still some stuff here to work through. So with that, I'm a believer in this team. What I would present to my fellow board members would be a motion of this, and I'm open for critique or you know, just feel free. Grades K through 8, they have 756 kids. That are, no, I'm sorry, that it's more than that. It's more than that. They have 140 kids, like 5 classrooms wide, 28 per classroom. The 28, that's a great financial number. I think 25 is probably the number a teacher would rather have. Let's not force on them.
22.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The finances are hard, right?
It is, it's 22.
My thinking is this, so I will offer this as a first draft for consideration. I'd love to see this school move forward. This is the right group for me. I would think about K through 8 being 3 wide. I have 75 kids per grade. That's 675 students. They're asking for 275 kids in their high school grades. I'd like to give them all of that. Now, I'm not saying, you know, I don't want to break this down per grade, but that number for me is a year 1 enrollment of 950 kids. That would be the biggest opening in Utah history. And I'm with Howard. We need to think wide, right? Now, I think there is a movement across the country to go smaller and more specific. But every once in a while, you got to be you, right? And they're asking to be them, and I want to respect that. In years 2 and 3, I would add 250 kids, or allow 250 kids growth per year. So that would be a 3-year approval with a cap of 1450. 950 year 1, 1200 year 2, 1450 year 3. 1450 will be one of the top, Debbie can correct me, but it's one of the top 15, 18 schools in the state. It's huge. 950 will be the biggest opening. I actually think they'll get to 950. I don't doubt that. I'm not sure they can build their building for what they say they can, but you know what? They'll work it out, right? But there's enough here, and there's some safety behind this in the ongoing metrics, but there's enough here for me to want to make that motion. So that would be my motion, is to go 675 K through 8 year 1, 275, give them all the high school kids, 950 year 1, 1200 year 2, 1450 year 3. So I would just authorize them. I would move them forward with a cap of 1450. Then I would beg them to come back in 2 years and say, look, Clint, you jerk, you didn't give us the kids we wanted. We're full. We're kicking butt on grades. And I will quickly say, great. It's not that I doubted you. I just wanted to make sure we had speed limit to start off good. If you want more kids, let's talk. I will tell you, last year, every large expansion that came before us, every satellite was approved and the discussions with them. If you're a quality school, I'm confident this board's going to embrace you. But I want to start off with what I am comfortable with, a risk profile for all of our various stakeholders that is outside of what they want. Now, I would like to hear from you, because that may not be a fair thing on your side. But I just want to, before I do though, get a sense, maybe the board doesn't think like I do, and you certainly don't have to. That would be my proposal.
Can I just push back on that just a little bit with just a quick comment or question? what is the downside, financially to the stakeholders? If we approve the enrollment that's presented in the application and they're not able to hit? What is the downside where the funding ultimately is going to be based on the actual student enrollment?
If you're doing it to me,
It's somewhat rhetorical.
I think if they build a building for 1,000 kids and we authorize them for 2,500, there is no downside, right? But what a school's gonna do is they're gonna build up to what they think they are, and what they're telling us they think they will be is 2,050 by year 3. So they're gonna have to build the necessary square footage to get to, in their application, they say 1,800. So the downside is they're gonna build this extra space. And then, now, operationally, there is a downside. I just think it is, I want kids to be in a great place. And the bigger we get, just the more risk we put there. So some of my concern is financial, but equally and right next to that, my concern is, let's just make sure this is excellent and organically grow up from there. Is it a little slower and not exactly what they want to do out of the gate? Yeah, it's disappointing, I get it, but I want to ensure that we're gonna really take this and do it well, and then scale. And so that would be my response.
Makes sense.
Can I chime in?
Yes, but I just want to make sure, are there any other, well, not share.
Yeah,
Are there any other board
I would
members?
say let's, okay, thank you. Stephanie,
Could I
yes,
ask
please,
Could I ask a
and I
question?
think-
Kind of, sorry,
or no,
are
is
you
that
there?
me?
Yeah,
Yeah, yes.
I
Go
kind of was
ahead now.
similarly in kind of reducing the overall numbers, just to give them kind of a runway so that they can build up those numbers and hopefully hit their enrollment cap. I would love to better understand what the facility space and the geography in drawing in those students, what that would look like. If the directive from this school proposal is to build more out in Eagle Mountain versus more in Saratoga Springs, like, you know, I would love to kind of better understand what is their geographic desire. Are they planning on trying to get into Saratoga Springs? And then if they do build a facility that big, to be able to get to their numbers, I don't know how that would work financially. So.
Thanks. Nate, I can address
we have
that.
got-
This is, Howard, go ahead, you do it.
We have considered the siting of the building, the facility, in a way that Charter One has done in Arizona, where they actually, if parents have to drive kids to Eagle Mountain because that's where the land costs are affordable, and that's really where we ought to be putting new schools, that Charter One actually buses kids from drop-off points further east, for example, in Saratoga Springs, and would take them back to Eagle Mountain, so that it wouldn't be an adverse commute for parents dropping their kids at the school.
And I would just say that we've already looked at a lot of the property, and our intention is to work completely collaboratively with Lake Mountain to see where they need us most. I just want to speak briefly to that idea of a reduced rollout. What's going to happen as a result of that is we will not be able to offer the types of extracurriculars that would be the pull. And never pulls a bright. I absolutely, I mean, I taught high school, and there's, you know, they be true to your school, we could sing it, right? The parents are going to have a great override, because that one-stop shop is so powerful. That singular line of communication, the scope and sequencing, all of that is so powerful. And if we have a really robust extracurricular, we'll get the high school kids. Granted, and I understand this, be true to your school, that's going to fall off, but with this reduced rollout, that would be affected. I mean, there's no question that would be affected with the high school students, because they want it all. They want to be able to launch into a forensics program and a DECA and football and lacrosse. And so with a scaled down rollout, our high school is going to be, our high school draw is going to be affected. Just wanted to.
I think though that wasn't necessarily, and maybe that's what you were gonna say. But yes, I appreciate that, but and to the member B Singer's rollout, it wasn't affecting those high school numbers, which is really that 7-12. Where those extracurriculars are gonna make a difference. And, you know, and again, we could argue, I know we have very powerful high schools with 1,200 students. I'm in Weaver County, my daughter's in a school with 1,900 students and it is way too big. And I was in a meeting 2 days ago with the administrators talking about that they felt they couldn't create the kind of community. Now, again, I know that's different from the model, right? That's not even related. So I think that's still an option and with those numbers. So I think just to that point, I think.
I have one comment on Stacey, but I'll just say, acknowledged, I get this would be not what you're asking for. I don't wanna harm you, but again, according to the application, the mission, the vision, the raise, like, it doesn't lead with, but we really need to have a bunch of extracurricular, it leads with, we want to support the family, provide the best educational experience, learn, lead, change the world. You can do all those things that are core to what you told us your mission are. And have a slower rollout. I really did consider that. I didn't pick this number willy-nilly. I've actually spent a week trying to figure out like, what could I do? I don't want to compromise what you're trying to be. I do realize though, my proposal will compromise your speed at which you can become that, especially in your high school grades. Even though the 275 is the number you asked for in high school, I get that some of the overall funding will kind of float off to the high school and provide you with bandwidth. I get that that's going to be slower, but I'm appealing with you that on our side, we're just trying to put kids in the best place for success and take some of the risk to our various stakeholders, which are also staring at this off the table. That's really what I'm trying to get to is.
So with that, could we entertain a motion just to start this conversation and see where
I'll
we
make a
might,
motion.
please?
I would motion that we approve the application for Ensign Learning Academy, Ensign, not learning, I'm sorry, Ensign Leadership Academy, thank you. With an amendment cap of 1,450 kids, which I would expect them to meet by the third year. But I would be excited to see this group be able to move forward.
So we have a motion from member Biesinger. Is there a second to that motion?
Can I just ask for clarification on the motion? Would it be capping at 950 and 1,200 in years 1 and 2? Or are you suggesting that we'll put out 1,450 if they're able to hit that potentially early on?
Yeah.
Then they would be able to do that and have that funding, and then it could potentially go up from there.
I don't want to be too hawkish, but I guess to keep within the parameters, I think 950 is an audacious opening. So maybe the motion should have the 950, 1,200, 1,450 in years 1, 2, and 3. If you would recommend that.
I'm not recommending it. I don't know. I don't know that I would, but it's an interesting question.
I don't know if we need a second and we need to discuss it.
Yes, let's see if we can get a second on that motion and then we can open.
I'll second it.
Okay, hey, that sounds, thank you.
I just want to wrap up what I said. I am not against EMOs. I think there's a lot of benefits to having partnerships like that for charter schools. I think one of the things that most of us have said is one of the things you could see this as a risk that we're taking as the state charter school board. And one of the main reasons that we're at this point considering this risk is because of the power of the board, not the power of Charter One. And so I bring up what I did about, indebtedness and who the director reports to, hopefully for you to have some conversations as a board about how you're going to handle that. I think it clips right on in saying that I believe, this is my belief, personal belief, the director should report to the board and the EMO works for the board. And also the board is not just there to make policy. They're there to do a lot more. They're there to guide and direct the school. With that, if this board is doing that, I happily second that motion.
Thank you for that comment. And I, to the point of the enrollment, I think I would probably feel comfortable at just a 1450. And not necessarily being as prescriptive, on what that would necessarily look like to.
That was my first instinct, but, managing
Yeah.
groups. But, yeah.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
in the legislature, when a motion is made, sometimes the chairs will suspend the rules and allow comment. Would it be appropriate here to hear from us on this proposal?
I think so.
like it.
I'm happy to do that. Thank you.
First of all, I appreciate the Avenger, the power of the board, all of that. I will point out that 4 of us that are on the ground floor of this were in the legislature and understand the intent of the charter movement because we were there. And one of the frustrations is that we have boutique charters and we're trying to put forward a comprehensive model. And our numbers were derived from intense demographic studies, population studies, the growth studies and such. They weren't pulled out of thin air. They were based on empirical evidence that we believe. When you say your name's on the line, they are because you will cast a vote. Our names are on the line from a fiduciary, legal, financial. We are putting our money where our mouth is entirely. Having said that, we want to make a deal as well. I'm concerned that the number 14, if the motion is 1450 without the limitations, I think that can work. It's a bit of a compromise and it can work. That would allow us to come back if we hit that in the first year. We're
Yes,
gonna be coming back to you in year 2.
you can.
And no, I understand,
yeah.
but we're gonna be coming back and saying, look, we asked for 1535. We told you by year 3, we'd be 2000. We're at 15 or we're at 1450 and here's our waiting list to get in. That's what we anticipate. So in that sense, we can live with it. It would be very difficult in sidebar with Glenn. We have a financial model. We know how the numbers are derived in making this work. We appreciate Glenn's willingness to backstop it, personal guarantee and that kind of thing. But we know what it takes to make it work, to get this comprehensive model moving. That's part of the vision of what charters were intended to be when we started them 25 years ago. That's where this model came from. So if you're considering the motion at 1450 rather than the 2050, that's close. That allows us to come close to what our model was in that first year. And if we do that in our first year, obviously we're going to be coming back and making a strong case based on the original application. The questions of governance, I appreciate you saying, well, we're giving lip service, but it's not in the application. Organizational charts, the verbiage talks about the board has the fiduciary responsibility. That is a broad and deep responsibility that we take seriously. That means a director, who does the director report to? An organizational chart, lines on a paper aren't what makes the organization work. The practical effect is this board plans on being a hands-on board. And if that didn't come through from this application on a organizational chart that is limited to a couple boxes and a couple of lines, we apologize for that. We have no intention of abdicating our fiduciary responsibility as board members. As chair, I have a unique responsibility. I'm not putting my 40+ years as a CPA, 24 years as a senator, and being a highly successful businessman on something that's going to fail. Nor is Senator Stevenson, nor is former Representative Way, nor is Matt Throckmorton, nor the rest. And I don't mean to ignore the rest of the board.
Right.
But we are putting it all on the line here. So I'd like you to consider that as you're taking this vote. And we would respectfully request that the motion be, if we're going to negotiate, if we're going to compromise, that it be that 1450 cap, and then let us come back after that, because that allows us to continue within a model, because we still have those plan B backstops that were embedded
Definitely,
in the proposal.
definitely. Thank you for Dr. comments.
Quick comment, Chair.
Yes, please.
I like the idea of coming up with a number. And I like the idea of still though not being overly prescriptive in which year they would have to hit that number. I'd love to give them the flexibility of being able to get there in year one, and if they can, wow. They can come back and I'm sure we'll gladly give them more. So I'm in favor of the motion. I'd also be in favor of just approving them at their year one number of 1535. Which I think they gave some careful consideration to. But by giving them a cap that is within the scope of what they've proposed in the application, we give them the opportunity to prove us wrong and hit that number in year one.
I like that.
And still have the flexibility to make some future plans, build out a wait list, plan for the future and come back to us quickly and we can approve more numbers after that. So that would be my suggestion, is that we just give them 1535 in year one. I feel totally comfortable with the application, approving them to go forward, the leadership team, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know the waste of time talking about that, but that would be my suggestion. But alternatively, if the board is not interested in going to 1535 as an approval, I'm totally fine with the motion as well.
We
Thanks,
would,
Vice Chair.
we would prefer the motion of
Okay,
35
good.
because that fits all of our modeling.
Yeah.
That fits what.
Yes,
What
well, and for that
we
first
ramped up for.
yes.
My comment here would be this, though.
Yeah, go ahead.
There is a scenario that's pretty likely that they fill 1535 in year one and come back and say, hey, remember us? My concerns are not, at that point, though, we will be able to vet the financial situation better than we can now. But I still am mindful of not too big, not too quick. So my thought process was 3 wide instead of 5 wide. So I don't want to be as prescriptive as, 950 year one, but I just don't want you to misinterpret at least Clint, right? Where I'm saying, if you think, okay, we got 1535, we'll just go back in a year and then we're gonna ask for 1800, 2050. I'm gonna be hesitant on that. I want to see quality. I am nudging you towards rethinking, reevaluating, thinking about 3 wide in your lower grades, really nailing it. The other thing that we consider quickly is not just the financial health of a charter school, but it is the performance of a charter school. I think you share that same aggressive approach, right? When you come back in year one, you won't even have your base year numbers. And to be honest, those base years numbers should be viewed as a pretest because those kids are just entering your school. They're not really getting to experience what makes you good in your secret sauce. So I just am preparing you that, for me anyway, I think you should view this as more like a 3-year kind of guideline, not a 1-year guideline. If you come back, you're like, we fiddled, please give us more. I will look at more wider criteria, and I want to be upfront with you now. I'm going to look at your academic performance. We won't really have that. So I'm bracing you to prepare for a 3-year runway to that number, not a 1-year runway. You don't have to think like I do, but I want to be a transparent partner with you and tell you at least that's why I went 950, 1200, 1450. If it's 1535, that's great. I don't want to quibble over that difference, but I will say, I just don't want you to misinterpret at least my vote today, and come back in 1 year and say, you guys kind of promised that if we knocked it out of the park in year one and got all the kids, we could grow. I'm looking for further evidence of success, not just enrollment.
Clint,
So I want to be clear on that.
with all due respect, the motion would be just 1535 there's no promises in that motion, nor would back to this forum that we're the ones that have the burden.
Getting a second for that
The
amendment.
amendment.
And that comes from member Feaster, and that's,
That he agrees.
and then.
Use Robert's information.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, everybody. I joke that my initial foray and entry into Robert's Rules of Order, I was 19 years old. I became the vice president of the student government at Towson State University in Baltimore. And my whole world opened up when I learned Robert's Rules of Order, and it has guided my life for the last 30 years. And still, I'm like, wait, make sure. Okay, so we do have, that motion has been amended to approve Ensign Leadership Academy with a cap of 1,535 students for the upcoming, 26-27 school year.
27.
27, 28, sorry. What year is it? It's January 8th. 2025 was a pretty good year, I would. Okay, so with that, we do have that, it's been motion seconded. I would like to, for this, because of the, for the importance of these votes, I would like to do a roll call vote for these schools. I think that would be beneficial. So I'm going to go ahead and start with the maker of the motion, Member Beeson, and have you vote.
Yes.
Member Pulsifer.
Yes.
Member Hutchings.
Yes.
Member Bassett.
Yes.
Vice Chair.
Yes.
And I am a yes.
And-
Oh, and Nate, oh my gosh, why do I, I'm sorry. Member Marshall.
Yes.
Thank you. And I am a yes. So congratulations. And I also want to say the conversation that we've had over the last couple hours, I hope we've been able to discuss, compromise and also find that common ground. And we look forward to seeing you again. I know that you'll be hearing from our staff in terms of, and our team in terms of moving forward. And I cannot thank you all enough. Mr. Stevenson, thank you so much for joining us from such afar and for your comments, and Mr. Moss as well. Thank you all.
Thank you all.
Okay, we look forward to seeing you soon. Everyone, we're gonna take a 10-minute break. I know we've got Ripple and ready to go. But we are gonna take 10 minutes and come on back, everybody. So at 11:20, please be ready to go.
Hello.
Academy for being right at the table. I so appreciate that. And to everyone present, all board members, thank you. I think it is very clear, and I would rather us be really thoughtful with our questions and purposeful and give the time that's necessary to really make such important decisions. So I was talking during our break, you know, we are, and remember, Singer, you mentioned this, we are some millions. You're an awesome person. Millions of dollars that we're talking about here, right? And not just the fiscal responsibility, but the human responsibility of the families and the students. So thank you. All right, Ripple Academy, thank you. We'll work overnight. I did learn that you do have a little bit of a time crunch, so we will be mindful about that, and also want to give due diligence to the conversation. But board, they do have a little they do have a time crunch, so we don't have as of the full 50 minutes to be able to spend with that, probably closer to a half an hour. Okay, so with that, we start with all of you. Would you introduce yourselves again? I'm not sure if anybody's online. And great, awesome. And then we will open up with questions.
Okay, great. I'm Irene Summers and I'm the chair for Ripple Academy. I am Sarah Barnes and I am the secretary.
Melvin Rodriguez, board member.
Holly Clegg, board member.
Great.
And we have 3 others on here as well.
Oh, great. For those of you online, would you please introduce yourselves?
I'm Katie, I'm vice chair.
Antonio Castillo, board member.
Jason Ayu, treasurer.
Excellent. Great to see all of you. Thank you so much for being here today. And I also wanted to, just similarly to this school that we were just spending time with, Ripple has been in front of us before. And so I also want to say thank you. Thank you. It is very clear that the passion and the desire for this school is there. And I'm so glad that you're in front of us at this stage. That speaks to the work that you've put in over the last several years to be here today. So thank you for that. And thank you to our entire team for working with these schools to get them to this point. Okay, wonderful. Board members, any questions to begin with?
I'd like to not start.
No worries. No worries. And I'm just pulling out my notes as I was chatting during the break. And so just if you could give me 1 second.
Nice.
Oh, yeah, please, go ahead. No questions.
Just a couple of questions. I just have to say this, I'm so excited to see this in action. I love innovation and I think this would be one of those school visits you would always remember. When I kind of try to envision what this school will look like. So that's really exciting to me. I have 2 questions. One is, I thought it was interesting on page 12 that you talked about having a measurement and evaluation committee with stakeholders, which is great, that during the first year of operations would establish the goals for the school. So I think what I'd love to hear is, as a charter school director myself, I live and breathe by my board's goals for my school. That just focuses me and is very helpful to me. So I'd love to hear maybe what would your top 3 academic outcome goals will be for your school in the first year?
Do you want me to take that?
Sure.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of like multifaceted, just slightly, mostly in consideration of how we put together the board and with what we're trying to innovate at the same time as well. Because it is a little bit different. We're trying to put practices that have been successful, but putting it maybe slightly more formally with a higher range of students' ages on it. The measurable and the way that we feel like we'd be able to accomplish these goals with the board do correlate with some of the, and I have my notes here, with some of the teaching criteria that we want to make sure that we still implement with the accompanying well, what we're calling this like Ripple Town, the hands-on experience that we have for the kids. On the specific curriculums and the benchmarks we want to set for our students that are going to go into the school, to try to experience this. There isn't a particular system that we've pinpointed down that will be that highest standard that we will hold to ourselves. There are several that we've, and I forget the full names of all of them, but we have a list of different curriculums that have been beneficial, and then also case studies of actual world situations where in certain of those grade studies have worked out with it. But to pinpoint from those benchmarks that will be in relation to the reading and literacy standards, the mathematics, and the application from those, and then continuing on to the other points of the academics that we need to ensure. I think that's what we'll put our goals at. So the specific goals, I think so the fun part is, and the reason why we also put that in there is that it will relate a lot to how the kids are responding and are achieving in their hands-on experience with the academics that they're using. They will be adapting to seeing like, oh, how do I proficiently use my geometry or my algebra, or between my reading and my literacy, and in the application of performing some kind of action within this town. And so as far as like the base structure of it, that's where the advice comes in. But as far as like specific academic goals, maybe I'll leave one of my board members speak that are more in tune with the education part of it to see how that would kind of relate. I don't know if you guys have any opinions on that or.
Yeah, so go ahead, sorry.
No, you go ahead first.
For me, and I'm hoping I'm understanding your question correctly. So our school is based upon standards in high database curriculum. But we are using that curriculum just like we would in any other school with our state testing and those measures. But on top of that, we want to create a portfolio for our students of how this academic curriculum ties into the real world. And so we are creating a rubric of sorts to make sure that, okay, we have the academic, now let's put this all into practice. And so we are developing a rubric and a journal for our students to continually go back and forth on. We have, so I don't know if that helps, but we are using the state testing for our standards. RISE and okay, yes, thank you. I was gonna call it M-Class, sorry. And so yes, our typical state testing that you would find in what we would need to do for the state testing.
Yeah, and I would add that the rubric isn't coming as like a innovation of like trying to come up with some kind of new curriculum of any kind, but it's based off of existing standards and curriculum, and just bridging the gap between we have this real world setting and we have existing proven curriculum. And so now we're measuring that between both of them to continue to adapt to our goals. So the specific goals of academic, either numbers or expectations, I'm not sure I can fully word those at the moment, but they are based on the base criteria that we have set forth on the part camp.
Yeah, the measurements, just to add on to that, I guess a little bit, would be based on some testing within the curriculums that we use. It's kind of as spoken. We also put in our application in the promotion and graduation criteria section, just promotion from one grade level to the next. A 70% or higher on expectation for proficiency in grade level standards for English language, arts, and mathematics, as well as a percentage for how often students would participate in the Ripple Town experiences, 80%. So we do have an expectation for those.
Perfect. My second really quick. I noticed on page 19 and then 31, it talks about, it kind of throws in hybrid. And it kind of, to me, it was surprising as I'm reading through your model and envisioning how it works. And then just to see this hybrid part seem to just be thrown in.
Yeah.
So I'm curious, how does that enhance the model that you've described in the rest of the proposal? Or it kind of felt to me like sometimes we like to put in online or hybrid as a catch-all in case we don't get our enrollment goals met. We're going to offer this And again, it's not something you just throw in,
Yeah.
it's a whole model. And so I'm just curious, how does is it your intention? And if so, how does that align with the rest of your model?
Can I speak to that? So ideally, we're opening it up to some hybrid learners. That's not our model. I mean, the whole point of this school is this real life application, right? These simulations. So there would be a requirement, and we would only have no more than 10% of our student body would be allowed to be part of this hybrid little demographic that we have. We're willing to service them, you know, if there's a need, if that's something that the community is looking for and based on family situations. But they would be required to come to those simulations, at least they're 7 out of 9, you know. Otherwise, why would they even bother being at our school? Like, this is the whole point, yes. So they would be, you know, there would be a lot of accountability for doing assignments, assessments at home. But the real test is like, they still need to come and be a part of these real life simulations so that they can participate, so they can learn the collaboration, they can learn the creativity, and they can learn, you know, they can do their reflection pieces afterwards. That's the whole point of it. So does that answer your question? Teachers would have to be accommodating to, I would say, no more than 2 or 3 kids per classroom that would be kind of remote.
And we thought it might be interesting also, like, does that help hybrid in the sense of like, are they still applying in a social sense in that kind of, you know, in that location of the simulations that we're providing? But at the still being able to maybe accommodate academics where they maybe have to thrive on more of like a hybrid at home online or whatever kind of thing that kind of works out with that.
I would just be conscientious of, in my words, and I don't mean them in a negative way, kind of a half-hearted approach to, you know, offering hybrid.
Yeah.
Could be very distracting from the actual model.
Yeah.
And the success of what that really cool opportunity you're offering to the
Yeah.
students there.
No, I fully agree. It wouldn't be our focus whatsoever. We would be willing to accommodate.
But you're actually kind of proposing to create a whole other track for those students. And
Yeah.
so, just like I said,
And that's good advice.
I have an online and blended background, and it's a whole different animal. And so, you need to be prepared to really support those students at the same time, the students that are.
And I think I would agree with you saying that also kind of going into just beginning years, that would be difficult also to kind of just like set up. And so I can definitely see your point there as well. So.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure.
We do have quite fun, I mean, of how would that look, though?
I think for Sarah and I, we used to teach during the COVID, and so this is where
We
it
know.
sparked is, okay, our kids were engaged, but we also sent home tools for them to engage with the hands-on. And so that's where that thought process came, as well as running in, you know, families wanting that homeschool experience. We're trying to figure out how can we help them have this experience, but also require them to be a part of this school simulations.
So I would ask, are you doing that because you think it would enhance your model, or because you're concerned that you may not get the full enrollment that you want? And
More just flexibility, because we want to serve the community. And we think that there's a desire there for some parents in that area. And so we want to offer that option.
Yeah.
I just think you have such a great model in the rest of the proposal. I would encourage you to embrace that.
Yeah, we intend the online to even be hands-on. We intend to send home kits with those students and create.
I'll just say it's a different animal.
No, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Welcome back. I feel like we can dispense with a board capacity interview because I feel like we know you all so well. I appreciate your time here with us. My only question about your application is, and I'm always trying to steal Clint's thunder, but I know
Just remember, he has the spirit of collaboration.
because we are partnering up. I totally agree with that. your break-even enrollment is just a few students shy of what you're projecting for year one. Tell us your plan to deal with that in the event that you're not able to hit those numbers.
Yeah, I don't know, I think, Jason, would you like to start with that, and then I can follow up with you on that?
Oh, Jason, you're muted.
Oh,
That should be the phrase of the decade. You're muted. Yeah.
Muted.
honestly.
It gave me PTSD from Zoom. Yeah, I think the break-even number, the numbers originally when we first put in there, I think they were based on, they're based on a number that we felt that was pretty confident. Maybe probably not as realistic as we thought, and as we've gone through and looking back at our numbers now, I feel like our break even, because we're gonna be a phase-based growth deal with our building and with our financials and so forth. I think with the break even number, we probably need to go back and relook at that number to make sure that we're conservative. We're still trying to be very conservative with it. We took the data from just from the studies from the state, but I feel like I said, I think that number is pretty close. We do have contingency just in case we do not hit that number, and just in case we don't hit the break even as phase staffing would probably be our first and foremost. That's the biggest variability is how we staff and our phase staffing. But that's where I'm at on that as far as right now.
Yeah, and I can continue with that as well. Because it was a unique model, as we've done continuous marketing sort of campaigns and try to continue to pull the community, because we went out there and asked between the two communities, in Eagle Mountain, Saratoga Springs, of like, how would this be accepted? It did confirm that we do have a number that is realistic. We have answers from parents and families now that supply our attendance, which is great. But then without that data initially coming in, that break even point should be relooked at. But knowing that we actually do have pretty good confidence, and luckily now hard data that we can reach those numbers, even potentially more if we wanted to. But again, being on the conservative side, revisiting and then just making sure that break even seems more realistic. But then pairing that up together with the actual data we actually do have now, just the last quarter or so. Last 3 months, and then especially over this last part of the year, this month of December, we were able to really solidify a lot of that information. So on your concern, yes, that is something that we need to fix a little bit. But luckily, I don't think we're very far off from it. And we do have data that shows that our numbers could be reached and stuff. So
yeah, can I speak a little bit more about the data? And so last time we did the board, my Irene was very bold and said that in one day she can get the number. And I
forgot and Clint brought that up.
yeah, that in one day we can get the number. And I love it. I love her ambition, but we wanted to prove it. And so we did build a website. We built the website. It was pretty, it's rippleschool.org. And Irene sent out a post and just through friends and family and just sent it out by word of mouth. And then the rest of us forwarded her post. And we got, in one day, we were able to get 163 respondents. And that was just in one day. And part of the survey, now we have over 200 something plus students and families that are interested in this. And the majority of our people, 205 families, are just from Eagle Mountain by itself. So we don't need to argue what, Ensign already argued for us that there is a definite need for charter schools. The cool thing about it is that they were given an option, and they had different options in their survey. And one was reason for your interest. And there was different options that they could apply, that they could select. Smaller class sizes, life-based learning, neurodiverse support, distance learning options, location, building a school community, career exploration focus, social emotional learning, or innovative teaching methods. And the highest by far 90% was life-based learning. And so what told us that we have not only a charter school, but we have a need, a community need that we're fulfilling and that they want. And that was just over just a few days. We blasted it and then we just let it go. Without any paid marketing, without, setting up at the grocery store or whatever. We just did it through word of mouth and through a limited social media push, and we got that response. So we feel very confident in not only in our break-even number, but our enrollment numbers that we'll be able to hit it. And we even in our survey asked your level of interest, and the level of interest went from interested, more information, or ready to enroll right now. And the majority was ready to enroll right now, which gave us a lot of confidence in our model and what we're doing, especially here in Eagle Mountain. And so we're not asking for the 2,500 number or 1,500. We feel very confident that we'll be able to hit our break even just on the data from the responses that we pushed out very limitedly. We feel really good if we market it even harder, even go harder, that we'll be able to fill our numbers.
Chair, I have a couple questions.
Please go
I
ahead.
don't know if we're done. I'm done. Yeah. Well, it's great to see you. I'm really excited about this application. First of all, my question is, do any of you have plans of trying to make this your full-time job?
I think we've all discussed it, yes, depending, but it's innovative, and so there's still things to work out and trying to see where we need to continue to fix things, whether we do need to make changes and such, so,
I think for all of us, it's whatever's best for the charter going forward. So if it is one of us, which when I first think about it, it would make sense because it's such a unique model. There's not a model besides Kids Village to copy. I mean, of course, we're so passionate about it, so it makes sense, but we want it to make sense from a board standpoint and a school going forward.
But it has been discussed, and we brought it up, and let's see what we need to do.
I think you have a make of a board that for some of you, this could be a really good fit. So I hope you'll think about it. I do want to ask a couple things about numbers. I noticed your enrollment here. At full enrollment, you go 68, young grade 66, and then 60. I think that means you do 3 classes of 20, not 2 classes of 30. You thought, is that right? Okay, I'm gonna give you a little Clintism, which is worth about what you're willing to pay for. I know you're asking for 450. This is my take. I like this application. I think this is a cool idea. It's a tricky building, right? The image you shared last time was so cool. It kind of reminds me of the Galleria that got turned into AISU and now it's torn down.
Yeah.
But I kind of imagine like shrink that down. That's gonna be an expensive building. Buildings are expensive. I actually appreciate the candidness of your financials. I actually do think in the real world, your break even is gonna be about your first year enrollment. If you told me it wasn't, I wouldn't believe you. And I didn't believe the school previous to you, as everyone knows. I actually appreciate your honesty. I would like, if you get to a yes, I actually think you should be at 525, not 450. Here's why. Your building's gonna be expensive. I think you need a few more kids to fill it. If you're gonna go 3 wide, I think you wanna shoot for classes of 25. I know you've talked in your application about 20 and 25, but you said 25, but you're only really giving yourself 20 on your, so I think you should ask for 525. And not 450, because I think that's gonna give you a little breathing room to afford your building. I don't think it compromises your program and gets you off what you're trying to do, but I do think you're gonna need a little more than 450. Other than that, that's all I have. I like this one. Oh,
What?
I do have one question. I will say this, Irene,
Yes.
I know that I didn't win your most popular person last year.
Maybe, I don't know if it was on.
I also remember I giggled at this one. I'm gonna just say something real quick. I think this was the application that was due at midnight and came in at 11:58 and then didn't have something and you tried to chase it down and it took like 2 days. And so we were kind of like, we'll let him in barely.
To be a secret.
Secrets out.
I giggle at that because that's just like me. So if anything, I would say this. I don't doubt all of your passion.
Irene, at the end of the last meeting, like, if I need to go get you a list, it'll be there tomorrow morning. No, you can't really do that. So just don't confuse your passion for irrational promises. You're about to run a marathon if you get a yes, not a sprint. You got to make rational, calm, long-term decisions. My last comment, sorry, I was done, but Antonio, who left the screen, he's in the bathroom.
I think he's teaching.
There he is. Antonio, you're the end of the rainbow that I'm trying to chase. He's a graduate of a charter school, right?
Yeah.
I am so glad to have a graduate of a charter school here. Like, I think that's great. And Jason, you sold your, oh, and Katie, yes. And Katie, I love your age and you're a graduate. Jason?
Yep,
You introduced yourself. You introduced yourself last time as like, I do this thing and I'm a bishop. I'm glad you're a bishop. But you're like in the athletic department of BYU. Like, you are a shaper of, you've had a busy month, by the way. But I love your background. I love that you help shape young people. I think your background in this board is going to be critical. So I really like your board. I like your combined thing. Last year, to be honest, Irene said 90% of the words, if not 95 last year. I see a board this year that is much more of a board, much more of a safety net, much more of an exchange of ideas for folks. I would nudge you to keep it that way. Your board, you need to bring different backgrounds, different perspectives. You shouldn't all think the same way, and you shouldn't all listen to just one voice. You need to really protect this school.
You just
And
see our
that's what a
text
board
group, yeah,
does.
absolutely. Our text groups are definitely trying to bring this.
So I think you're better than you.
Said on the end for a reason.
It's good. I just get, because I'm just like Irene, I'd like put it in 2 minutes too, and then I laugh because I can relate so much to that in my personal life. But if you get a yes, you're about to run an excruciating marathon, so just pace yourself, don't make irrational promises, stay grounded, and I think your numbers should be 525, not 450. Okay, I'm done.
No, I think that's great. In fact, I'm just thinking, it's an ultra marathon. It's not, right? If you think about it's the mental fortitude of that.
Can I say one thing real quick? Yeah, to continue with that as well. And you said something in the previous one as well, where there is a learning curve. I think there's a decent percentage of us on the board where we've been involved with different things, but the charter school world is something to learn about. But one thing that we have been studying just lately, there is a small scale example just in Orem with that Kids Village school that my kids go to that we've been studying. That has won, I mean, not that it means too much, but best of state over a decade, and they have a waiting list. I mean, it took forever to my kids get in. Actually 2 kids missed out, the last 2 made it in. We were persistent enough on that one, but where they have this exact thing where their whole inside of their building is built out to like just different life-based learning. They have a bakery and all this other stuff, and it's very positive. I've been able to interview one of the teachers and that teaches in there and kind of like how they see that everything going. We have like their parent student conferences, and it's exciting to see that we can brand, because they only do K-2. We're trying to go a little further to see how that would continue expanding, and then also just as an architect and developer, I can envision and help with that. Putting that small scale galleria put together. And it's exciting because we actually have a lot of people on board on the other side, on the construction side. We're like, I am excited to see. I have an engineer who I was talking about, and he's like, I'd love to see how we can do this and put it together and make it an awesome experience. So I think there's excitement in different disciplines as well. So
Can I just follow up quickly? Member Biesinger didn't ask you for a response on his suggestion of 525. I'd like to hear from you on that. Does that fit your financial plan and your education plan if you were to go that route?
yeah, that's a good question. I know I'm talking a lot this time, but the finance part is a little bit where me and Jason are dealing with that a little bit. It is a higher number. Based on our finances, it depends on how we can, a lot of it will be on the building and the infrastructure of what we need to put together. Looking at existing buildings and then also just looking at raw, undeveloped potential, there will be some consideration on, because again, basing it off of the facts we were just talking about earlier, the needed space that we would need for not only per student, but then also for in location for us to build this simulation learning location will be an interesting kind of combination of how we need to increase that space or be strategic with that space, which would translate to dollars, as it usually does. And so to kind of put that, I think it'll just be a quick research. I don't know if it'll be something lengthy, because I think it might just still be a calculation of a square footage per student plus a square footage per, maybe it might be like an extra 30% per student from the 80 square foot, and seeing what that kind of totals out to be. Where the money would be coming from, it would be, something that we have pitched it to potential investors or potential, just trying to see where money could come from. There hasn't been a negative proposal of saying that, like, well, we could donate money, we could provide money, we could finance this. But that there would need to be some consideration on, like, what does the infrastructure look like? And then putting that together then with the internal administration on making sure that, for example, that new kind of board that we kind of have, to making sure that we're collaborating between Sibilation and curriculum on putting that together to then do it. So I don't know if the money will be the problem. It will be just to continue to just solve a couple little roadblocks that we have of saying, like, here are the exact answers to these things, which I think could be done with just a little more planning sessions. So.
Yeah, how about the education plan? How would that, is this something that you would welcome? I appreciate the point, but I'd be reluctant to impose something on you if you feel like that wouldn't be something that would fit your education plan.
More kids always, like, that sounds exciting to me. We get to mold and help more kids. So that to the side, I feel like we love small classrooms. Every charter I've been a part of starts at 20, and then I joined a charter and parents are saying there used to be 20 and their charter says 20 and now they're 26 and they just want the money, so just making sure that we're deliberate and planning for that. And I never want it to cost the children's experience or the parents. So I think for me, it's more about, this is where we are, this is where we're hoping to go. I hope that makes sense. Because obviously charter school isn't about the dollar. So if you say the number and you're like, do the math, and that sounds wonderful. I just want to make sure that education is quality, the experience is quality. And so I'm not opposing Clint, even though we all know I love to. I am thinking about, like, how can we make sure we have the boutique feeling, the special feel that you get in a community of a school, and not lose it by numbers. And so, like Melvin said, it could just be a matter of crunching things and seeing, can we afford another teacher? What can we do to make this 550 work? That's what my thought process is. And for curriculum, our thing is, like you said, the hands-on. So we want to make sure it's just not we also have Rippletown. We want the kids to live in Rippletown. We want the experiences to always tie in. So making sure we're confident in being able to give that to those 550 students. I'm not opposed to it. I just want to make sure that we have a plan to make sure we can do it with no hesitation. I don't want anything watered down for student 1 and student 550. I want it to be the same, obviously.
Well, let me just qualify my comment too, because I probably should start trying to run schools, and that's not what I'm trying to do. But I think your projections go to 450. If that's your plan A, go down the plan A road. Like, you don't need to change. I just have a suspicion that by the time you go and try and find 3 acres in Saratoga Springs, and you look at, what's not going to be $200 a square foot, despite what Ensign said, it's going to be like $300 a square foot. You're going to be like, oh, this math doesn't work. I'm just trying to say, if you need to think about that in the coming months, I think it would be nice if you had a little bit of flexibility. Now, going from a class, if you're going to go to 20, great. But I will tell you the math of 20, I don't like it, but it is hard. It's just with the cost of buildings and the current interest rate environment, and whether you lease or purchase, it just gets really hard really quick. So I want to just give you a little bit of programmatic flexibility if you need to take that. And just, I think authorizing them at 525 doesn't materially change what you want to do. It's just, you might need to be like, we just can't quite make the math work here. And I don't want you to get in a position where, like, we don't know how to open this. Like, so that was my thinking. It's not to try to change this thing, it's just to give you flexibility if plan A needs some tweaking, because I suspect
Plan A might need a little bit of tweaking and having the option of a few more, especially if your demand profile, I mean, to me, Clint's opinion, not paying for it again, but if you get a yes, the most important you can do is try to go into your community, tell this school story and get those commitments of kids. That's gonna be your key. And I think you have a unique offering in a great area, and I think you have a high chance of getting the kids, but you know, you just have to make the numbers work. And I suspect a little flexibility, if you decide you need it down the road, would just be helpful to grant it now versus having you be in a tough position.
Yeah, and I
That's
think,
my
and I
opinion.
think, and I think our
Pay it
answer-
for 50.
Yeah, you don't have to. I'm not telling you.
Yeah.
Okay,
Get
fine.
that max number
I'm just
for 3
saying that
years. Okay.
I think there's gonna be some tough budget discussions coming up and you're gonna be like, oh, and having some flexibility of, you know, effectively a couple $100,000. And I wouldn't say go get 525 in year one, go get 375 in year one and really nail it. Like if I'm giving you advice that you're not asking for, but just future flexibility.
Yeah, and I think our answer is just conservative, just based on having to just run those extra performers or based on the infrastructure side, and then also just adapting. To making sure that the experience is wholesome, so.
Yeah, and I like that. I like wiggle room. So I think that's really.
It's kind of like Ripple.
Exactly. There you go, please. Gotta be so-
Saturday.
Collaborating.
I know.
That was good. I would say that was good. Okay, these are excellent. Any other questions from board members? And also I'm gonna start looking for a motion. Questions or?
Could
Go
I
ahead,
jump in
please.
there? I'm on, sorry.
Yes, you can.
This,
No
what are
closing
you,
needed.
thank you so much. Very unique model. Help me better understand kind of the continuum of the model. So if you start in first grade and a student is participating in this program from first grade all through fifth grade, what does that rigor look like? What does the continuum look like? I just speak to retention. If a student started in first grade and had a ripple experience, I don't know what that looks like exactly, but how does it change? Is it different in second grade? And by fifth grade, you know, what does that look like? So just kind of curious about the continuum of the curriculum and just the model itself.
Okay, I'm so excited you're asking this question. So to make everything unique and exciting for every grade, we have a plan for and I'm assuming you're talking about Rippletown and the real world experience. Is that right? The life-based
Yeah.
learning? Okay,
Yeah, that's
okay, thank
unique,
you.
the charter. That's definitely unique. So I'm just
Yes.
kind of curious on that piece. Yeah.
So in our application and previously, we had spoken about rice-sick rolls. And so as we thought about how do we keep the bakery fresh next year? Because we're also thinking about, you know, cost as well. So it's not like we can build 20 different simulations, right? And so as we talked about it in curriculum, so for example, kindergartners would, so rice-sick, you know what those stand for. If I rattled, I'd be wrong right now, but so a kindergartner would take on all of the realistic traits for that year. Does that make sense? So for every simulation, they would dive deep into that trait. That doesn't mean that they're not learning about the other ones in their classroom. That just means when we're going and implementing the real world life-based learning portion of it, their role is in the bakery, I'm the realistic learner. In the bank, I'm also a realistic learner. And so that goes by grade. So kindergarten, first, second, third, they all have different roles within these simulations so that we can keep it fresh and exciting. We don't want to say we have a town and not utilize the town to the fullest. So that was the thought process of, for example, and then in their classrooms, everyday teaching, the town gives the students something to reference, to apply like that. So it's like in math, we're adding, how does this apply to the bakery? What are we going to do in the bakery today? We're going to count all of the sprinkles, one-to-one counting. A third grader might write the,
Fractions of whatever kind of.
yes, yes. Or writing I hope that's answering your question, but we really try to be intentional. Because yes, in theory, the bakery sounds so fun the first year, but what in the world did we do the second year? And so we're scaffolding it by grade and really
allowing these kindergartners to really understand what a realistic learner does. Now, we're not pigeonholing students, we're giving them experience and something to build from, to draw a connection to. I hope that answers the question.
Which then leads also into your initial question of like, we have this committee or this council where we talk about like, we see that these kids are going through, like we need to intensify it or lessen it because the real world application is kind of morphing then within their studies, but then also in their social interactions of saying like, they need more rigor or they need less rigor, or they just need, we see this happening in their lives and we can implement that now and here and they can apply those things as well. So it is kind of like a step ladder sort of thing. So
And then one more thing on top of that, which I find exciting is the challenge for the bakery for this year might be different than the challenge in first grade. So always, how can we use the bakery to the fullest extent? Okay, so here's the problem that the bakery's having to this month. How are you gonna solve this issue? So I don't wanna say like what are those rooms? Escape rooms, but honestly, adding another layer of spiraling, yes.
it's almost like a city council with the kids as well, like how they can also collaborate and stuff, so.
Yeah. That is our application as well, but basically it spirals. And based on the standards that the students are learning.
Thank you.
Which has also just been proven, again, we have a small scale example in Orem, but it's proven successful. The kids continue and they keep coming and they keep wanting to have more grades in there, but they don't stop at second, I think so.
And it's hard to know what 5 years from now is going to look like, what industry might be
I know.
around that we don't even know is in existence.
And that's, and that thing is like,
Having that flexibility to continue to add to the town, just and what that might look like.
yeah, definitely.
Okay. Questions, motion,
I'd like to make a motion.
okay?
I'd like to motion that we approve Ripple Ripple Academy, gosh.
Yes, it's
Ripple
really.
Academy. But I would like to amend their student cap to be 525 instead of 450 in case they need a little extra flexibility and it works within their programmatic needs.
And it seems that you all are okay with that amendment, you don't have to.
Yeah, I think we
no
kept our answers
expectations to
conservative
hit
just for the
that,
sake of like not.
But it gives you that, okay,
Issue of anxiety. Yeah.
yeah, okay, great.
Probably
Okay.
never been done.
You know.
Now that's ever been done.
We don't really- Yeah, okay, so we have a motion on the table from member Biesinger to approve Ripple Academy with a cap of 525. Is there a second to that motion?
It's a second.
Okay, great, so we have a second from member Bassett. Is there any other discussion?
Can I say something? I just wanna thank you guys for all of the support you've given us since last year. And our relationship last year ended very rocky. And we weren't sure that we could come back into this space and be accepted with what happened last year. And we have, I'm sure, as Clinton mentioned last time, our board has changed. And I always want to be appreciative of the original board because they got us here today. But also all the feedback and the support we've received from every single one of you has been just priceless for us to get to the point of today and getting a yes. I don't know what we were expecting today, but I appreciate it. I appreciate you pushing us to do the best that we can for the students, and I appreciate the approval. And I really worked hard on not showing passion today because I don't get carried away, but I'm thankful. I'm thankful that you looked at our application and saw something worth approving, and I'm very appreciative of that. And so thank you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Okay, well, we still need to vote. So, okay, so no, it is okay.
Thanks, yeah.
Yes.
Guys, you have to vote.
So I do appreciate those comments and, yeah, okay, so, and I'll say something as we wrap up. So again, we'll do a roll call vote for Ripple Academy. I'm going to start with the maker of the motion, member Biesinger.
Yes.
Member Pulsifer.
Yes.
Member Hutchings.
Yes.
Member Bassett.
Yes.
Vice Chair Olson.
Yes.
And member Marshall.
Yes. Yes.
Great. No worries. And I am a yes. So Ripple Academy, congratulations. And we are excited to see these ripples. And I am excited to see this come alive. And you'll be hearing from our team in terms of next steps. And really just, I think part of being successful in education, and all of us that have been in this work, we get a plethora of feedback. And being reflective and being a reflective practitioner is a huge part of our success. And I think all of you have modeled that, hence why you received a yes vote today. And we're so excited to see what we're going to do with this. So again, congratulations.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Good luck. Thank you. This is Rippletown.
And you will, hitting up with a bakery. Nice speech. Yes. So board, we are about an hour behind schedule, so I'm going to make a request that we take a small break, and I'm gonna ask that I'm curious what you all feel, if we could do a working lunch while we hear from our next school, which is Louisa May Alcott Community School. I know that it interferes with I'll try and be sure that we have breaks, but I think this will catch us up and honor the schedule of our schools this afternoon. Board member, you okay with that? Okay, so, and Louisa May Alcott, thank you for your patience. We can't wait to hear from you. So it's 12:06, 12:15, let's be back at this, oh my gosh, I was gonna say, let's be back in our seats and with our lunch, but that is what I mean. But please know that isn't me speaking as a elementary school teacher, I've been kind of this. So 12:15, everyone, lunch and fast break, ready to go with our next school. Again, congratulations, Ripple Academy, and thank you all so much. Lunch is let's make a personal phone call or whatever. This, we're all coming on back, and again, Board, thank you so much for being willing to keep, I know on camera, it's always so, for those of you online or watching us on YouTube later, be kind. And if we have salad in our teeth, again, be compassionate. Yeah, we all need to nourish. And to Louisa May Alcott, thank you so much for your patience, and I know we are behind schedule. I'm so grateful to see you all here today. I know you probably sat through the last couple of meetings, so you are familiar with how we've been going through this. But as a reminder, we'll start with do a round of introductions. And do you have anybody joining us online today? Okay, great. So you can introduce yourselves, and then we'll move into some questions and a vote from there. Turn it over to you.
I can start. I'm Carrie Ashcroft. I'm the board chair for the Louisa May Alcott Community School. I know it's a long name. Yeah, do you have any advice on that? You know, we're just friends, neighbors, community members, people that have worked on different projects together, just in our neighborhoods and communities. We're excited to be here. There's one board member that could not be here today because it's a mandatory work day, as it's the first week of university, and she's a staff member and was not able to take off. And her name is Reba Vest. So but she has a lot of experience on boards as well as with curriculum and instruction and assessment. Do you want us to just then each introduce ourselves?
Yes, that would be great.
Okay. Start, Carl.
Yeah. Carl Spencer, board member.
Excellent.
Melanie Bott, secretary. Someone Greta, board member, treasurer.
Cassidy Warren, board member.
Ken Bullbit, vice chair. Or, yeah.
Michelle Bullbit, board member.
Excellent. Well, welcome to all of you. We're so glad to see you all here today. I know we were excited about your model when we saw you several months ago. And just to the board, you know, I think what's so exciting about these applications that are in front of us today is that each of these are so unique, and we have a wide variety of different models, which is really exciting to me.
Is it okay if I say one thing?
Please. Yes.
Cassidy is a nurse and she has a patient, so a nurse practitioner, so she may have to get up and leave at 12. Sorry, but the ladies got
Oh my gosh,
little.
thank you, no worries, we so appreciate you giving us some of your extra time.
And we'd like to thank everybody now. Doesn't quite anything. Oh, no. Sorry.
We'll move on.
Awesome, okay, great. So I'm pulling out my notes, I'm gonna take a bite. Board members, questions, as we get started. As a reminder, this is a place-based education model. To be in the Mapleton Screwville Spanish Fork corridor. I think everybody's just eating, I apologize, or just taking a breath.
Get started.
Okay, sure, that would be great.
Well, thank you. I think if I were to give a gold star for applications, it would go to this one. This was so well written. I like on page whatever 3 or 4. I was like, what's place-based learning? I was like, by the time we got to page 8, I'm like, okay, I think I know what place-based learning. I can take that question off. So I loved how you describe what you're doing. I actually really like where you're thinking about going. I think you put a lot of thought into it. Love the background of your board. I do have a few questions. On page 32 of the application, you mentioned innovative instructional model. It's place-based, project-based, and blended learning. Those are all great things and they're kind of buzzwords, but I would like to understand how you're going to take that thing and blend it into something that isn't chaos, but rather beneficial.
Yeah, place-based education is naturally project-based, so when you go into the pedagogy of it, it is related to projects. So for instance, at the end of each unit of study, students typically have an assessment that might be looking something a little bit more traditional if it's a reading or science or math, but they also have a project that they complete that's related to the principles of place-based education. So community-centered, inquiry driven. So that's something that they choose based on the standards. So for example, I just met with the Jordan River Commission, a couple of people from the Commission on Environmental Education yesterday. And if we were doing a unit of study that related to watershed science and the history of the watershed in the Jordan River corridor and, you know, including Utah Lake and the Great Salt Lake, then the students perhaps may choose to put a project together that related to, you know, bringing awareness to clearing storm drains, as that may and does impact the quality of water that we have and that flows between these different bodies of water and make up our watershed in Utah. And so that the project is related to standards chosen by the student and under the umbrella of the pedagogy for place-based education. So hopefully not just throwing out a buzzword to use a buzzword, it is connected to that. In terms of blended learning.
And that's the one I really was trying to understand. How does that blend in?
So blended learning has a lot of different meanings. For instance, I teach courses that are blended, meaning some days they're face-to-face and some days they're not. That's not what we mean at the Louisa May Alcott Community School. What we mean by blended learning is that there's applied academics. So going out, we do, for example, the Jordan River, the Great Salt Lake, Utah Lake, in order to conduct experiments or, you know, contribute to the community through service, things like that. Then those would be the application piece, but in the actual classroom and on the school campus, there is academic learning that takes place prior to that or in conjunction with that. So blending kind of the theoretical with the practical is what was intended. Blended is probably a too vague of a word to use. I appreciate you bringing that up.
Did you follow up?
That was one of my questions too. So thank you for that explanation. That makes a lot more sense. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I have one more category. I again appreciate the honesty and thoughtfulness of your financials. That they were right on. To say we'll have a facility cost of 23%, I know it's not like, ooh, that'll look good, but it is honest, and I think it was accurate. And I would much rather have boards grounded in accuracy and honesty than insight. So I don't know. So the part my question goes to though, you show 50%, about a 50% calculation in salaries and benefits. I will just offer a comment here. Usually schools, typically you kind of want to go up to 20 with your facility. I'm not telling you how you need to be, but in my experience, looking at the spectrum and where you might fit, typically schools are kind of between 55 and 60% on salaries and benefits being a cost. If you get above that, if you're a more mature school, you can start to have your, you know, because your building payment, if it's fixed, you can move some costs towards salaries and benefit that. And I think that's great. But if you get down below 52, you don't look good versus everybody else. And one of the things one of the things I've already expressed this morning is I just don't want you to be in a position where you're not based in the reality of finding, you know, attracting, getting, and keeping great staff. And I know charter schools can't outpay everybody, but you really need to find a way to be competitive in the landscape. And I don't have great concerns here, but I didn't notice that, and I think it will be a meaningful thing. So, you know, I don't know if you want to speak to that, but I just offer it as.
I'm with you there. Like we consulted with, I don't know, I've seen so many school budgets and I talked to various people, you know, resources that we had. And I knew typically they said around 60%, 20% the facility. The facility was Mapleton's just, you know, if they're trying to locate in that area, it's a lot higher cost. So that's why we didn't hide that. The education, the salary part of it, we are trying, like, again, some of that savings comes from an hourly wage for some of the staff. We're gonna try and get we're seeking licensed teachers, but those that want to work part-time so that they can, you know, we have the part of the classroom model, and then we'll have, you know, the afternoon model or when they go off and do the projects. So that we were thinking that maybe we can get away with not paying full salaries, but reduce some of that cost through part-time. Now we are probably, I'd say 50 50% full-time staff. I think it's what we've got, maybe just a bit over 60% full-time staff, and then the other would be part-time where we pay them hourly, but at the end there, we pay them, you know, we just took what we pay salary, divided it, and I even included the benefits in there so that I have that room, even though we wouldn't necessarily have to pay those benefits to the part-time because they're not gonna quite make their hours. And that's kind of our thinking in that modeling, but we are cognizant of maybe, you know, and we can, and you know, I built in a lot of redundancies and things where, you know, maybe under projected revenues, over projected costs in some aspects so that we can pull, you know, as we get closer to formalizing this. And you know, and I'm grateful for this exercise to go through because it made us really think, you know, and you can see that with our break even. You know, we came to the analysis, and when I talk to others, they go, "Oh, that's funny," because that's kind of where we found our break even. And then I'm like, well, we can't just be at break even, so that's why we see, you know, kind of increase what we were asking for, and it was only modest, I guess, increment, you know, 2 per class, you know, 2 per class, but it does then in after the following operational year will, you know, really aid in our cash flow and their ability to really give the students a good experience.
And then just to follow up on that, our goal is to have licensed teachers all day long. We just know that there are some licensed teachers who don't want to work full-time, and that's been our experience as we've consulted with other charter schools, that some people are seeking part-time but want their wage for what they are educated and experienced for. So those are just some things that we've tried to build into the model so that we can, you know, have the greatest capacity to support our students, but also meet the needs of our employees as well.
My last question, thank you, is just with respect to your enrollment projections, 66 per year, class sizes of 22. But you project to be full year 1 and just kind of stay there, at least from what you've submitted. I guess I would just offer my opinion to start here. What I would probably be braced for myself would be whole grown little kids, K1, 2, start to even out 3, 4, and by the time you get to your upper grades, you don't get them all maybe that you anticipate, especially in your first couple of years. So typically you'd have kind of a step in year or 2 and try to anticipate full enrollment closer to your 3rd year. If it plays out like that, what are you thinking about financially?
So one thing we talked about is having a third, like more kindergarten, 1st grade, because those are typically the numbers that come a little bit more at the beginning. But as we looked around into the community, we really felt like, you know, 66 per grade level wasn't, you know, unheard of. There are a lot of people looking for alternative education in these areas. And so that's why we kind of modified that. But we're definitely open to saying, you know, we have much more interest in the early grades, and so we need to modify that slightly and then step into it, as you said, over the next few years, that then we'll pivot to that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks. Other questions? I'll ask them. Well, folks are chewing. One of the pieces of this proposal that's really exciting to me is the community aspect and the community partnership, because I do think that where we can be really deliberate in building that sort of community connection, we know that our students and our families become more vested in the experience and we become more communal. So my question is, and I know you've talked about this in the proposal, but can you speak a little bit more about those community partnerships? What happens if those don't materialize? What might be a plan B if that doesn't come to fruition? Could you speak a little bit to that? And I know there was some conversation about that when we saw you last, about just some of those connections. I'm curious what's happened in the last 6 months or not, and how you might address that.
I think we've been proactive, and so it's not like we just threw it as a plan. We've been proactive, talking to community leaders, getting involved, finding different resources, and so that's the positive part of this, is that they're on board and they're excited. So that's not a concern of it won't work, just because those connections that we've already made.
But even if it's not, I think if people are not getting on board, I think it's service going in the community and doing stuff and making them love you.
Mhm.
You know,
Mhm.
you know, there's lots of things that can be done in communities that, you know, I think I could go out and drive around and find something very quickly in any community.
As passionate as I am about place-based education, and I think that we've all become, my favorite aspect of our proposal is the phrase compassionate citizenship. That's kind of become something that's really touched my heart. What does it mean to be not just a citizen, but a compassionate citizen? And so I think we really feel like we'll lead out with compassionate citizenship. What is needed, that's built into the curriculum. It's not just an extra piece that we put in or something that, you know, is on a, you know, a bulletin board, but how does every aspect of our curriculum connect to building compassionate citizens? And I think that I haven't ever met anyone that's like, nah, I'm really not interested in compassionate citizens. So I think as we go in and meet with people, I just met with a couple of people in Midvale yesterday that and kind of was talking to them about the school in conjunction with some other things that we were talking about. And they were like, oh, is there any way we can have something like that in Salt Lake County? Is there any way we can have something like that in the Park City Heber area? And, you know, even just little talks about that seem to excite people, whether it's, you know, someone that we sit with and visiting the planning commission or someone that, you know, I meet in the education or environmental stewardship sector. It seems to be something that rings true with everyone and can bring us together. So there's always a concern that what you hope to do doesn't work out, but I think we are committed enough to our community to go out there if they don't come to us.
Thank you.
Make you like us.
I like that. I like that.
I'll just say, I want to agree with how well written this is. And I'll say on these papers, I've written, as I've gone through my notes, written questions, and actually until you guys started, I only had like 3 points and all my evidence are mostly a lot more. So that just, again, that goes to, I had fewer questions because you answered all the questions that I would normally have reading through these proposals. So thank you very much for that. One thing I just want to give a shout out to, and this is kind of aside from, you know, what I'm sure is your biggest focus as far as providing innovative and education opportunities and academic excellence to the students during a school day. But you also mentioned on page 8 about welcoming the community's use of facilities after school hours. And I just have to give a shout out to this because it reminds me of my husband who he spent almost 20 years in the state legislature. And one of the things he loved to talk about was, tell me how many parks are in your community, how many libraries are in your community, how many gyms are in your community. And people would be like 2, 3, you know, he's like, no, there's really like 10 or 15, or because you think of each school has publicly funded libraries and parks and gyms, but they're just not, you're not able to use them as taxpayers usually. And so having part of your model, not just your outreach to the community, but also allowing the community to come in there's, you know, the answer you usually get is there's like, yes, there is liability in that. And I'm sure you recognize that. And hopefully I'm sure you have a plan for that. But besides seeing your school itself be successful, I'm looking forward to seeing this aspect of your school being successful too, is to not just go out and serve in the community, but welcome the community into your facility and potentially be a model to a lot of other schools in the state of how you can make that work. So,
Just to point out, we originally are from Canada and our local schools do have stuff like that. So we've seen something
I've seen it work. So that's good.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments?
I don't have any questions, just a quick comment or two. I missed your presentation last time. I had to leave our meeting early because I got subpoenaed to testify as a witness in a court case. So I way wish I would have been here to get to know you all better. Love your application. I think it's well written, it's well put together, and I like the diversity on your board. Lots of different skill sets and experiences. I think this is the model of what an application ought to look like for a new charter school. So anyway, I don't have any questions.
Thank you.
I just put that out there. So job well done. Well, I did.
And I appreciate that, because those applications are representative of who you are as a board and your work, how you will work together, how you want to represent yourself. And we noticed that, and so thank you for mentioning that.
It was a lot of work.
Yes. Well, if I can say too, I also really resonate with the idea of a compassionate citizenry. And in my teaching, I often talk about compassion and accountability. And how we hold each other accountable with compassion. And I think that's a big part of, and we all know, I mean, I'm probably preaching to the choir when I say this. Our society definitely could use some more compassion. And when we think about where our children, we would hope that these lessons are amplified and learned in wherever their own home, personal, familial environments. We also know that on average, students will spend more of their waking time with school professionals and their teachers than they will with their family. So with that, we have an incredible opportunity to make such a big difference that will impact all of us. And so I resonate with that. It means a lot.
Chair, if I may just.
Yes.
I just want to read their mission and vision. This is so beautiful. Like, I just want to put this on a wall in my house. Our mission is to create and sustain a joyful educational environment where students and families develop strong connections to their community and the natural world. It is our aim to support intellectual curiosity, academic achievement, social emotional resiliency, and compassionate citizenship through place-based learning. I won't read the vision, but I wrote awesome on my, I just think, boy, I'm gonna go home and read this to my kids tonight. Like, I just think that is the vision of what we should all try to be doing. So, yeah, I'm very high on this application.
Excellent.
Well,
Okay, so with that, other comments, questions, or did I ask for or I'm going to ask for a motion?
I'll move and approve the Louisa May Alcott Community School charter application, authorizing them to 528 students as a maximum enrollment.
Excellent.
I'll second it.
Okay, great. Member Marshall, Member Pulsifer got
Yeah.
a second.
I will second that.
Thank you. Okay, we'll get a second plus, which is great.
Third two.
Okay, any other further discussion?
Can I just say, as somebody whose my favorite book when I was a kid was Sand County Almanac and Walden, and to have a school that is focused on transcendentalism and just this idea of being in nature. My degree is in science. I taught biology, and this is the piece I wish was more prevalent in schools, is the opportunity to have an applied application of science and just the world in general. And I got really excited when I read this application. It spoke to me as a kid and as an educator and as a professional, and I'm excited to see where it goes. I really am.
Thanks for those comments, Member Marshall. We were all nodding our heads in agreement with you. Okay, so with that, I'm going to go ahead and do a roll call vote, and we'll start with you, Vice Chair.
Yes.
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 And Member Marshall?
Yep.
And I am a yes as well. So congratulations to Louisa May Alcott Community School. You have been approved and we cannot wait to see what you are going to. Well, that's it. When you know, like, you keep it in until you make eyes with somebody that's all like on the, like their eyes are starting to well and you're like, okay. So congratulations. We cannot wait to see what you're going to be able to accomplish and who knows where, just where this will take all of us in the state. So thank you all so much and congratulations. And you'll be hearing from our team in terms of next steps.
Thank you so much.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome. Appreciate your time
You're welcome.
and all your help.
Yes.
It's 45 and our next one is at 1:10.
Okay, great. So excellent. So with that, board members, we have some time to breathe. If you would like, you can keep eating. We'll keep eating on camera. We will come back together here at 1:10. So we have a little bit of a break. Yes, we'll take a peek at our afternoon. We are now back on schedule. In a good way, I feel like I've been here for hours. We have. A little bit. So good though. It's been fun to watch the weather, change today. So here, we're gonna continue to move forward. We have 4 schools left to review, and as a reminder, around 4:45. We are going to revisit the vote from this morning, just based on for our recommendation vote to the school finance committee. Yes. Okay. Excellent. Dawn Institute. If you'd like, you can come on up to the table. If there's folks on the line. Think so? Okay, folks are online.
We're online.
Oh,
I do
yeah, great.
apologize that we can't be there in person. It's a little bit of a long story, so I won't bore you with that, but we are here online.
It's no problem, no problem at all. In fact, I wasn't sure with the weather, just, I was prepared to call Marie this morning and find mom and say, hey. So no problem at all. We're so glad to see all of you. So, why don't we go ahead and just take a moment, if you could all introduce yourselves, and then we will move into some questioning.
Absolutely. So I'm Susie Allman. I'm the board chair. And then Wendy Allman, who is the co-chair, she's unfortunately not able to be here today. We were traveling to a different country this past week, and unfortunately with the weather, just some things were, anyway, she's not able to be here today. She's in a different time zone, so it's late where she is right now. And then we do have Sarah Hampton here. She's part of our board as well. And then Christina Ellsworth may be able to join. She did have another meeting for her work at this time. And then Dr. Joseph Johnson, unfortunately, is not able to join us today.
Hey, thank you, Susie. And I, just on that note, I'm gonna jump here for a second. Remember, Marshall, I know it is late, so, hang as long as you can. And I just wanna say thank you so much for being here and really, yeah, just know I'm fully aware that you're hanging tough. So, we really appreciate you doing that. And once you come back, I don't know what your favorite snack is, but I'm gonna find out and we'll take care of you. Okay, wonderful. So, as a reminder, everyone, I just can provide some context to bring us back to the Dawn Institute. We were all really excited about this model. And as we started our day with a school that was really, as we think about this audacious number, I would say that the Dawn Institute is also an audacious number, but in the opposite direction, right? And it gives us, I'm excited about this line of questioning and where this conversation is going to go. So I'll just leave it there, and we can start with some questions, yeah.
I'll start.
Okay, great, please.
First, I want to say, this model, I can just see the need that it fills. And my mom was a special education teacher, and I know she would love this idea. So it's close to my heart too. I do have one question, and that's on page 35, where it discusses. I'll just read the line, and said I have a question about. It says.
Sorry, what page?
Sorry, 35.
I started on.
Entity oversight and board transition. It says the charter for the Dawn Institute will be held by the Mary Ann Elizabeth Watmuth, however you say that's her, Education Foundation, Utah nonprofit. The foundation will remain the legal responsibility and entity of the charter holder throughout both the development, startup, and operational phase. Can you explain? I just need to hear a little bit more about the relationship between this board and the foundation, and what the relationship would be with both and the state charter school board.
Yes, absolutely. That's a great question. And I honestly am welcome to like feedback on what you guys propose is the best way to go about this as well. So the Mary Ann Elizabeth Watmo Foundation was developed honestly because we knew we wanted to start this school and we needed a nonprofit, right, to kind of like get our feet on the ground. And this is our second time going around in the application process with Utah Charter. If you remember last year, we were accepted, but we decided to hold off on the full application just because of a couple of different things. But yeah, the foundation was started because we knew we wanted to start this school, maybe in addition to some other potential opportunities in the future, just to help the special needs disability community in Utah County. And so there is a question on the application that's in relation to this of, you know, who's going to like hold the, or I guess just like be responsible for that oversight. And so when it started, at least currently on the Mary Ann Elizabeth Watmo Foundation nonprofits, myself and Wendy Allman, that's listed on that. And then we have the Dawn Institute board, which again has myself and Wendy Allman, and then our other 3 board members. So as we were thinking about it, it seemed to make the most sense because we already had that nonprofit set up to continue to have that be the holder of the Dawn Institute as well, just so we weren't having to maybe create another nonprofit in addition to that. But again, we're open to any feedback if you know you don't think that's a good idea, if it's better to have them be completely disconnected, we can do that, as well as more so just if that would be easier to, I guess, hold the funds right in the budget and whatnot, then we could keep that Mary Ann Elizabeth Watmo Foundation.
I guess I'm looking for legal counsel on that. Yeah.
I'll jump in on this. I don't see any problem with it. Any nonprofit corporation can be used as the school that ends up signing the contract with the state charter school board, but that's something that we could have the Attorney General's office look into if there's any impediment there, if it needs to be a different entity. Because I don't know what the foundation's business is, but I assume it's a 501c3 nonprofit Utah corporation, and assuming that's the case, it shouldn't be a problem. But I think we'd have all that vetted by council. Just to be safe.
Yeah, and that it's actually helpful to hear the history that you formed that in anticipation of needing a 501c3 for this school. And so that helps me understand it, feel more comfortable with that. I just wasn't sure if the foundation had a lot of different projects and purposes, and but it sounds like it's singular to this.
Can I just jump in with a quick question on this?
Yeah.
Is it a 501c3? Because there are Utah nonprofits that are not 501c3s, and I do think you're gonna want it and probably need to be a 501c3, which is, so what is the foundation status?
It should be a 501c3, but I'd be very happy just to double check with our lawyers who set it up, or even just pull up the official legal
You
document.
should have a determination letter from the IRS. And to get very far down the road on many fronts and to take donations, you know, you're gonna want 501c3, so.
Yes.
I just wouldn't assume you wanna verify that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Please.
Staff just reminded me, Bart, that this is one of the this group did not complete their boot camp training. They had 1 out of 3 required members there, and that individual did have to leave halfway through the training. So we are missing some of our required elements along the way to their full application.
Could I just jump in real quick?
Please.
I could be wrong on this. I work full-time at UVU, so I wasn't able to attend because we had again previously the year before completed the boot camp. I don't want to say for sure, but I'm pretty sure Wendy, who was there at the boot camp this time, Maria had said that because we had already come to the boot camp before, that it was okay. But again, I don't want to put words in her mouth because I wasn't there, but I believe that's what we were told.
I don't believe that's accurate, but you know, we will certainly look back through that.
Okay. Thank you. And that just, and I'm sure you can understand, Susie, that just is an indication or just a data point for us in terms of the preparedness and just the capacity.
No,
because
absolutely.
of the nature of the school. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll jump in. And then I would like just to hear a little bit more, just as we're really thinking about the just the capacity to meet the needs of the students. You know, and I have a feeling, and based on what you had stated in your application, that you're really looking to work with students that are needing a variety of support. And so that first, you know, and again, looking at our first year of 50, I believe I saw in the application that you would have one full-time special education teacher. And if you could just speak to the capacity of that, if the majority of your students have an IEP, is that feasible? What is your plan in terms of staffing and just being able to be financially viable to really meet that the high student service ratio that might exist.
Yes, absolutely. So we thought that it would be more, well, I guess I shouldn't say more beneficial, but maybe legality wise and budget wise to have more general education teachers, right? Be there at the school in addition to one of the special education teachers and a special education director, because special education teachers, special education director, right, can complete training to train the gen ed teachers. So that way you kind of have that dual, right? Which I mean, generally in, you know, the education system, or general education teachers can also provide special education services or just that specially designed instruction. So more so the special education teacher and the special education director are there to help with the training and maybe more the hands-on with students who need that extra SDI support for IEPs, and then also having their main role be actually writing the IEPs, right, and doing progress monitoring and all of that. But again, welcome to feedback there when it just came to thinking about UDL, and, you know, also keeping in mind that we don't expect all of our students to have an IEP or maybe even have a disability. We want to be open to all students. And so making sure we have enough general education teachers there to provide that support to any student, whether they have an IEP or not.
Thank you for that. Have you, I'll just ask one other question. How have you had a chance to reach out or have any more detailed conversations with either UVU or BYU about a partnership initiative? I'm just curious if that's developed anymore.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So I teach at the Melissa Nelson Center for Autism, and I'm the program manager for one of our programs here, Wolverines Elevated. And so I have had small conversations with my supervisor before, but honestly, I honestly wanted to do the full applications. That way I could go to her and say, here's this. And, you know, again, I've had conversations with her before, and she says that it sounds like a great idea and, you know, something they could probably contribute to and have that collaboration there. But I wanted to have the full application before I brought that to her attention again. So I would like to say we've had more conversations, but not a ton. And BYU, no, we haven't opened up that conversation yet.
Thanks, I appreciate that.
I also would like to,
Okay. Oh, well, go ahead, please. Go
well,
ahead,
sorry,
Susie.
I didn't want to cut anyone off. I was just gonna say too, recently, so the program again, I work for Wolverines Elevated, we're under what's called a TIPSID grant, and that's for post-secondary education for those with intellectual disabilities. And most recently, Utah Tech just got that grant as well. USU, their program has been going on for 10 years. They just got another grant for it as well. So, while we want to stay in Utah County, maybe there's some potential collaboration with those other programs as well as other universities too. So that's something we're looking into as well.
Great. Thanks. Go ahead.
Chair, I noticed, I think member Marshall raised his hand. I don't wanna-
Great. We can go ahead to you, member Marshall, please.
I just had with high school students, obviously credit becomes an important element. Is the goal to just, are they going to complete the state requirements? Do you have additional requirements? And with the limited number of staff, I'm just kind of curious what the pathway is for students for graduation.
Absolutely. It would be expected that they complete the Utah core standards, have the same graduation standards needed to hopefully graduate with a high school diploma. Now, because we're individualized, if, one student wanted to just graduate with a certificate of completion and that was appropriate enough for them, that's more than fine. We're also in our proposal, talk about, right, the super senior. So if students need to continue on after 18 and they had an IEP, that would be feasible as well. But no, they would be expected to be working towards the Utah high school diploma. Really, the only additional requirements for them are like internships. So that way they're getting that hands-on career development experience before they go out after high school, because honestly, just a lot of high school students, to my knowledge, don't get a ton of those like internship or job shadow opportunities that they can maybe put on their resume. So that way they're set up, whether they're graduating from high school and just going straight into a job or going into college, but so that way they have that on their resume. Like the goal is that they're graduating already with some job experience on their resume. So other than that, like having a practicum type class that they would take, and then in addition to just like a couple of like more independent living type skill classes, there's not a ton of additional requirements other than the baseline for the Utah high school diploma.
And it looks like you have 5 general education teachers. The number of courses required for somebody to get to that graduation status and by their senior year would make it challenging with just the number of teachers and the credits that would be needed. How would your current staffing plan be distributed in a way that would allow for all of the courses necessary for graduation to be taken?
I'm so sorry, my internet cut out there. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
We can.
Okay, sorry about that. Nathan, would you mind I heard you say it would be hard to.
Yeah, just looking at the number of teachers you have and the number of credits and courses that those teachers would be required to teach. What's the plan in terms of staffing to make sure that all the courses are covered and the credits are identified and that 4-year plan is kind of put in place with the limited number of staff you have?
Yeah, that's a great question. I guess I kind of want to follow that up just with another question. Would it be appropriate, right, for say maybe a teacher who's certified to teach math, right, in high school to then also maybe teach an elective as well? That's appropriate under Utah standards, right?
Yeah, you definitely can teach those. There's endorsements and things that they would need to be approved.
Yeah.
But yeah, there is that possibility.
So my other thought too, and so yes, we have 5 general education teachers, 3 full-time and 2 part-time is what was budgeted for. And the reason for those part-time ones was because of that, right? Where we have these additional classes that obviously students are required to take. Budget-wise, it would be a little challenging to maybe have 5 full-time teachers just because of our low enrollment. So the idea would be that we have these part-time teachers to make sure that we're fulfilling those general education classes that they have to take in order to fulfill those graduation requirements. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
Can I ask, just in relation to that question, because I think that's something that is concerning to many of us. Have you kind of just mapped out what licensures you need and how many FTE of this license and that license that have you created a plan that works with all that in mind?
Not to the extent I would like to, absolutely, but enough in the sense of, okay, we had this amount of teachers to teach these required classes, but when it comes to the actual breakdown of like the FTE, no, I don't have that yet, but that's a great point. Yeah. I think
And I would just say, I bring that up, just being in the high school space, finding teachers is hard, number one. Finding teachers that can do multiple things is even harder. And finding, especially in your space, where they're going to be required to possibly help with, behaviors and assisting the special education department, it could create some challenges in terms of finding qualified people that can meet all of the requirements for credit.
absolutely. I think the 2 biggest issues that we really run into with this school is honestly probably just like the salary of paying teachers, but then also just the overall oversight for the school itself. Because I recognize that, we're not always fortunate enough to have teachers who maybe have all these qualifications that we need, or maybe are willing based on the pay. It's not a secret, right, that us teachers don't get paid a lot. And so being able to offer that competitive pay, I think would be very beneficial to us. So that way, here's our mission, and hopefully obviously our teachers are very committed to our mission and making sure that schooling just in general is accessible to everyone. But then kind of taking that next step of being certified to maybe teach a couple of different areas as well. And I think, money speaks volumes. And so in the best case scenario, our plan is to apply for at least 3 grants every year, in addition to donations, and obviously in addition to any Utah charter funds as well. Money is our biggest issue. I think that's unfortunately probably always going to be our biggest issue. However, I will say I do think we're lucky enough that with the population we're targeting towards, even just with IDEA funds, we would have maybe a larger sum of money from that than maybe just your typical high school because of the larger amount of student numbers there.
Yeah, and that money's a year in the rear. Right, special ed funding still a year behind, or when I was a charter school director, you would get funded for your previous years. But is that my accurate? I'm seeing.
Yeah, they run 3-year averages.
And then, okay, yeah.
Can I ask a few questions?
Yeah, please.
Susie, as long as you brought up the money issue and teacher pay. If I'm gonna be fair to everybody, first of all, I wanna say, boy, I am just pulling for this one, but the financials are tough, right? And you know this, I'm not telling you anything you know, but just for our discussion. I mean, you've got the 5 teachers, that's already a challenge. You gotta go find 5 unicorns that are willing to work for an average salary of $50,000. Now, it helps that some of them are part-time. But you know, your your principal salary is at 70, your registrar is at 20. You know, your special educators at 60. I get it, but it just doesn't feel like, you know, if I'm gonna be fair to all the applicants, it doesn't feel like it's in the market for what needs to be paid, especially to, you know, what we really need to be high performing teachers. So there's not a question there, but do you have maybe you can speak to that how you want, but do you have, like, is there a fundraising plan that just for this to work with these amount of kids? It's just the only thing that I could think of in the last month of looking at this is if there is some mechanism that's fairly robust on fundraising. Because I just don't know where we're gonna find the dollars coming from the state with this enrollment. And I can beat you up for enrollment on your enrollment. I'm not here to say, oh, let's just make it. This is a very targeted, specific, one-on-one, we're gonna help the one. But do you can you speak to anything that would come in as far as your foundation and maybe relationships that you have? Cause it seems like you need, I don't know, but several $100,000 at least a year in fundraising to make this viable.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's fair. And honestly, I would like even more than that just to really make sure that all of our costs are covered. No, I think I'll be the first one to admit that, again, money is going to be our biggest issue always. I'll be fully transparent and say that there were many times when completing this application that I almost just stopped and was like, you know what? It's not even feasible. I shouldn't even put my energy or time towards it anymore. But I just feel so strongly about it, having not only that personal family connection of, I currently have a brother who's in high school, I have a brother who's in middle school, I have a 6-year-old brother, and you know, in addition to the many, many students that I've taught over the years. And so I just feel so strongly about it. But again, I think we're also very lucky to be in this population where every single family I've worked with, and Sarah could talk about this too, she's a special educator. Every family I work with, the parents are so extremely passionate and they will do whatever it takes to make sure that their kids are happy and thriving and in the best place that they need to be. I'm lucky enough to work in the job that I do where we do a lot of fundraising, right? We are lucky enough that we're on a grant, so we do receive federal funds as well, but a lot of our funds also come from donations. So while that's not personally part of my job description to work with our donors specifically, I have had a lot of interactions in that realm of usually actually everyone on our current board and most of our donors that we have, they themselves are parents of kids who have disabilities in some sort. So again, I feel lucky enough that I have maybe those personal connections there, or like that opportunity to talk to those donors that I know are passionate about this and just in general inclusive education and post-secondary preparedness as well. But no, I think when it comes down to it, the people are always going to be what we need to look towards. Again, I'm very lucky to be part of this community, and I'm grateful that I get to see the passion that comes from this community. And so while I wish I had a more business savvy, more ethical maybe answer or legal answer, really what it just comes down to is the people and the people I work with, the people that I've interacted with. And yeah, a good majority of our funds is going to have to come through donations. And I believe in our proposal, I put in there that we would have 2 different fundraisers each year, but you know, it's very I mean, I think fundraising is a year-round 24/7 thing that we would have to work on, but specifically having 2 fundraisers dedicated each year is going to be 100% to our biggest I guess issue that we need to address, in addition to the 3 grants a year that we would want to apply to.
I have one more question. Your facility, you've referenced it to be a $60,000 lease. Do you know how much square footage you need? Do you have an angle on something right now?
That's a
Or,
great
can you speak to that?
Yeah, that's a great
The
question.
things I think you could get donated, I just wonder if there's an entity out there that would let you have access to, you know, 5 or 10,000 square feet somehow. I don't know what you need, but if you can
Yeah.
speak to that.
I believe and this is again, the good thing and the bad thing about starting with so few students is that our facility could be small starting out, right? We don't need a lot of square footage, so that's really nice. Probably cheapest wise, it would be best to start in some space that we just rent for a couple of years, right? While we're building those donations, while we're building those funds to then either build some new property or buy some new property. That's the other, I guess, downfall of our proposal is the location that we want it in, because again, we want it to be accessible. And one of the best places for it to be accessible in is close to downtown Provo, because we're lucky enough to have like the UTA system really close by. A lot of the students I work with now here at UVU, good, and they have disabilities, good majority of them use the UTA system. So I see that every day, how great that is for them. But also in downtown Provo, it's expensive. So we also have that against us as well. But we also didn't want to be close to the lake necessarily either, because those with the developmental disabilities, specifically autism, have higher rates of drowning and just safety in that area as well. So again, being closer to the UTA system, maybe even just like a little bit busier with like people around, feels a little safer than being close to the lake. So no, I don't have a specific, well, that's not true. We've looked at a couple of different buildings around downtown Provo, but it's hard when we're so far out from actually starting to have any exact, you know, this is the building that we want and this is where we would be located. Specifically, we did have a building there for a while that we were pretty confident in, but the owners needed to sell sooner than we would be able to get in there. So that was a little unfortunate.
Can you describe your space that you need?
Yeah.
How many, you know, how many offices, how many classroom spaces, like?
Yes.
What do you need?
Let me just, I want to make sure that I'm being accurate too with
This
what
was
we
in
put
your
in the
application,
proposal.
apologies. I just didn't see it.
Yeah. Ideally, it would be a one-story building just for ADA compliance, especially in downtown Provo where a lot of buildings are older. So maybe it would be harder to, you know, put in an elevator or ramp or something like that. So ideally a one-story space would probably be best for us. Again, because we're starting so low in our enrollment, we really don't need a lot of classrooms. I would say like 3 to 5 probably, but again, they could be small classrooms because there's so few students in there as well. And then offices, it would probably be appropriate, right, for the director to have an office space for administrative needs, a front office area for that staff, and then just like a teacher lounge area for printing, paperwork, all that. So again, we have competing things where sometimes we're like, oh, this is great because we only have 50 students, so it can be smaller and maybe not as many costs associated, but also it's only 50 students, so we're not maybe affecting as many students as we would like to.
I think it's a fine balance because it's hard, you don't have the capital.
Yeah.
And I think that's for us, that's part of the sticking point. And I appreciate, as you're talking about, and I appreciate you also listing out the grants that you would be pursuing, because I think that's important. But even hearing you say a couple $100,000.
It's really not enough.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, I think about that significant, and I know too, Susie, as you were talking about, you know, I mean, fundraising it's year round, and then if the fundraising is paramount to the success of the school, then you're really in a flip-flop situation, which I think, you know, I'm just kind of stating the obvious, because some years you know, you might be really lucrative on your fundraising and some years you might not, and we don't, and that to be dependent on the fundraising dollars is really challenging. And I do wanna state too, I think this is so exciting, it's definitely a need. And even as you're talking about the universities, other universities are designing or developing transition programs to support students. It only speaks to the desire and the need of what society is saying and how we can support all learners to be anything that they want to be. So I just wanna state too that I'm very excited about the model. I think there's a need. I guess my concern is the fiscal viability of it within the current the current framework of of how you would receive funding, and it just makes me uncomfortable. Not like, but more just nervous for you to be that if we voted yes, right, just the weight of that fiscal burden to be able to make this work. And if I also can say, I agree, I think that these salaries are and you know that it will be very challenging to find qualified and people that will stay for that, just for that annual salary. And that have the skill set, because you're also then asking, right, I could be a teacher that might be able to teach 2 electives and I'm the English teacher, and then I've got 4 preps or 5 preps. I mean, that's a significant workload for that. So I know I'm stating, I think, the obvious, and I know you know because you've illuminated on this, Susie. Those are what is in my head at the moment.
Chair, I want to just make a comment. I have thought about this one a great deal too. I think we all have, and I don't think there's any question. We're all trying to figure out a way. I guess I have a technical question that would aim towards you, Director Stevenson. I don't yet see a pathway forward financially for this school. So on that basis, I just don't know if I can get to a yes, but I wonder, what is the runway? I know the typical runway is they get a yes and then, 18 months from now, they're gonna open. My hesitation here of a no is that what happens if, right, somebody comes back and says, hey, I got some space you can use, or we found this donation, or, and it's repeatable, or an endowment, or I don't know. But I would even be happy to introduce these folks to some in that community to see if they could go down the road. My question is though, or I guess what I'm trying to work through is if we give them a no, because we just can't quite, but we want them to keep going at this. And then they find stuff, the track to turn that into a yes is like another 18 months or something lagging. If we give them a yes, understanding that they're just not there yet, but this mission is so specific and there could be a few key victories. Is there like a 3-year runway where they can work at this and know that they can turn the lights on pretty quickly if they get a yes? Or is that, I don't know how that works with statute, and I'm not even sure that's a good decision, but I'd just like to understand, to the degree that you can speak to that or anybody else.
Yeah, thank you. A few different thoughts there. So right now we are looking at a opening in fall 27, so about 15 months out. The board rule does say that, a school, if they weren't ready by then, we could extend 1 year, like essentially if we didn't certify them ready to open. And it technically allows for 3 years, but it deals with the October 1 and our approval dates, so most of the time it's more like 2.5.
57 kids, honestly, I'm willing to go to the USB and say, just give us flexibility for 70. That's not my worry. But I don't want this to pretend to be a path where we know they probably need longer than 15 months and be disingenuous to the USBE or to everybody else. But if there is a way to at least give them a runway and say, look, you've got a yes, you're not there yet, but at least if you make partnerships, you can go to those because if you're trying to fundraise, people will ask, do you have your charter?
Yeah.
And if you don't, you're just gonna face it, right? So if they can say, we have our charter and we have this runway, that's what I'm just trying to explore. Like, I don't view this as a 15-month path, to be honest. I think they're gonna need at least a year beyond that. But you never know, right? Maybe somebody comes in and says you can use this space, and somebody else comes in and says this or that. And I just don't want to give them a no and then have to have them like turn the lights back on, you know, a bunch of time lag behind that. So that's why I'm trying to
So
see about
a
that.
few other points that we would consider here would be, after approval, one of the first things we do is get that charter agreement in place, which then makes them eligible for startup funds and like the revolving loan. So technically, the school could start receiving some funding, but then if there's not.
That
a
loan's
guarantee
risky
that they're
though,
gonna open,
right? Because, you know,
Right, that becomes
Yeah.
a challenge.
Relying throwing grants at this, like, you know, that I would defend that, but the loan, I get the loan is tricky. But anyway, keep going, I don't need to.
So I'm just gonna note that, it's been probably 5 or 6 years, but we did have a closure of a charter, that was heavily relying on fundraising. And that was one of the conversations our board had was, a school needs to be able to operate with just the funds that come from the state. And that fundraising is like icing on the cake, it can't be the cake itself. So
I will say though,
being
City
cautious
Academy-
with that, where we've had that.
City effectively kind of relies on fundraising. They were before us last year and but they have a long enough demonstrated repeatability to that I think it warranted, you know, consideration. So I get, I'm not trying to debate. I'm just trying to understand, like, can they have a longer runway and at least be able to tell potential partners, we do have an initial yes, but we do have these thresholds we now have to meet.
Like a tentative agreement or something.
Because if we give them a no, it's just gonna be difficult for them to get anywhere down the road. If we give them a yes, I don't want it to be disingenuous though on anything on our side, because I don't think any of us are lost on just the challenge here. But I'm just wondering if a yes could mean a runway, and maybe it can't.
And a partnership with the university, right? And I don't know, Susie, oh, there you are, sorry, I was like looking for you in the top right. I wonder if it getting space at a university, right, like you were saying, and that
Yeah.
opens up, or yeah, I don't know, yeah, go ahead.
So I'm trying to reconcile a couple different concerns in my mind. One is definitely the financial concern and staffing concern and all of that. The other side is, board capacity to support this school startup. I get concerned when we don't have board members here for this level of an action. I know there's jobs, you know, we all have jobs and we need to be at work, but I'm sure many of the other charter schools who had proposals took off work and made the drive to be here because they can do that. And they've made that a priority. And then if they've missed boot camp, things like that to me are red flags that if we had a super strong board that was just there and all over it, and I'm not seeing that. I'm not saying you aren't, I'm just saying I'm not seeing that. I think trying to work through some, you know, donated space and fundraising would make sense, but this is in reality a school where a board member may need to come and substitute for a day. I mean, they're kind of in that position. But if they can't even come to a board meeting for their seeking approval for their charter because they have other obligations, I get concerned at the time they're gonna be able to put into making sure that the school is ready to start.
Great point.
So I have a hard time, you know, reconciling, you know, with having both of those concerns. I think if we
I think you
just
said
did one.
They all have full-time jobs, it's hard to have two full-time jobs, and this will feel like another full-time job.
It will, sure.
It will.
And even, you know, I think even more so than, you know, larger charter schools where they do have the funding to hire people. Like I said, yeah, I could see them literally having to call board members and say, can you come and substitute today? So.
Thank you for those points.
Yeah, I share in those concerns. This is an opportunity for us to have a board capacity interview and to just have two board members available makes that really, really challenging. Just to contrast that with the last group we had 7 people lined up at the end of this table. That's what I would expect for something that's of this magnitude. And that causes me a lot of concern. And then just quickly a follow-up on Member Hutchings' comment earlier. I'm embarrassed that I didn't pick up on this sooner, but I'm glad she did. I just took a quick look at the articles for the foundation, which are included. And I'm a little bit puzzled in how this has been set up because the foundation has two board members, Susie and Wendy, and then separately their bylaws for the governing board. And that's not how it's supposed to work. I mean, the bylaws are for the same entity with whom we have a contract. And the board is the board of directors or board of trustees of that entity who are going to be signing the contract. So I'm not saying that this is insurmountable, but the bylaws need to match the articles. They need to be for the same entity with whom we're entering into a contract. That's something that can be fixed, but that'll need to be kept in mind down the road. So thank you for finding that.
Just so you are aware, I do apologize that those bylaws for the Marianne Elizabeth Wamo Foundation were included, but we do have separate bylaws for the foundation and separate bylaws for the Dawn Institute as well, just so you're aware.
Yeah, but the bylaws for the foundation, if that's the entity with whom we're entering into a charter agreement, need to provide for your board rather than just two people being on a separate board. That's my point. Again, this can all be cleaned up, but it will need to be cleaned up if this is approved before you're able to enter into a charter agreement.
Absolutely.
I just wondered what options are available at this point, you know?
That's where.
I mean, we can say yes or no, but we talked about some hybrid options, and so what options are available? It feels like they're not quite ready. At this point, there's too many, but it is a great idea and a great, you know, and so what options are available?
So in that case, there is an option to invite back, continue to work with our team, revise the proposal, update bylaws, potentially work through some more of these financial options. So we could say, we could vote no and please come back. We could vote no and no, we could vote yes. Now, we don't necessarily wouldn't put the caveat on that, to remember Beasley's point of giving them more time, but that is within policy or code that they have the opportunity to extend that for a year. Or we could, if the readiness to open showed that they weren't ready to go. So I think we have those three choices right now in terms of how we would like to move forward.
So is the invitation back meaning reapply in a year's time?
It will, or when they probably would, or when it would be more of, yes, please.
For historical board context, in the past, our board has at times invited applicants to rejoin at the application phase rather than back through the proposal phase. Over the years, the board.
Is this the application phase today?
Yes.
Okay, so they would
The
skip
proposal was that
over
little short environment that you saw.
the initial September meeting.
Yeah, or
Yes.
Okay.
However, the board found in the past that that didn't seem to be advantageous to our applicants and seems to actually be a disservice when they came back less prepared than just re-entering into the proposal process. So over the last few years, that's where the board has, if they say no, obviously anyone can always reapply and join in that proposal, but to possibly encourage, please come back with an updated proposal and restart the process as a whole.
I mean, I just react to that because I put forward my idea just as an idea, not even as I think it's a good idea. I just want to know what the options are. My struggle is I definitely want to try to plow some ground here, but I also respect the fact that we have multiple applicants every year. And on fair ground, somebody else would say, well, why are you making kind of a special exception for that? And not, I don't want to get us in a position unintendedly where we appear to be, I don't know, favoring a certain situation. Now, I will defend my stance here, right? This is a very specific application to a very specific subset of people that that we all want to help. So I think I'm on okay ground as far as my own self, but these are great concerns. I mean, I'm not even sure we can answer the, how do you get a high school program with 5 teachers? Like, I don't even come over that.
I tried penciling it out. but
I just don't know.
didn't.
And, you know, we can't get more teachers without more money, and we really are gonna be dependent on a foundation. I'm just not sure the charter world is the right vehicle for this. This might have to be a truly private school. The bummer is they give up, you know, $1 million in funding. I just don't know, but in my heart, I wanna be there, but in my mind, my bored mind, I'm like, I just don't know if I can get to a yes on this one, but I would like to give them a runway to move on if they, you know, if that's their desire. I just don't know how to do it. So.
I almost feel the compassionate no. And Susie, I know we're talking this through, and please know that I'm so aware that you're here, and I think even the matrix of the teachers at the FTEs and what that would, right, what that would look like, who's teaching what, and making that part of the application, because this is such a, really, to make this work on these numbers is going to be a I don't know, I'm trying, I'm like Pandora's box, no. Aladdin's lamp, no, I don't know what I'm thinking, but you know what I'm saying, it's really a diamond in the rough, I guess, and we want to make this as viable as possible. I would say I'm leaning in that direction and inviting the team, their board to come back, be present full in the boot camp, because the board capacity is a sticking point for me as well. And I also, I understand that life happens and situations arise. And this is a meeting that's really critical for board members to be fully present, and Susie, I want to say too, I appreciate you carrying this and really speaking so knowledgeably about the school. So that's, I think, I don't know, that's where my thoughts are in terms of, and we could make that suggestion. I mean, there's no, if in our vote, it wouldn't be a requirement to come back, but it would be a definite, a very big invitation to take advantage of our team and being able to refine the proposal to fill in these gaps, and potentially even really think through a little bit more of the funding stream on those grants. And again, I know having a charter and asking fundraisers, but or funders, but it's a chicken or the egg, I think, kind of a situation a little bit. So with that, I know we've had a great conversation. I think we're at a point where I'd like to ask for a motion. And that will then at least get us going in terms of the direction that we would like to go.
Well, Chair, I would, I think considering the fact that just don't quite have enough, bylaws and that's gotta be like, that's kind of it's gotta be set up. Some fleshing out of staffing and programmatic pathways has gotta be set up. And just board capacity, right? I think that's a question that we ask, and they probably have to ask themselves, is what truly is our bandwidth to get this down the road? So with all of that, I think I find myself making a motion that we do not approve the application of Dawn
Institute.
Gosh, Dawn Institute.
We have a date coming.
I look at these so much. I can't like it. I think that's my motion. But then with all the other stuff, like, don't give up. Like, we want to be a resource, but I do think the right thing to do here is to the standard we have should be a high standard, and I just can't defend that it's been made. And so my motion would be to not approve them at this time.
So we have a motion on the table for Member Biesinger to not approve Institute with a strong recommendation to continue and come back and see us again. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Hey, thank you, Member Marshall. Any other discussion?
Yeah, just a quick comment. Yeah, this is a tricky one. It does seem like we've got a bit of a chicken and egg issue here in terms of, I mean, if we were to approve them, it certainly would facilitate them, I would hope, getting some ducks in a row. But I'm concerned that the application isn't developed to the degree that I have the confidence that they're going to be able to pull it off. In voting in favor of the motion, I certainly would be open to, and I would encourage the school to pursue any avenues possible to try to cut in line in terms of just our other processes, so they don't have to wait 18 months or whatever and go through everything from the very beginning all over again. If there are avenues to short circuit that, I'd be willing to consider that as a board. I think that'd be totally appropriate under these circumstances, where I feel like we've gotten so close, but we just can't quite get over the finish line.
Thank you for that comment. Any other discussion on the motion? Okay, so we will take a roll call vote. And then again, the motion is to not approve the Dawn Institute to move forward at this time. Member Beesinger.
Yes on that.
Pulsifer.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Vice Chair.
Yes.
Member Marshall.
Yes.
And I am a yes as well. So Susie, we are not approving the Dawn Institute at this time. And if you were in this room, you would feel the energy shift. We care so deeply and feel this is such a viable option for families in Utah. But just would like you to flesh it out a little bit more into Vice Chair's point, so I have the confidence to be able to support the school and your ability to move forward. I would ask that you please reach out to Director Stephenson, and she will be able to offer some suggestions and potentially on how to help this process for you, so we can see you again soon.
No, thank you. I really do appreciate all your time, not only obviously in this meeting, but I'm reading through all the many applications that you've had to. I really appreciate all your comments, and we will 100% take it and use those to strengthen our proposal, so that way we can continue to help students.
Thanks. Thank you, Susie, and thank you, Sarah, as well, for being here today. We so appreciate you both. Okay, everyone. So with that, we are folks. So do you feel like you need a stretch break, or can we move into our next school and then we have a formal break on our agenda? Is everybody okay? And of course, as I say to my students, if you do need a personal needs break, please don't sit and squirm. You are welcome to take care of what we need to. So with that, we would like to invite Wheat Ridge Preparatory Academy to join us here at the table, and or if folks are online, please go ahead and just show your face. I mean, you can't. Do you have anybody joining online?
Laura Warburton. Yeah.
Great. So Laura.
You have a preference where we sit or anywhere on
No.
the side of the table?
Yeah. That's great. And thank you all so much for your patience. I feel like we're actually pretty much on time. We're just a little bit behind schedule by just a few minutes. So thank you so much. Forgot you all were sitting in there, and which is great. And I'm like, oh, you just keep coming on. So thank you all so much for being here. We're glad to see you again today. And just to go ahead and get started, would you all please introduce yourselves, and then we'll pass it to Laura to introduce herself as well, and then we'll move into our interview questions.
Stan Lockhart, I'm the chair of the board of the Cambridge Preparatory Academy.
Denise Bonnet, I'm a board member over community and marketing.
Yeah, I'm Jared Rhodes, also a board member. Yeah, anything else you wanna know?
A good joke, no. I'm just
Okay,
kidding.
yes. I got a couple of them, yeah. I can get a dad joke out, yeah.
Save those, right
Yeah.
up. Excellent.
Sally Burton, board member.
Awesome. Thank you. Go ahead, Laura. Oh, okay. It's great to see you and I'm glad that we could see your face. So thank you for being here.
That's why she's not here. She's
Okay,
not
no.
feeling very well.
No worries. Yeah. Oh my gosh, I just wanna send you some soup. And 'tis the season.
It
for
is,
that, isn't
yeah.
it?
And she was devastated when she came down with the flu yesterday and lost her voice.
Oh, well, we're sending lots of healing energy and thank you for showing up and turning your camera on. And if needed, we know that you're here in the wings. So thank you so much. Okay, so, board. Questions for Cambridge Preparatory Academy. It's a little similar, but different to a school we saw earlier today. And different numbers, and just a different model in that sense. So we're glad to see you all here.
I can start.
Okay, no pressure, Clint. I know you're.
I started.
I was gonna say, the kid that's like sitting on their hand. Don't do that.
You would expect nothing less from Cliff.
Start us off. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. Let me just ask, did you tune into the Ensign? Not that you're them.
No.
We weren't, yeah.
That's fine here. I only asked because I know that you also have a contractual relationship with Charter One.
Yes.
There were some themes that I expressed in that. Now, this won't be a perfect analogy, but they tried to go at 120 miles an hour on day one. I think you're going 35. So a lot of my concerns would be
Nice.
much more natural. But I want to
started off at 120.
Yeah, well, you were 108. You were on the salt flats over there, Stan. 3,500 kids.
14 months ago.
You might get there someday. So I just wanna, again, this application, first of all, I wanna start with your board quality. And your letters of support from the community. I mean, you just can't get better, right? You are the folks that, at least I'll say but I suspect but I really wanna get on the bus, right? If you wanna be in the charter school space helping kids, let's find a way to make that happen. So I'm coming today, really comfortable with this. However, I do have a couple of critiques of the application. I'm gonna direct those more towards, and I shared this with the charter ones that were here, or folks here earlier. To execute, you want academic excellence, which I love, right? That's inspiring, and I know that is in your DNA. That's why you're doing this. Numbers are not that, but we have to have a foundation, at least from my perspective, of the right economic support and understanding for that mission to be executed on. Now, to your credit, right, you've taken our feedback and really tried to customize your application over it. I just want you to be aware of a few things that I have noticed, okay? One, similar to the Ensign application, I think the numbers that I'm gonna guess were kind of provided or supported by Charter One. They were pretty friendly and maybe a bit off. So the same thing in yours. They have assumed a $45,000 teacher salary. That's just too low.
I agree.
That's just the bottom line.
We all
Now,
agree.
again, if we go into the spreadsheet, now you didn't have an appendix, but you had a spreadsheet. I see the same thing. I see $60,000 teacher salaries, but I do see some other salaries that are quite low. If my daughter can work somewhere for 16, 17 bucks an hour at 16, 17 years old, we can all debate whether that's right or wrong, but it is what it is. You're just not gonna get the kind of people you need at that basic same price. So I just want you to vet that and go back and forth with them and pin them a little bit. Don't make it adversarial. I'm not trying. Charter One's a wonderful organization. I'm glad that they're coming here to look at this market. I think they're really gonna be a help, but the challenge in that EMO model is, if I'm your landlord, now I don't think they actually want to be your landlord if you get the piece of property you're looking at, but it's just awkward to be your landlord and your business manager. And so that kind of gets into my second main point is, one, just check the numbers, right? I don't think your salary compensation is adequate to recruit the kind of teachers you're going to need. And then with that, just watch the building stuff too, but we've talked enough about that. I think you're mindful of it. I really believe you're shooting for excellence. I do have a comment about your location because I think I know the location you're looking at. I just want to be transparent in this public meeting. That location I know is being looked at by several schools.
Yes.
And I'm glad you know that.
Yeah.
Because I think the other school I'm aware of knows that you're looking at.
I think
So I'm
they're
glad
applying.
everybody
I think
kind
they're
of.
applying today.
Yeah, I think one is a satellite, I think, and they're gonna be here next week. They have asked for an accelerated opening, i.e. they want to open fall of 26. You're asking to open fall of 27. I don't want to put this is just me, but I don't want to put the state charter school board unintentionally picking the winner of that building, right? Because I think the lease or of that building is gonna pick over and go first. I don't want to disadvantage you. So I just want to be transparent. And I have been transparent in my one conversation with that other group saying, look, we don't want to be quasi the picker of that building. I'd like you both to have ample and fair chance to, and if it doesn't go in that building, you'll find something else in the area, right? You'll make that work. To that degree, let me just make my comment here. You've asked for 450 kids. And you plan to open full the first year.
Yeah.
Maybe you will. Typically, schools don't open full the first year, typically getting in the upper grades, they kind of grow into that. But with that building, and you've got two classes of two wide of 25. So I actually, with another application, recommended a little higher. I don't think I need to make that recommendation for you, but I just want to get your feedback. Because if you can find this building you're looking at and strike a lease agreement, that may work. But if you have to pivot, and schools always, they always have to pivot somehow, your enrollment is just going to be barely at the edge of making that work, especially when we have to carve out, an EMO fee. So, I'm pretty comfortable with you guys just to say where I am. I'm glad you're here, but I think your numbers, I love that you're now focusing on a small group and getting it right. You just may have to, you may have to build up from that a little bit. So, and I'm not saying you need to be 1,000 kid school, but the numbers are going to be pretty tight. If you can get a lease that you know of and you can negotiate that, great. If you can't, you're going to be pretty tight pretty quick. But you have a partner that can help you in that, or should be able to. So, I don't know if there was a question in there, but
There may or may not have been a question in there, but
it was really just a wandering meander.
But we've had this as recently as Tuesday in our last board meeting, we had some of this discussion. And we recognize that the salaries are going to be more than 45,000. I think 45,000 is the average of all positions at the school.
I think the key salaries were 60. That's a little bit below the median, but that's at least in the realm of reality, right?
We looked at Provo School District on their website. They claim their beginning salary is 53,000 a year. So, we're sensitive to the fact that we're probably still a little bit low. And we have to be competitive if we're going to have excellence. Although I will tell you, and it's something that we've talked about in the past, this is not in our application because it came up after we submitted our application as we've really dug into it. But we're going to do some professional development of our teachers in partnership with the university and try to do some micro credentials and skilling them up as they teach in real time with some observations in the classroom. And we're hoping that some of that can help get us to the point where our teachers are providing the type of education that allows kids to excel and to get to our SMART goals, which are every child will make progress in every subject. That is our goal, to make that year's jump to become proficient or to make progress in becoming proficient in every single subject. So, we are intent on that being the goal, and it can't happen if we have all entry-level teachers without experience and without expertise on how to get us to that goal. So we're keenly aware of that. We think that 60,000 is close. It's not quite there, but we're actively in discussions with Charter One to make sure that we get what we need in order for that to happen. And the way this normally works in the schools that I've been a part of my life is that you've got a few master teachers
with a whole lot of other teachers that aren't quite there. And professional learning communities help. The opportunity to learn from each other is a big part of how you get to that point. But Clinton, you've nailed it, that we've got to get our teachers to a point that they can provide that instruction that can get us to our goals. And so that's what we're all about. But we're in discussions trying to figure that out right now. And I'm guessing that we're gonna have to rework our budget just slightly in order to, we'll find out when we get into the competition for teachers. And as we have teachers that are interested, they're gonna tell us what they'll work for. And if they're not willing to work for $60,000, then there's probably a few we're gonna have to pay more than that. And some of them will be able to pay a little less than that. But in the end, we've got to get the expertise in the classroom that can get us the outcomes we're looking for.
Wouldn't it be incredible? This is just my dream. I know this is not your, I'm just thinking about this morning when we were listening. If we had the ability to say, starting salary is 80. Could you, I mean, just the applicant pool and what might happen. It's interesting. This is not anything related to, I mean, this has just come up over and over today. Our most precious commodity, I know you know this, I'm not, this is nothing with your, in relation to the school, this is just Steph having a moment. Because this has been, when I became a charter school director, this was one of my goals, is I wanted to be paid more than the district, right? I wanted to offer, I'm gonna pay you a graduate degree, I'm gonna send you to conferences and workshops and professional development, I'm gonna take care of you and you're gonna feel like $1 million, right? And our children are our most precious commodity. And yet pennies.
Yeah.
And to Clint's point, some of our folks could be making more money at Costco. I know this is not, I just needed to take a moment because this is a soapbox for me. And I just can't, and I mean, when I think about, when I started teaching in 1993, I was making $32,000 a year. In 1993, there are teachers in Utah right now that is their starting salary.
Yeah. But yeah.
So we want to say we want quality. And we live in America. So part of that is we speak in dollars. So wouldn't Charter One might have the ability to say, guess what? We not only do academic excellence becomes because we're going to pay our teachers double. And we invest in, I know that it has nothing to do with us saying yes or no. I just needed to say that today because for those of us that have made this our life, it's just an interesting paradigm in which where we've placed education in our country.
Yeah.
That's all.
It is, yeah.
That's it.
If I can.
It has nothing, I know your school's gonna be amazing, and to Clint's point, what would happen in that situation?
Yeah. No, I definitely value talent, and I think that it's unfortunate that our society has kind of gotten to a point where we treat, like, teachers have to treat their job as a ministry as much as a profession. And my sister's an educator, and I came from a family of educators. Both my grandparents were educators. My grandmother was an educator, and at all degrees, and my grandpa was over a lot of the state education in Virginia. And like you said, it's the same thing. It was just it's always been treated as a ministry, unfortunately. And so I think what it comes down to is really, as we're kind of discussing the budget and enrollment and what's available for us and everything like that, like, it's a business too. Like Clint was saying, we have to make this economically feasible.
Sure.
And I don't think that we do that at the behest of our professionals that we want to work with and to the quality, but I think it is a development, right? Like Stan was saying, like, we have to develop as we go and understand that we can bring in really talented people and help them develop and grow with us. And then we as a board are committed to making sure that they continue to stay with us. Like, we want to value them for a long period of time. And hopefully that means like great salaries and benefits. I work in tech, and I love the salaries and benefits in tech, and the economics there is unfortunately a little bit more one-sided. It's like huge profit margins, etc. But I think that's something that I'm definitely passionate about as well.
Thank you for bringing that back around. Yes, I saw it made, but
I just want to think, well, we didn't let him introduce himself.
oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Nope. We just said our names. Yeah.
So I was typing.
No, we did. Tell them what we did.
Getting that point today.
Yeah. Please,
Go ahead.
Yeah.
It's just very fast information item for our board. One of my favorite topics is the ability that a school board has to affect those changes. The highest starting salary in Utah is at a charter school. For educators.
great.
So,
Thank you.
we talk about that when we do some of our board trainings and how you prioritize wherever your funding goes. And, you know, that's an honor of all of our schools that we have, that they get to make those decisions.
Yeah, thank you for saying that.
I just have to add this, since we're having this conversation. When I was on Jordan School Board, about 10 years ago, we had a board finance committee, and one of our board members said, what if we were, and our starting salary was in the 30s. And he said, what if we could raise it substantially? And we found a way in our district. And so we raised it into like 50 or whatever. And within 6 to 9 months, everybody had followed us. I called it the salary wars, and Jordan District started it. Yes, I did, thank you. And everybody said, oh, well, we can't let them have all the good teachers. We're gonna get some, and so everybody just.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
And
That's awesome.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
So thank you for letting me just step out of that for just a minute and to the point. And I appreciate, I know you all are on board. It's just
Absolutely.
you know, when I have a moment in a public meeting to get on a soapbox,
Two of our board members are former educators.
Mm.
And they have been assigned to the education, to the instructional quality of our charter. And also they will be involved in the hiring of our teachers in an oversight capacity. Sally Birmingham is one of those. And I don't know, do you want to say anything about this topic?
No, I just think 32,000 your first year is amazing. I got 24,000. I don't want to.
That's why the business needs to stop. Yeah, I think
like a lot to me.
Yes, I know, yeah. So thank you, I'm glad, and I think, and I appreciate that financial look on there, so.
If I could, I just
Yeah.
want, so I have the same struggle with this app as I did with the other, right? I just don't know like, I want to give them future flexibility. So I almost want to approve them for 500 or 525. It doesn't work as seamlessly because they're different grades and you can't quite just take 75 times. I don't want to change what they are and what they're asking for. That's right for me to do, but I do anticipate the high demand at this school, high quality, and I just, so I'm debating that in my own mind. I'm not trying to, I don't feel as strongly about it, but I do think 450, you know, if they have the infrastructure, it just, schools of this size have really tough budgeting meetings, and it just might be good to give them a little more flexibility. You know, if that's desired, but I just, I'll stop short of that for now. I want to hear the rest of your.
So Clint, this was really, I think the basis of us not being able to move forward in the past was that we asked for too many.
Yeah.
So we've kept ratcheting that down to.
You went on a diet.
We've done everything we can to comply with the request of this board over the last 14 months. So we would love to have more flexibility in the number of kids. But we came in with 450 because we've been told over and over again, start small and then apply to get larger as you succeed. And we have some marketing information today that we do want to share with you. We hope that somebody asks that question about how's your marketing going. Hint. Because we think the demand is there and that we're going to get to 450 in that first year. And then if we do, we'll come back. But just like you've asked us to. You said to us, start small. And when you reach your goals, come back and ask for more. And so that's what we plan on doing. To the other issue, we're very aware. In fact, I got a phone call from one of the other competitors for this site, and they invited me to their school, and their leadership met with me, and we had a very nice conversation. They're trying to persuade the owner of this property to sell it to them because they're going to be a year ahead of us. That's their goal. We're just not really in a position to ask for that yet because of the way this process works. We would come to you today asking for 2026 because we think with our marketing plan and the things we've done to attract kids already, we can do it in 2026. But that's not the process that's not the way this process is set up. And so it would be inappropriate for us to come and ask for 2026 today because that's not within the scope of the process we've been given. But to your point, the owner of the property will sell to whoever can fill that school up the quickest. So if you choose to approve us today, and if that ends up being the criteria upon which the school ends up being considered, we may come back with some updated marketing information and try to persuade you that we are prepared to be ready for 2026. If that ends up being the key criteria on whether or not we get this location and we're competing with these other schools. I just want to be transparent that we didn't feel like it was appropriate to ask for that today. We know that our competitors are asking for that, but until we get approved as a charter, it's a non-starter, in our opinion, based on the process that we've been given.
How would that work? Is that a request for a waiver of USBE to be able to do that? Is that even something that's possible?
Yes, it would be a waiver request, and we have the other school slated on for February, for the large expansion, the satellite. So we had discussed if this came up that we would recommend reviewing that waiver request for Cambridge Prep in February as well. So you'd be hearing from both schools that are asking for that faster opening.
And I'll just comment there, at least my beginning posture on this is make them all wait to 27. I just think like, I know it's hard with USB. I've understood from you, Director Stephenson, that we get a little bit at odds when we don't have a full cycle because it doesn't fit well with them. So that's an issue that I wasn't aware of.
Yeah.
And again, I just say, I don't want to pick the winner because we give one a date earlier than the other. I want to, I want to give them both an equal runway. To do this right should take some time, even for an existing school. So that's just where I probably will start in my posture. But I like the idea of having, if it needs to be, having both come back. But then I just want to be transparent with everybody watching.
Yes, and that would be based on our yes vote today.
Yeah, and we don't even know if this is a yes or if that one is a yes, but I'm just saying if the circumstance came up where both got a yes, because I think both will be very strong.
Yes.
I just think it's almost unfair to the other one to give one a starting runway ahead of the other.
Yeah, agreed.
Wow.
Other questions, comments, information?
Sure, I'll keep the conversation moving. So, I am enthusiastic about this application, and while you are here, just want to express that appreciation I have for your attention to the process and our feedback. It shows, and your application did come to us very strong. While I'm here, tell me how your marketing's going.
Our newest board member is Denise Bonnet. She was recruited for a couple of reasons. The first one is, it's interesting. I've been working on this charter school now for close to 10 years in one way or another. And we've had locations in a lot of places around the Salt Lake Valley and Utah Valley. And it just so happens that the location of this building is in the neighborhood where I spent 26 years raising my family. And so it's even become more of a passion for me as I had a chance to love people in that neighborhood. And there's a lot of lower socioeconomic families who live there. And a lot of transition because there's a lot of higher density housing that leads to rentals and that leads to people coming and going. And my kids were all in the neighborhood school, and I volunteered in that school, and I was on the PTA in that school, and I know those people and I know the neighborhood. And so there's a lot of passion that comes, but Denise was my neighbor. And she was always in charge of things. She's been the PTA president. She's been the precinct chair and she's been in charge of just about everything in that neighborhood over time. She's been our Young Women's president, our Relief Society president, our primary president. She's been everything. And so when Denise said yes, it was a huge blessing to us to get her on this board, and was really instrumental in part of the marketing that we've been doing to the local neighborhoods that surround the school. But maybe Denise can talk a little bit about some of the marketing that we've done.
Well, and to that, we decided that before we got a yes, we would just do digital marketing. Actually, they did 6 open houses, I think, already. So, but, so we have close to or exceeded, I'm not quite sure, 400 families that have shown interest, which is very good for the fact that we haven't gotten a yes yet. And also, I think that incorporates into about 1.5 to 1.7 students per household, which is good. So we'll continue, that'll grow. And then of course, after, if we get a yes, we will start more traditional. We'll go more heavy on the digital marketing. And then we'll also do traditional marketing and community marketing as well. And pressing that.
So Denise said we've had 6 open houses at the school where people have actually come and learned about what our goals are and what we're trying to do to help their kids. When we say interest, we all know how this goes, you guys. Interest does not mean kids are going there. In fact, even when they sign up to go there, they don't show up the first week. So we're very aware of how this charter school stuff goes, and having 400 families with the potential for 650 kids, that's not real. But we know that. But it is a start towards something that is real. And again, our goal is 450 kids. So it's pretty good to have 400 families, parents that are interested right now. And we have yet to go into the neighborhood and start having cottage meetings in people's homes, which is a part of what Denise and I have been talking about with all of our friends who live up in those neighborhoods. The previous school that was there was not highly thought of by many in that neighborhood for whatever reason. They didn't do much outreach, frankly, to the neighborhood. And so one of our goals is to really understand what that neighborhood wants and needs and communicate with them and persuade them. But Denise, as we've talked about this in our board meeting, even Tuesday night, there are families who are sending their kids 10 or 15 miles away to charter schools who live there in that neighborhood right now, who would love to have a local option.
I do have a lot of neighbors I've talked to that are very interested in choice. They drive their children to Reagan and to Freedom Academy. And so obviously they're excited for school being here. But also I think that Reagan has a wait list and it's in Springville, which means that people driving there in that community, so there's a wait list. Clearly there's people interested in the charter school are clearly going to be willing to drive their students to our school as well.
So anyway, we've been working hard on this in anticipation that we might get approved. And but we've had to kind of wait on some of the more I mean, if you approve us, we're going to double down on that and work even harder to get people signed up and enthused about beginning school in the fall of 2027. We think we can transition that into the fall of 2026, by the way, if needed. But we've been working on this now for, we started this effort back in August, or actually back in July. I mean, the worst times of the year to do marketing about schools that are going to open in the fall of 2027 is the summer of 2025. But even with that, we're finding that there's interest and that there are people who are going to come. And there's a sense of excitement. I mean, I think part of the sexiness of charters is that it's something new and it's something to help elevate. If kids are struggling, and even the least, it's something that the parents are saying this might help them. And there's a certain cachet about, well, my kids go to a charter. And we're hoping that we can capture some of that magic.
Thanks.
I just want to say first, I love how the location you've chosen and some of your focus is on these higher needs students. That's very close to my heart. There's a lot of good to be done there. And that also, and I think I mentioned this last meeting you were here, that you see the wisdom of focusing your academic achievement on growth. Because that's how you get them to proficiency. And so I just want to commend you for that. I appreciate that very much. I do want to ask, I do need to ask, I will say, about with your EMO Charter 1, and I'll make the disclaimer now. I like EMOs, I like ESPs. I think they can serve a real purpose for charter schools that allows school staff to focus on education. And I think that can be very beneficial to many schools. So I think there's a lot of benefit to them, but I do have a question about the organization chart that you have on page 32.
We're very familiar with
You know,
it. And by the way, we're not proud of it.
So my first question is, the org chart shows that the director is employed by and reports to Charter 1. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Some would say that, you know, those lines don't matter. But I just want to, from my own personal experience and perspective, just give you as the board some things to hopefully talk about. First thing is, as I worked at a charter school as the head of school director for 5 years for a school. We didn't have an MOU, but they acted a lot like an MOU. And the school administration were employed by the EMO, okay, or the outside organization. And so as the director especially, I felt like I was trying to serve two masters. I had my employer who had certain requirements and demands on me. And I had a board that I was reporting to, but they were not my employer. And there were times that was very challenging for me as a director. And so I would encourage you to, as a board, have a plan to, one, support your director and talk about that with your director and how you understand that that would be complicated and that you want to have open communication when when they're feeling like they're trying to figure out who do I, you know, who am I serving at this point. I would also, in other areas of that relationship, just again, you as the board should be making the decisions for the school. Be careful about the EMO's influence, even on you as the board. And just make sure you understand that your agreement is with the board and that you should be running your school. And, you know, there's things like, for example, and I don't know if this would be true with Charter 1, but for example, I would, all the hiring, I of course hired the staff, but the outside organization approved all the hiring. So salaries, for example, so our discussion about salaries that we see in Charter 1's budget, I would have to get that salary approved by, if I, in this situation, by Charter 1. And if they're trying to keep expenses down because of their financial obligations, that then there's a conflict with a board that's saying, no, they should be paid more. But it's their director who does the hiring. If you're in that, that's just an example of where those relationships can be a little sticky. I'm not saying, you know, the Charter 1, you know, obviously has a really good track record. They have a lot to share. They can bring lots of strength to your school. I'm just saying, make sure that as a board, you have thought through, talked about what you do when there might be a conflict of interest. So.
Yeah.
That's a great example.
And I'll add to Member Hutchings, in our earlier discussion with Ensign, again, not that they're you, this was a theme in that meeting too, and I'm so glad you brought this up and are bringing it up again. Our board comment was pretty forthright to the school board and say, your director should work for you. That's who they report to, they should be your employee. And the owner of Charter One was in the room and seemed to be agreeable to that, so I guess I would just make you aware of that. I'm getting signal behind you, I don't know if I'm making Matt nervous, but.
Sign language for yes.
Is that the best practice? Is the best
I
practice
just think
having the
so,
board?
yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
This board's gonna hold your board responsible, you need to hold the leader of your school responsible, and they need to be. Serve at the pleasure of your board, I just think that's the right way to do it. All the other support and stuff, that's great, but I just feel strongly, if it doesn't happen, I think that Member Hutchings just walked you through a very real world scenario. We don't think that's gonna be a problem with you or Charter One, but our job is to manage risk. And that is a risk, right? We don't want to put kids at risk, so.
Yeah.
I think the genie got let out of the bottle, and you should just know that you should anticipate employing your director directly by you.
We will do that.
And I would agree, not even just in financial matters.
Yeah.
But for instance, you have thought very hard about how you want, why you're doing this charter. And what you want to accomplish and your goals and how you want it to affect students and all of that. And your board, who is managing that and it's their brainchild, it's your brainchild. You need to set policy and set the goals and all of it, but financial decisions, but all of it. And it needs to be you straight to the person that you've hired to make it happen, which would be your director.
Board member Pulsifer, would it be appropriate at the present time to maybe put Charter One on the spot?
We would love. I didn't realize you're them. No, you were here.
So I think maybe both Mitch and I can speak to this and give a little bit of insight. So I have worn several hats in my tenure with Charter One. So first as a parent, then as a board member, also as a director. And when I was a director, I want to speak specifically to that because of the topic that we're discussing right now. So I was a director of a new school, a year one school in North Carolina. And obviously we're setting culture, systems, processes, and all of those things. It was a large elementary school, almost 1,000 students. And during that time, the relationship was very similar to what's being described right now, where, you know, I did have to do the hiring and the firing as the director. I had to, you know, look at the budget that the school had. I had to report directly to our board about the budget, about, you know, the candidates, you know, there are situations with our teachers, the salaries that were being offered, you know, which teachers were going to be offered what types of salaries. And then also I was working closely with Charter One for guidance in regards to HR and all of those different things. And so it was a really beautiful partnership that existed between, you know, my responsibility to our board to provide a great environment and educational services for our students and families, but also it was done very much in partnership with the expertise that existed at Charter One. And so I think that, you know, this is a great question to ask. It's obviously a really important thing for the board to contemplate and consider, but what I would love to assure everyone in this room of is having experienced it, that it does work very well, and that responsibility to the board and the partnership with Charter One is a very seamless process, and that direct relationship from director, principal, whatever you want to call it, to the board exists every single day.
And you're supportive if the director reports to the board?
Well, they need to. Yeah, so.
I would say employed by them.
Employed by, thank you.
Right, well, and so, I guess I always am wearing a legal hat, so forgive me if I go too much into the weeds. But, when I think of traditional school district, you have the school board, the school district, and then the campuses, right? Each individual school. Charter schools, we can't be set up in that exact way by nature, right? And because of that, we're nonprofit corporations, as you know. And the difference between being a nonprofit corporation and traditional school board is there are not immunities that come to you as a board member, right? So things that we try to do in the very best way we can is how do we protect the board? this as best we can. And we can't just simply do it through contract. We have to set it up as if like a marriage, right? If you're not willing to be conjoined at the hip with us, you probably shouldn't be working with us. We need to be in sync with everything we do. And so when we do it that way, we try to make Charter One be the agent, an agent of the board. Right? We report to the board, Charter One does. And we need to be able to be your agent, so you can delegate tasks to us to keep the board members within that corporate veil of protection. Now, if you work in the bond world, you'll know very well that if you go outside your bond covenants as an individual board member, you could be set up for personal liability. We don't want that to ever happen. Anything that the board can delegate to Charter One, we want them to be able to do that and trust us. That's why we have HR, that's why we have legal, that's why we have all those things. And we want the directors of the campuses to have that same confidence that, hey, we're not one or the other. If what you're reporting to us, it's the same as reporting to your school district in a public school that then has that same board that's overseeing you, right? And because we can't set it up that way, because we're a separate entity, we do the very best we can to mirror that. And so I hope that kind of clarifies things a little bit for you. That's the effort that we're going into to try to help protect the board members. Now, on the level with the director and who they're employed by, Glenn did a great job of saying, each state's very different. If the best thing to do in the state of Utah is to have them be employed by the board, we'll make it work.
Because I can see what you're saying, and I know had experience on a school board. I know that it's important for school boards, even though there is some immunity, but still. A school board will have, people like, for instance, an attorney or whatever, who advises them and watches out for those things and tells them, but then they give direction to the superintendent. In this case, if you were the advisor to the board, but then the board gives the direction to the principal, it just seems like you could accomplish what you're trying to accomplish without being in the spot working with the board and not in the spot where the director has two bosses. It seems like you could accomplish what you're trying to accomplish in it, with the schematic looking a little bit different, and then the director being pretty clear. Because if you see that director is going to get themselves in trouble, then you tell the board, hey, you got to tell that director to switch what they're doing,
Right. And just philosophically, I'm just trying to explain kind of where it came from, right? And as a management company, the philosophy kind of behind that was, well, if we're truly going to be a manager, we have to be able to help manage the school, right? And that's typically why in other states, they had worked for Charter One in the past, because they was technically the manager of the campus, right? And then that individual reported to the board, and we would work in tandem. Now, as we said, each state's different, and if this is the approach that needs to happen here, we're absolutely going to work with the board to make it happen.
We'll do that. Thank you.
We have other EMOs within the state that, I think about the one I worked with in partnership when I was a charter school director, and I'm sorry, could you tell me your name again? Lalani. Well, to Lalani's point, like it was a wonderful partnership, because it was the HR, it was advice, it was special ed consultation, it was even a director network, right, of what you got access to, because often as a charter school director, you feel very isolated. So it provides this network where you can get that support. So so I can see that, and it might be beneficial as you're entering into Utah for the first time with potentially, we haven't voted yet, but potentially 2 schools. It might be beneficial to reach out to some of those CMOs that we have here that are already and are familiar with how that Utah landscape works. It provides some insight to all of you.
It becomes a very beautiful collaboration.
It
which
can.
I think just only strengthens the opportunities, not just for the director and board, but for the whole community that exists at the school. And so I think it's a really strong positive. And just one more quick asterisk that I put on it, whenever things happened at the school that needed to kind of go above me as the director, the call always went board president, Charter One, and then if necessary, our attorney in that order to help.
Yeah. Excellent.
That's great.
Any other questions? Or someone would like to make a motion? I will ask for both.
I'll make the motion
Great, thank you, Member Hutchings.
that we approve the proposal of Cambridge Preparatory Academy.
And just noting that too, that with the cap of 450.
We wanna do that?
Excellent.
With the cap. Was it?
450.
450.
450.
With the hope you'll see us.
Yes.
With this plan.
With
Okay, so we have a motion on the table to approve Cambridge Preparatory Academy with an enrollment cap of 450. Is there a second? Okay, and a second for Member Pulsifer. Is there any other discussion to this motion? I cannot believe Member Marshall is still with us as I get.
Yeah. 2 a.m.
Okay. So why don't we start with you, Member Marshall? How do you vote?
Yes.
Great, and then I'll bounce it back to you, Member Hutchins.
Yes.
Okay, Member Bassett?
Yes.
Vice Chair?
Yes.
Yes.
And
Yes.
and I am a yes as well. So congratulations. We so appreciate your work, your tenacity, your passion. Thank you. Thank you for working with us. Because ultimately that's what we hope for as we're learning and trying to make Utah just an amazing place for children and families. We look forward to seeing you again. After this vote, you'll definitely hear from our team in terms of next steps and to our representatives from Charter One, we're happy to, if you'd like to reach out to our team to provide some of those other CMOs, I'm sure they would be happy to talk to you. It might be just to know who else is in Utah, right, that you're working with.
We would love that. We will definitely.
Awesome. Thank you. Great. That brings us to a break, board, before our final two. So let's take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 3:10, everyone. 3:10. School's coming on in, it is, January, what did I say, January 29th, January 29th. And Bryce did ask us, so, in the past, thank you all, people mind just giving us like 30 seconds, well, probably Amanda. In the past, so, I helped with program last year, so at the beginning of the day, there's like a 20-minute, like all the kids are sitting on the stairs and it's a welcome. And last year, Lieutenant Governor Henderson spoke. This year, Royce had mentioned that the governor is planning to be there. He had asked though if somebody from our board would be willing to, I say MC, but it's more serious than that, you know, but be a support to help in that program. And I didn't know if any of you that could be there that day would be.
And is this,
It would be in the morning.
okay, cause I know they have kids there all day, but the big focus is the noon the lunch hour.
It is.
Without committee meetings, so there's sometimes something like real, like 7 in the morning, but I don't think.
No, I'll double check with that. Oh, you do? Okay, okay, great.
We anticipate Governor Cox speaking to the group at 11:15 a.m. with the group photo to follow. Lunch and school performances will then follow
Yes.
that.
Perfect, and that's the time from last year, so I remember with parking. And just, it's one of the busiest days, I think, on the hill.
Somebody told me yesterday, a couple days ago, Senator Schumer, he said now they've finished that. So there's a lot of
Well, that's great.
That now is the museum.
Yeah, so I would say plan to be there around 10-ish or so to then connect with Royce and then.
Where are they doing, is it in the governor's hall or the rotunda?
It's in the rotunda there, right at the base of the stairs.
Yeah.
There. And all
Sometimes they do
kids and
it
everyone
downstairs, the governor's.
Yeah, so it would be, if one of us would be willing to introduce the governor and just on behalf of the charter school board, welcome folks. And I'm so sorry I can't be there, as I mentioned, my.
Yeah.
Maybe Marla got into, well, born in Montana State, so we think she got a really good scholar. So we're hoping, set college visits. Yeah, so I'm sorry that I cannot be there. So would any of you like to, also Stacy, I love the idea of the name tags. And so we're gonna work on that, I think just in general, for all the things that when we're out and about and getting into schools, so thank you for bringing that up.
Kids.
Oh, nice, okay, great. I was thinking about it would be.
So in the rotunda, so I'm guessing that charter schools are gonna be set up a table all around.
Yes, there's tables and really the performances.
Yeah,
the
I've been
performances
there
are
many
beautiful.
times, almost
Yeah.
every year.
And it was a great opportunity to connect with families and stakeholders, of course, legislators, charter school directors.
And they probably have lunch boxes for.
Pizza.
Yeah.
They had pizza, yeah.
Yeah.
So, I recall, Susan, you said you would be there, Stacy, you were gonna be there, Nate was gonna be there.
Yeah.
Is that, I know, I'll be seeing this team. You're out and Eric's out now. So, and Crystal.
We have a table, no.
If they're swinging, they're giving the priority to the schools, but then they'll let us know in the next.
My school has a table we can share.
Right. So,
I mean,
how about we just touch base, well, one of the two of you, about, if one of you would like to take the lead.
Okay.
And then just let me know, you guys, you two can decide.
Well, we talked about it.
I still choose.
So then you wanna take the lead?
Sure.
Okay, so I'll let Royce know, and he might even be listening, so Royce will follow with you on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be great, Susan, and then I'll follow with you, and I would be honored for you to represent us.
Okay.
And hey, it'll be like a little bit of a flashback, maybe, or like, you know, get you back into the thick of it with the governor.
Yeah. Okay.
We can talk, we can continue to chat about that. It's a beautiful experience, it's a wonderful day. It's a lot of fun. Okay, so with that, thank you so much, Dave Basman Academy, for giving us a little bit of time to do some logistics, because we had a working lunch, was where I planned to talk about that today. And forgot, so thank you so much for the proposal for bringing that up. And I don't know if you all have been here all day. If you have, thank you for waiting, being here. We're so grateful to see you all again. We enjoyed the opportunity that we had to talk with you all several months ago, and excited to review your full application. Do you have anybody joining us online?
Chris Harden.
Oh, great, awesomeness. So how about, would you all introduce yourselves and then we'll turn to Chris and then we'll open up for our, interview with all of you.
My name is Mira. As I mentioned, if you remember me, I have a background in technology on Salesforce and Workday.
My name's Crystal Rose, and I initiated the first Waldorf charter in Utah back in 2013. And I've been a founder of all the other Waldorf charters. I have 20 years experience in Waldorf education, and I have a master's in education as well as an MBA. I'm excited to be part of this great group.
So.
Well, it's hard to top that. I'm Brittany. I am part of this lovely group, and my background's in insurance, commercial insurance.
I'm Bethany Mogul, and I'm gonna lead the marketing and the fundraising. I also have experience in technology from Instagram and Twitter. And yeah, strengths.
Yeah. Chase Metcalf, treasurer on this awesome board. I work as a financial consultant for Fidelity Investments. And yeah, just thanks so much again for having us.
Awesome, thanks. And Chris?
I am Chris Harden. I consulted on the budgeting process here, so just happy to help.
Awesome.
And then we have two more members that weren't able to join today. Lauren Martin, she's for our law, he's our attorney. And then we also we added Roy. He got financial economics PhD from Stanford. So he's also going to help advise us in our
Excellent, wonderful, thanks. And Member Marshall, I just want to keep giving you shout outs. Thank you for sticking with us every time I turn around. And you still look awake, so thank you. Wonderful, so thank you all again for being here. So we've been, we're just a little tongue tied just because it's been a long day, so I apologize. And I'm trying this Starbucks drink, and it'll kick in probably in 5 minutes. So thank you so much for working with me. I am going to get my notes open, and in the meantime, board members, questions, comments, how will we can jump in with some questions for our Daybreak Aston Academy team. Thanks, just give us just a sec. Looks like everybody's kind of, we took a moment at our break to.
I'm happy to start.
You know, I feel like I didn't want to, did you notice I didn't make eye
I'm just
contact?
embracing it.
Go ahead, member Beesmere.
The awkward silence.
Thank you so much.
All right, welcome. I really like your resume. I'll be honest, I'm a believer in the Waldorf. The 3 Utah schools that have done that, and there's never gonna be a 4th. They've all enrolled well. I know that at the start, their grades, you know, the Waldorf is a long look at the child, right?
Yeah.
And sometimes in our education world, we want to know by 3rd grade you're testing well. I'm not gonna be the guy to figure all that out, but I just have a lot of belief in the Waldorf methodology. Bristol has the strongest Waldorf background, one of them in Utah, right? There aren't 5 people in Utah that knows many of this, and maybe not even that many. To the rest of you, you seem to gravitate towards this. And I just couldn't see it in your application, but this is a very specific, thing. And then you're marrying it with kind of AI, right? So you have this old school Blackboard Waldorf, we're gonna knit. And you have we're a bunch of tech savvy, sharp young folks that are hipsters.
Yep.
I just would benefit from, help me understand why Waldorf, where's your passion there? And then how, and then just speak a little bit. I know that's a question you could take 40 minutes on, so please don't, but can you just I just want to, I help better than I've been able to thus far. I just want to know why you've ended up here. I don't think it's a bad thing. I think it's good, but just why this and what about it? And I know you spoke to this when you came here the first time, but I just want to kind of have it with me today.
Well, I think we all had our own journeys as parents in getting here, especially as tech savvy, as you say, how we kind of mix with Waldorf. And so maybe we can each talk about ours. I think you want to start with your story.
Yeah, so I have a 2-year-old little boy, and I've been in tech for 8 to 9 years. And I feel like a great transition of what it used to be to what it is now. 8 years ago, AI didn't even exist. And we were just tweeting from a computer background or a computer screen. And I think that having a child, I really didn't even know what Waldorf was. I knew what Montessori was for my brother, both of his kids going through Montessori. And then having a child, I'm very holistically based and I just appreciate him sorry, I'm gonna start crying. I appreciate him as the child that he is. And I don't want that to change. And I am really passionate about just protecting his childhood as we prepare him for the future. And I think Waldorf does such a beautiful, sorry, I'm it's my God. It's a really great way of protecting that childhood while, like I said, protecting them for the future. Like the bread making and like working with their hands and letting them get to experience who they are as a child while not putting them in a classroom that, learning things that they're not passionate about or good at, and really honing in on the things that they are good at and showing them that you can be smart even though you might not test well. You can be smart even though you might not like every math subject, and so on. And I think that it's also, though, like I said, it's important to prepare them for the future. And I see it every day. I just came from CES, one of the largest tech companies or the tech conferences in the world. AI is a thing. AI and robots, they're a thing. It's 99% of the things that we saw there. And it's not going away anytime soon. Just like the internet, people didn't adopt that. It didn't go away. And so I think it's important to morph that with the whole child and let them congregate that together as they grow and as their brains develop at a right age. Like, yes, AI is great, but as first graders, we aren't going to put them in that. And so let them morph into the child who they want to be. Let them see how they're strong, what their strengths are in, what they're passionate about, and then integrate that into the things of AI and the future.
I can say something if that's okay. I'm actually very similar to Bethany. I came on when I know a little bit about Waldorf. And my school experiences, I got really good grades in school, went to a good university. I didn't feel prepared at all when I actually entered the real world. I got a job in finance because I knew a guy, thought I had good people skills. So he hired me on. He asked me to call a handful of clients the first day. And I remember one of the clients I called said, "What is the market doing today?" I didn't know what that meant. And I was working, right? And so the idea that my kids, and I have two little ones as well, that they can get real world experience through schooling that prepares them better to actually enter the real world is something that I'm just very, very passionate about. One of the reasons that I felt so called to joining this board. In addition to the AI space, I was meeting with a head portfolio institutional manager at a very large brokerage firm, and his statement was, our whole team believes that AI could potentially be bigger than what the internet was in the early 2000s. So thought that we can educate these kids to have that type of an advantage if that's where the world is going. I think it's something that's worth doing and getting behind and being passionate about.
Thank you, and I know a few of you may still want to be able to speak to this. Let me just kind of add to my question for those of you that are going to comment. In your application on page 8, you have a graph that kind of is like a tipped over hourglass, right? And it kind of leads me to, it kind of demonstrates visually that in the early grades, you're going to be high emphasis Waldorf, but then it almost falls off by the time you get to high school, and the AI is an inverse. Personally, I hope you don't fall off your Waldorf stuff. So I think this may not be the perfect visual, but can you either say you are or speak to why this might not be the perfect visual? Like, it would lead me to believe you're going to kind of leave Waldorf, and just really embrace tech. And I hope that I would be troubled by that, to be honest with you. I want you to embrace what you are. But can you just speak to that? Because I honestly didn't love this vision.
Yeah, I think this visual was trying to portray something else. Waldorf is not going to go away. What it's trying to portray is it's going to be seen differently, right? So like what we mentioned is kindergarten, second grade, the AI is just as involved as Waldorf as in high school, but the kids are not touching it, right? The teachers are putting together the curriculum. And so when you first look into the curriculum, you see kindergarten through third grade. Well, AI is not there at all. And so what we're trying to portray is Waldorf and AI is there, but how much it feels like they're involved and they see it. It's kind of what I was trying to portray in that graph, but it doesn't go away. It's just seen differently by the child. So by the child in kindergarten through third grade, they're not touching AI, but the teacher's creating it. But by the end in high school, right, they're using it for their capstone projects, for their market research, different things like that. So they're more involved. And like by the time they're high school, they can create like environmental projects, which is still very Waldorf or some solar panels, different things like that. But they're not like in elementary school where they're just, you know, in the ground, touching the dirt, right? It says kind of the experience models, what I was trying to portray, that the Waldorf and the AI is not gone, they're just seen differently based on where they're at in their process. So if the graph was poorly demonstrated, that's my fault on that.
Well, yeah, I thank you for the explanation, that's helpful. Priscilla, maybe I'll direct this one to you if I could.
Yeah.
As an expert in the Waldorf methodology.
Yeah.
Does Waldorf have an opinion or a position on AI? Or like, is this school gonna try to do their extra own thing, write their own curriculum? Or I'm just still trying to kind of square that out.
So pedagogically, Steiner wanted the students to be citizens of the world. They don't want to be hindered by what's going on around them. And yet we're still trying to protect in a developmental way where the child is at. In the high school level, they should be doing anything else any other high school is doing. They're developmentally appropriate for that. And so we're embracing that and giving them skills and tools and even some of the emotional factor being involved in it. There's a cyber civics that is used in Waldorf schools to prepare them for that responsibility. And it's done in a protected way, but they should have these skills as they're entered into this world, because that's what's coming toward us right now. It's just a matter of delaying it. And so embraces Steiner really, who was the founder of Waldorf Education, did want us to be citizens of the world and know what's going on around us. It's really though protecting these while the child is development at the right developmental time, but also psychologically and how the curriculum is presented to them as well. It meets the child where they're at.
Thank you. That's a great response. My probably last question for now is on page 31. You walk through staffing plan and enrollment growth. I want to focus on enrollment growth, and I want to square this with, I don't know, page 3 or 4, your enrollment, which basically goes 46, 46, 46. Now, your application, you want to be a K through 12 school. Yeah, I'm personally a fan of that. I think Waldorf is a complete thing. So, are we K-12?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I think you would, at least that's what I.
You're right, it's by year 8, I think.
It's a little vague, because your projections now, I get, you only had so much of a table, but do you want to add 46 more to 12th grade? Because down here on page 31, under staffing plan and enrollment, you say grades K5 through 12, 400 kids, so we're not quite, we're gonna get up to that. Is it? Okay, I'm on 31.
Go back to 25 and it has the enrollment projections.
Okay, thank you. That's right.
There are different numbers.
It's not consistent.
Yeah, and so if you could square page 31, 25, and page 3 or 4, I just want to know what's your ask for kids and what you're thinking behind it.
Yeah, I
'Cause
think that
it's a little bit confusing.
really, we know we have a building to purchase and land, and that's a little bit unknown. Ideally, we want to have 23 students in each classroom, but again, that might have to budget it. And so a lot of this is just trying to figure out the budgeting needs, which are kind of unknown at this point, although we're excited to announce that we have a potential partner who already has land and is aligned with our vision and excited about what we're doing. And so we want to grow systematically up through that and have that scalability where we built the foundation and it's a strong foundation, and then add in the grade next year and growing up into that. And high school is a big thing to take on. We want to make sure we have that strong foundation and then add that in using expertise from high school, the one that's starting in Utah, as well as other high schools that are going on. But we do have a big plan of how the high school will look. And as far as the enrollment numbers, we're trying to be a little bit flexible with knowing what our building needs will be. And the facility, I know, takes a big amount of their budget. And so we want to make sure we have enough enrollment. We might have to add in another first grade class or something to budget to make sure that financially we're stable.
So would we say if you got a yes, right? That could happen, we'll see, but to 598 kids? Or, because that's what's on page 25. Page 3 or 4 didn't quite fill it out, and then page 31, it hints at 100 kids a year, which is different than 46.
That's
So-
until we're fully enrolled, because we're always adding a new kindergarten and another grade,
Okay,
but then that should fizzle out, and also.
so
high
you're
school
saying
we're under-
46 and 46, that'd be like what,
So it's
92?
Yeah, two
Per
kindergarten
year.
coming in and yeah.
Okay,
So
And then-
I think we rounded there with 100 because, you know, if we have to
Okay.
put a few more kids within each, class to kind of even out the
but
numbers
you'd be a K
And
through
then-
12 school with
at the end.
46-ish per grade.
Except in the
tricky.
high school, some we might just have one grade, depends on
Yeah,
how many.
because I was gonna
That's
say
what I'm saying.
nationally that could happen.
Yes.
Right.
But you would maybe have a little more in your, so I think is 598 your number, that what you're asking for, or,
Yeah,
600?
yes.
Okay, I just wanted to know what you were asking for.
Yeah, I think this
Okay.
kind of confused us.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The only one.
I think.
Thank you for clarifying that, because I wasn't sure if that was in the application as a, hey, we're gonna come back and ask for for an expansion, but this sounds, but based on this clarification, if we might make the decision, or when we go to vote, it would be, it's a K-12.
Yes, but we're starting K-5 and building up to that.
I've always thought this was a K-12 school that was gonna
Yes.
organically grow. out.
Yeah,
That's how I read it.
That's correct. Starting
I just
at
didn't quite
2,
know how the numbers were as far as enrollment. Okay.
Please go ahead.
Okay, hey, welcome everyone. It's great to see you all.
Thanks, sir.
Several of you were here remotely, as I recall the last time.
Yeah,
Okay.
just,
Yes, but didn't you have a great video the last time?
Yes, we did.
I remember that. My only gripe about your application is it wasn't in a searchable PDF. I don't know how it was just scanned in. That was kind of annoying, but that's okay because they're
Apologies.
amazing AI tools that. So I just have a couple quick questions. Has your entity been formed already?
No.
Okay, so because, yeah, it appeared that the articles and bylaws were just kind of in draft form. So you don't yet have an entity. So assuming we say yes today, can we be confident that you'll go and form your Utah Nonprofit Corporation?
Absolutely.
That you'll have a board vote? You'll put in place your articles and your bylaws and all of that?
Yeah, you have our
Okay.
word.
Okay, those are my only questions. Thanks.
I thought of one more. I'm so sorry.
That's
Can I just finish next time? Marketing. I don't wanna say it was a little light on marketing. I
That was
think there
my
was some
question.
good information in there. I loved your referral letters. I will say, I looked up your addresses. 3 of them are one of your neighbors and one of them was another one of your neighbors, which, you know what? Friends, family and fools. Those are the first people you know, you do venture, right? With 3 of us. Yes. But can you just, maybe this was, I didn't mean to steal your question, but.
No, that's great.
But I do think that at least the mention of marketing was a little weak. Is it a fatal flaw for me? I don't know, but you're gonna be in a very competitive part of town with a lot of other really good schools. So I would be helped today. I wanna get to a yes, but this was my one thing. I'm like, I just wanna understand what their plan is to communicate what this school's gonna be to their community, how they have done that to this point, and especially what you're gonna do to moving forward.
So I know Bethany could say a lot to that, but I'm gonna add my little piece since I haven't gotten to talk yet on much. I actually toured with, I'm a mom of 2 as well. I toured with Mountain West Montessori this morning, because my son goes into 1st grade next year. While I'd like him to just go to this school, that's not possible for next year. So I toured there, I liked it. They did, the only thing I didn't like about it was they were using laptops for 1st grade and kindergarten. And that goes against everything that I believe in with Waldorf. I realize they're not a Waldorf, but I was surprised by that, given it's Montessori. And I was on a tour with several other families, and there was a moment where we got to kind of chit chat between ourselves with the parents. And all of them had the same concern. Why is my child gonna be sitting in front of a laptop? And then we got onto the topic of water and why isn't there water around here? It's not close enough. There's not enough. And I'm like, I'm like, I know, I totally understand you. So all that to say, I think that the need is there within this small community right here in South Jordan. And I realize that's only a few families, but we've chatted, we have a group chat of all Daybreak residents that we're all on. All of them, you know, we reached out to them and said, hey, is this something you guys would be interested in? We got a lot of feedback there. I do realize that the letters of support are from our neighbors, but they've also told us if that school was there, that would be our first preference to have our kids there too. There's also a letter from the city councilman, so I mean, it's broad.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's right. I agree.
right, yeah. So we've also reached out to Harmon's was interested in it, and the Hale Theater. I always pronounce that wrong, I'm sorry. But I think there's more interest than maybe we let on in the application, but I'll pivot to you.
Yeah, so I've been doing marketing for a while. I do brand and global event marketing for the company I work with. And so I'm all about like a marketing plan. So how do we get, people to come to the school? How do we market it? How do we set it up for impact for the community that we want to build it with? And from that, I say we build it. I think our tagline would come from the place of we're building it with the community, not for the community. And so I think that like the marketing plan would come from a place of it needs to be relationship driven, it needs to be value aligned. And so we need the people on our team, they're gonna truly believe in the school that we're building. And from what I know from Waldorf, I feel like it is best seen, not explained. And so I think that like a great marketing plan would see, obviously like most of the younger or parents, most people are visual. And so it's like, you do, I know this sounds kind of lame, but you do like Facebook reels, you create an Instagram, because like targeted marketing is like one of the most impactful ways of marketing. SEO ads, even on the internet, is very, very impactful, whether you do even a Facebook ad of like a 5 to 8 mile radius within the community. So even outside of Daybreak, even outside of South Jordan, people can still see that and see the impact that we're bringing to the community. And from that, we show them like, hey, we will be bread making, and show them what we're going to do. Even though, a lot of them might not know what the actual Waldorf values are, we can show them the impact that we're going to make, and they can see that might be a need for their actual family.
Going off this, I want to say just my experience with MSA, the online marketing was huge. We didn't even use a whole bunch of budget for marketing, but there was just people interested, and you could see there's long wait lists, and they kept their enrollment up. And it's a really diverse community in Daybreak. There's going to be a lot of people. I'm not too concerned about making the numbers. Yeah, I think there's a lot of interest, excitement that there's something, a school like this for the kids.
And the second portion that could help with this is, I don't know how familiar anyone is with the South Jordan area, but there's this farm called Kinlands, where they do like the pumpkin patches and the Christmas trees. And so they have like a huge following, like holistic following, and they actually are selling half of their next door land, their 3 acres, and they're interested in partnering because they're usually opened after school hours and on the weekends. And so for us to use their farm for gardening, because land is really expensive in South Jordan area, to use part of their land for their animals that they already have in place, because again, Waldorf is all about animals and gardening. And so that kind of partnership, and people already aware of Kinlan being able to partner with them for the holistic piece of Waldorf, that is something that's just come about, which is a great partnership.
Where is it? I live in South Jordan. Where is that located?
Not great with directions.
I know.
It's right before Bangerter on like 126th.
The Kinlands.
You can see it if you're driving on Bangerter, it's just right off.
Yeah,
the
they have
side.
that big sign.
Big sign.
On the right.
Yeah.
Right. Going south.
If you're going south.
Yes.
South.
They have like
Past
a
the
market.
yellow house. I'll say if you have
Look them up on
kids. you should-
Instagram, it's so,
Yeah,
it's so beautiful, yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. Yeah, and I appreciate you sharing that, because I think being able to implement Waldorf pedagogy with fidelity is really important to the model.
Yeah.
I just want to comment, what's resonated with me, and I think I might have shared this before. I was a director in a Montessori school in the state, not Mountain West. And that's okay, yeah, up north, and interestingly enough, we had conversations about the role of technology, how that plays into the curriculum, and what I really appreciated, could you remind me of your name?
Bethany.
But Bethany said.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, sorry, that you said, we want to honor, protect the childhood while preparing them for the future. And I think that is the key. And almost where we've kind of lost ourselves a little bit. And I mentioned this earlier, a lot of the chatter in this, as we're entering into this legislative cycle, are families that are saying too much tech.
Yeah.
Get the laptops out, right? I don't want any screens. Well, what I appreciate what you're sharing is that is not realistic.
Yeah, right.
Right? I mean, look, today, everything that I had, I mean, I so appreciate these hard copies, and the majority of my work is right here. Knowing how to use this device in a way to be creative, share ideas, or do my work is really important. And, right, I can imagine, I wouldn't, when I was a director, I don't want to see a kindergartner in front of a screen. Right? And I understand that there's this balance of how do we prepare our children for the future, and also honoring who they are as children. And if you all can crack this, even as you were talking about the use of AI as a 9th grader, yes. Right? That is the beautiful application of the technology. The technology is not the babysitter.
Right.
It is not necessarily supposed to be the deliverer of the curriculum all day long. Right? It is a tool that we utilize to help us as humans to be more creative, to solve problems, to answer some of the unknown. And so I really am excited about what you're doing, and I have no doubt it's gonna be really hard in practice. It doesn't mean it's not doable, right? And if you can figure this out, and I'm sure there's other Waldorf schools that are doing it, we just haven't seen it per se here on this level. And with what you're trying to blend Waldorf and a tech-rich, really, or to prepare children for what is coming. And hopefully too, my hope, and I mentioned this at the break, is that my hope is that we become more human in this time. We realize what it means to be human. We tap into that. We create more moments where we can connect, and the technology just becomes ubiquitous in what we're and how we are in our lives, and it's a necessary tool. So yeah, I mean, I'm excited about this. I definitely think the marketing strategy, you're fired. Like, I can totally tell. Man, I'd like you to run my marketing. So I think that I think it's very possible. And I think, frankly, this might be a really good window of time in the state of Utah to open this school. Just based on the political rhetoric, what's happening, what families are wanting. We're seeing the influx of technology taking over our lives in ways that we don't like. So, I don't know, those are just my comments. And child's, centered education is always very close to my heart. So.
I think we could all listen to you keep talking then.
Yeah. No, I think it's exciting. Anyway, so, yeah. So, other thoughts, questions?
Member Hutchings, do you have any thoughts about the high school part of this? Because that's where my radar just doesn't.
That was one of my questions. I was gonna say, I had a bunch of questions and I'm like, ooh, I need to narrow it down, but you've answered just about pretty much all of them. But one of my questions was about the plans at the high school, because I was kind of tracking, I saw through 9th, and then later it was showing through 12th, and there was a plan for the high school. But actually, my question, I wasn't sure if there was a high school plan in the proposal, or if it was something you were doing later, but you wanted to put the details in. And so, to be honest with you, I wasn't really sure if a high school was part of the proposal or not.
Yes, that's part.
And so that might be an area. Now I would need to look at it in a little bit different way, honestly. But you may want to kind of get some more detail about the high school Yeah, and you have time. I would think, I don't have concerns. If that's what you're asking, I really don't, but just in the proposal, it was a little confusing to me whether a high school was part of this proposal or something you were hoping to do in the future. So.
I think the challenge is we're doing K-5 to start and then
Yeah.
adding on the grade.
I think
Essentially it was like K-12.
Yeah, which actually is really wise. I think,
Yeah.
I think that's a great idea.
It's years down the road.
Yeah.
I actually love the idea of, and look forward to seeing how you're gonna thread the needle between the Waldorfs and the AI. I think it, just like she said, it's a great time to bring a model like this out and show that it can be done. So I also want to say it because I am a director of a high school and on a technical college campus, and our kids are in computers way too much. But one of their favorite clubs that we've had in the past is a grandma's club, is what they call it. And in grandma's club, they learn to crochet, to watch these high school kids who are just constantly on their phone, after school, hanging out and crocheting.
Yeah.
These are
Beautiful.
beautiful. And so,
Yes, well, that's,
yeah.
that's kind of where my thoughts were when I read through this and again, seeing that schematic. Because I was thinking, if I was a parent and I wanted my children to have that Waldorf, then maybe I wouldn't want them to stop. When they were in seventh grade.
That's right.
I would want them to have it, it would look different, and yeah, they need to know how to do AI, I'm not this, but I have seen. My grandkids, I teach them how to sew and they love it. Several of them ask for sewing machines because grandma taught how to sew. But anyway, the point is that I can see a need to continue that. And that's why, that falling off, it's like, well, wait a minute, I'm not sure I would like that. I think I would want it to continue. And yes, bring the other in and show the appropriate use and all of that, but I might want it to keep going and to continue.
Yeah, I don't think our intention was to get rid of it altogether. It's just that the focus is gonna be more preparing them for the real world. Where maybe like the specialized things that they do, like in between their focus is. The grandma stuff. I love that. But it also still takes into consideration the Waldorf mindset of hands-on learning. It's just different hands-on learning, right? It's hands-on learning on how to, build a business. How to, venture into whatever industry you want to go for. So it's just different.
If you look at other Waldorf high schools, they do that, like they'll do blacksmithing, they'll go into metalwork and they're doing more of the woodworking, more complicated hands-on. And so they're developing their capacities and they're increasing the capacities as they get older and deepening their levels. So it does continue, and they're also continuing to write and illustrate their main lesson books, which are like their own textbook, but you can see the difference between a first grade and a 12th grader. And all that learning, it gets a little bit more abstract, like they're able to comprehend more in an abstract way as they get older.
You. Member Bassett, anything?
Yeah, I can echo a lot of what's been said. I do think there's a timeliness to this proposal that excites me. And again, that clarity of how the K-12 works has been helpful. That was one of my hangups as well, as I read. But concur with member Pulsar to say that you wouldn't want that to go to 7 and then just drop off. So that's something that I feel supportive about.
Excellent. Member Marshall, would you like to add anything to this conversation?
Yeah, just a thought to extend. I know it might be down the road a little ways, but have you thought about your facility in terms of how you want to integrate the high school? Is the thought to have it be one facility, or would they be separate campuses? I don't know if you guys have thought about that. That was one thoughts that I had, and to kind of circle back to the competitive space in the Daybreak area. There's quite a few charters in that area that do either lend into the AI or the kind of the technology side as well as the arts. And just ensuring that you're strategic in the way that you market yourself to ensure that you kind of maintain your enrollment, I think will be pretty critical, just given the number of opportunities parents have in that area.
I think in terms of the facility, what we were thinking, and, you know, things can change once, you know, if we get approved and, you know, as we talk with how much land that we actually can acquire and so on and so forth. But in our high school, in our curriculum, our proposal is dual enrollment, and we were wanting at least 30% of the high school student dual enrollment. And we also want to have industry leaders, someone who's actually a PhD in economics to teach a course. And we would even combine some of the high school, you know, 10th and 11th graders together in a bigger room to have these. There's only so many thought leaders that you can come in and speak to your students. So combining them together for some classes, and having more of like a co-ed space. And so we're thinking it being more of like maybe like a one building and optimizing the small land that we would have. But I think that would also come towards, you know, talking to you know, the builders and the regulations and of that, and how much land we can get, because Daybreak is expensive, and that would be around like three acres, which I talked to so Wasatch in Wasatch Waldorf, they're on like 2 acres for that, and this would be 3 acres at the Kinglands area that we're just exploring if we do partner with them. And so we just would have to optimize the small land that we can purchase with how expensive it is.
Can you clarify what you mean by dual enrollment?
Like the U and BU. We want, like, when they're in 11th and 12th grade to be, when they graduate, to have an associate degree when they graduate. So of course I've talked to the U and BYU and like the requirements it takes. So some, you know, students might not get in, or some students might you know, not want to, but we want to make sure that, you know, the opportunity is available, and at least 30% of our students can graduate with some college credits, and that would be great for the students as well as for the city credit.
Would that be, so there's concurrent enrollment where they're on the high school campus earning college credit? Or what some might call dual enrollment where they're actually on the college campus? What are you?
Yeah, so we were looking at partnering with the U and BYU. And we were exploring, we have a tram that's like right at Daybreak that takes you to the U. We were exploring that option. We were also looking at like where the professor actually comes to our campus. And so we were kind of exploring both of those options when talking to universities.
And also the concurrent enrollment piece where they get the associates.
So does that make you you're striving to be somewhat of an early college?
No, I would say it's more of like, I think it just
to have that
opportunity. Yeah, and kind of our 3 pillars of like Waldorf, AI and real world readiness. I think that's going to the real world readiness bucket of, you know, preparing them to the future. Let them take the courses that maybe that's something that they're passionate, they want to, you know, get into, whether it's
they know they want to be a doctor, so like
yes,
and start on that path. And I think it just opens up the option for a certain, you know, it might be a small percentage of students.
And it prepares them for the real world. If they can graduate with an associate's degree, they're already on their way to getting to their goal wherever it is that they might want to go. And so that just goes into that real world readiness bucket of preparing them for the future.
I know that there are some,
Oh, go ahead.
I believe there's a Waldorf school that does the IB program that does offer kind of that, if you will, college experience while also be on the school campus. I don't know if that's something you've considered, and concurrent enrollment is always an option if you want to offer the college experience while, you know, on campus. But it is true that the true dual enrollment can be kind of tricky, given, you know, the number of students you have and kind of the arrangements, the agreements you have with universities. So some thoughts.
Yeah, just even navigating credits.
I kind of wonder if the high school part needs to be more thought out.
Yeah, correct. I would agree. Obviously, it's down the road a little ways, but some things that you'll need to consider. It's very complex.
And the world is changing so much that by the time we actually reach high school, things can change again. So it's like always making sure that the students that are graduating, they're relevant and what's relevant right now. And you know, being able to pivot, and I think that's what's so great about charter schools is I feel like they're able to pivot faster than, you know, the greater public schools of what is needed to teach the kids when they come out.
So, to Member Hutchins' point, we have a couple options here on how we might choose to move forward with the motion based on our conversation here. We can approve K-12 to 598. It would just, I like even, so I would probably go to 600 just because. And another 2. We can also approve K9 with a certain number and ask to, or K8, yes, apologize, yeah, K8, and then ask to come back with a more fleshed out high school plan to give us some more insight in terms of what that might look like. And at that time, we could you would come back and ask for additional grades 9 through 12 and more numbers, right? And that is not unheard of. We do that. I want to say often, but maybe not often, but on occasion. Yeah, we definitely. In fact, that was my experience when I was a director at the Montessori school. We just exactly to your point, Member Pulsifer, is that parents started hitting 5th, 6th grade and they're like, "We don't want this to end." So I just put that out as another option, just to the conversation that we've had. There's been a lot of discussion about that stuff, the high school program and what that would look like. And then, of course, we have the option of making motion not to move forward, right, or a variety of other choices. But I wanted to make sure that as a board, we know that we have these choices in terms of how we would like to move.
If it's okay to speak on the kind of the votes, I think what worries me is that because there's already like no land left in that area, I don't know if by the time we would be ready to open up high school, if there would be anything left, and then having students go in a different, like all the way down to Riverton, which would be like a 25-30 minute drive from the, you know, kindergarten through middle school, which would make facility and cost even more expensive than being able to run in the same area and campus of them being pre-approved K through 12 from the beginning, so we could build and have that vision in mind on that land, because it is only, you know, 3 acres. Everywhere else in that area, the closest land available again is Riverton, which is 25 to 30 minutes, and that would be a very far drive to separate those schools by the time we do reach that. And Daybreak is growing like crazy. Like I connected with Larry Schmiller, and they have the next 20 years like built out, and they're not moving at what they're building there. I asked for land in a different spot.
Yeah.
And so that keeping in mind, I think, you know, our passion is the K through 12, right?
Yeah.
And being able to really stay with the child through the whole process. And I think it would be distraught on the child and on the parent to have them only go through 9th grade and then throw them to the wolves into a completely different world of just a public school, or just a completely different style of what they're used to and how we kind of nurture them through the process. So I think that's my only kind of fear of just like coming back later. I don't know if that would be an opportunity, even though that was something that we would want based on kind of the area that we're in already.
Yeah, so the question I have about that, because you're rolling it up, which I think is very wise. So it's gonna be a few years before you got there. So were you planning, and do you have the money to build the whole facility, including the high school at the beginning?
And my thought, well, I think the K through 8, and then we'd have to see, because you've got to add more, but like you can have those
Right.
other self-sustaining
Yeah.
units and after.
So we would be giving you what you've asked for. And so if you were planning to build the whole facility at the beginning, we're giving you what you asked for in terms of, you know, what your projections are. And so I think you could still have that land available. I don't see that you would have to go back, because you're all we're doing is saying, giving you a chance to think through how you want the high school to look. Because we're giving you what you asked for, so you could go ahead and build it. you wouldn't have to wait until you got approval and then build a high school. Do you see what I'm saying?
The hard thing is just having empty classrooms, and you've got the facility.
But were you going to build them anyway?
If
Where
we're
you
gonna
see
find
what I'm
money to build all of those facilities with just your initial enrollment for the first year or two, I don't see how that's even, that's not supported by your application.
Yeah.
To be able to fund the construction of a high school. We don't, I didn't see that in your application.
Yeah, how MSA did it was we did K-6 and added 7th and 8th, and so we had 7th and 8th planned because we
Right.
started that, so I
Right.
think that's the more reasonable thing, but I do think
Makes
we could. When we have enrollment, we could add on something,
Yeah.
hopefully into that 3
It
acres.
just seems like we're giving you what you asked for, so. But we're just not to go beyond 8th, but we're giving you the numbers that you asked for and so on. We're giving you, and then just come back and we'll look at your plan for high school but as terms of your facility and all that, I don't see how it's any different, but that's just me.
Yeah, I think it's just the parents wanting to know, I can have one place for my child for all these years.
I think
And
you
that's
can let
the
them
kind of-
know that the plan
Yeah.
is to add a high school.
Plan
When you
hasn't
get-
changed.
When you have students that are old enough to go to high school, that's part of your plan.
I guess it's also like the ambiguity of like, you know, you guys like us now, but what it's like later, you know? You don't like us so much while here.
They like us more.
Yeah. But, you know, versus just like, and I don't know how much you were able to look into the curriculum piece of going into like, I broke out like grade by grade of what the high school really looked like and what the curriculum would really look like. But I think it's just also kind of me as a parent, the knowledge of like, they are approved till 12th grade, they are slowly growing versus, oh, they would have to go to the board and get approved. What if the board doesn't like them? And it's just a lot of ambiguity of like, will they actually grow through this process, or like any other charter school that we have in the area, is it just gonna end at 9th grade, which we currently have. And I think they're just like very passionate of the vision of like, this is a K-12, like we're gonna grow with the child. Versus of, hey, we're gonna have to build the building later on, we're going to have, it's just like a lot of ambiguity of that process of getting there.
I hear you, and you could easily come back a year from now, right? I mean, if it's part of the delivery of the message.
Yeah.
And for me, I would like to see that high school fleshed out a little, just because we know we've talked about this a lot today. And you want a successful high school charter is very challenging. If not that you can't, but I just think that really thinking that through and what that would look like in terms of the program would probably be beneficial for us. And you could easily come back a year from now, like I said, and for a large scale expansion. And in the messaging to your families, we are growing, we're excited, we have plans for a K-12. I mean, they don't necessarily, it would make sense. I'm just saying and you know, in terms of the delivery of the message, we wouldn't want to hinder anybody that's a kindergarten parent. Well, I can't be here for 12 years, I'm out, you know?
Yes.
So I just share that in terms of some of what I'm hearing from the board and our reservations. And we also don't want to stifle you or to feel that this would be a roadblock in order for your success.
I was just gonna say, the technical aspect, looking at their projection chart, if they're adding 9th grade in year 5, it would be the beginning of year 3 that would be like the latest they'd want to come back, because then they'd have that approval potentially, January of their 3rd year of operation, which is 15 months and 3 years from now. So I think that could be a very reasonable request, and you can come back any time prior to that even, if they wanted to do that.
I have a question. I can see both sides of this, right? To be honest, with all due respect, you're all a little naive on the high school stuff, right? Some of these questions you're like, I think Christelle knows them, but so, but I can also appreciate you're like, we want a cohesive story. I guess my question, maybe I'll direct it to you, Director Stephenson, is if they were approved as a K-12, is there a follow-up like, what's the word, safety net certification, proof of concept that is embedded in that approval? Because we know we have a runway here, and I don't think we're like concerned they won't figure it out. But I totally appreciate the concern of, it wasn't in the application, it hasn't been described very well, like we probably need more. So is there a mechanism to approve them as a K through 12
As our process is written and approved by State Board of Ed, no. You know, they have the different readiness to open checkpoints. But there is always that catch-all piece in our code that says if anything else as required by the authorizer.
Okay,
So I think you could potentially make an argument that in their readiness to open documentation, you want to review some additional materials.
would that be part of the motion then? Is like approval, but as some sort of, I would need help like with the wording, like some sort of,
Yeah, caveats and.
yeah, I don't know, or we
That they're
better just do K-8 and
K-12.
come on back. I think they would prefer to know there's a pathway. And they have to come back with some metrics or, you know,
Yeah.
some description, but.
Like approved for K-12 with coming back no later than 3 years, no later than 3 years with an update on high school.
And you could even put that in where, you know, once they're operating,
Yeah.
they come back, but it's, you know, pending a successful outcome there. There's that catch-all of anything else required by the
I mean,
authorizer.
I would wanna make sure like you're comfortable, you and. You know, the three of you like in the high school space that, you know, direct, member Marshall too, but I don't know if you feel comfortable with that or not.
I just wonder if if doing it that way, we're still committed to the high school. If
That's how
it's-
I feel.
Yeah, if it's
Just, you know.
It doesn't
not
have.
a real thing.
If I was just gonna, on the flip side of that, it would be existing within the space that if they didn't come back with that or didn't bring something successful, then our board is voting to like redact part of that.
part, yeah, or take that. out.
It's a pre-approval, and I don't love the idea of some kind of pre-approval of something that's not even going to be necessary for the next 5 years, 6 years. It seems that we can give the school plenty of flexibility by approving. I don't know, 415 as it says here, or 450 students, K-8. And then they can come back with an expansion request. We've got a very simple process for expansion. We denied one yet. Didn't you talk about this earlier today
Yeah,
for
I mean-
expansions and satellites? I mean, that's.
Well, in my 1 year term, no.
Right. I mean, the point being, we've got a streamlined process that we've just approved in the last couple of years. And so far, it's been working very, very well for opening expansion or satellite schools. And we look so favorably on schools that are performing well, that come in and they're meeting their requirements and they're able to come back and expand. So I think where it's so far down the road, I just don't see the point of approving such a big number.
And you can easily tell your parents, you know, our plan is K-12. We're just starting with which is what you are, and then we're gonna move up. And I mean, I think you can say that and legitimately say that, because that is the plan. It's just a process. It's just that you come up with your plan to get the expansion.
Yeah, I mean, if you're saying we can come back next year and apply for this, I don't
Yeah, if we
know
could,
that
we
that.
could market it before the
Yeah.
school ever even opens, or even needs
Right.
marketing, right? I mean, if we have 3 years.
Yeah, but again, why come back next year? I mean, it's so far down the road.
True.
Take some time, come up with a robust game plan that you've researched, that you've vetted for developing a high school. Take some time to put that together, and you don't need to do it overnight. Take some time to put that together and then come back and present it to us.
We're quite eager.
Could I?
I haven't thought of all, is that Nate?
Yeah, I just, one thought that I had too is I think it would give you the opportunity to build out what the high school could potentially feel like and do that with your constituents. I think your community will have some ideas of what they're looking for in a high school. It's very complex. I can't understate that enough. The attrition rate in high school in the state of Utah is over 13% for charter schools. It's really difficult to keep kids in high school. And so I think spending some time with your community, whether it be next year, the year after, I do agree that giving you 2 to 3 years to really flesh out what's appropriate for your school, what are your parents and students really wanting? What do those credits look like? Especially given the Waldorf kind of unique nature of your school, I really think that spending that time with your community would really be beneficial, coming back with a solid plan. And they feel like they're involved in that discussion.
I have one other thing though. Because there's a finite amount of land, I appreciate on their side of the table the need for some like a pathway forward. I'm good with the K-8 and come back, but I would actually like to approve them for the 600, because for them to go out and get a contract on their land and know they have a pathway to build. And I think 3 acres is really small for a 600 student school. I'm not sure it's viable. You probably have to be 2 stories. Just because of your parking and your ingress and your egress and maybe you can buy the other 3 in 5 years, maybe the farm will get a little smaller, I don't know. But that's hard, but I do think, honestly, I hate saying this, but you may have to think about hoping a little bit higher. I like the idea of starting good and done, but 275, you just, to be 368 by year 3, this is gonna be hard to buy your land. You're gonna pay more than $1 million an acre, I think. Unless you have, if you do less than that, then just go do it, but.
Right now, it's exactly $1 million.
Yeah, that's about what it is. I believe that. And so you just have to realize like 3 million to start with, plus, plus earth moving and plus all this, and then you do your building. I think that to give you a shot at what you want to do, we need to approve for a higher amount and then let them come back with the filled in details, because I just don't think the math's gonna work. Now, I'm not saying go build a big school and lose your vision. If you can make it work with a smaller number, that's great, but I have a high suspicion in the area you're trying to be. You're at least gonna need to demonstrate the ability to get to 600, otherwise the math's not gonna work for you. And I hate math driving decisions, but we just live in a world where building costs are high, land costs are high, and you have a finite amount of land that you're gonna be able to buy. So you may have to just, in the months ahead, really wrestle with what is our strategic opening and how does that map with our economic, how do we keep our mission and vision, but how do the economics underneath it match? So that would be I like the K-8, like, because I do, frankly, you don't know enough about what you don't know. And I'm not trying to mansplain to you or anything, but I can just tell, like, you got a little, you'll come back, you'll know like, this is a good group, but I do think you need to have access to those numbers, because you need to be able to tell your families, like, we can have the requisite amount of students here, we have a pathway here. And so I would rather have you have a higher number today.
I think that's a wonderful compromise. Yeah. It's very easy, I like that a lot. So potentially, I'll just throw this out there, a motion, K-8 with a cap of 600. Okay. Which I think would be an excellent compromise and an expectation that we would like to see you again. Yes. With a more refined plan. And I haven't made that motion, but that would be something that as I'm just hearing the conversation, I think that could be an excellent motion.
And I'll make that motion.
Okay, great.
That we would approve the Daybreak Aspen Academy to move forward with K-8 and a cap of 600. We said 600.
Excellent. Okay, so we have a motion from Member Pulsifer. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. It's interesting. I saw Member Hutchins' hand. Member Bassett, and then I'm gonna give it to. Okay, great. So we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion in regards to Daybreak Aspen Academy?
I do think we're going to update our name to just Aspen Academy, since it's actually not in Daybreak anymore. Since we can't find a land in Daybreak, so it'll just be in South Jordan, so it'll just be Aspen Academy.
Okay.
A street over.
Yeah, one cross the street.
Okay, great, we're making. Well, I think we're okay. Sure. In fact, I can already picture like your lobby with Aspen. And Aspen Grove on like part in the backyard.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you know of the power of aspens and the roots. Yes.
That's why we chose it.
I love it.
We actually had a full conversation about how we wanted a tree and what tree would that be to be our image of everything being connected.
Love that. Okay, so I'm gonna call for a vote. We will do individual. We'll go ahead and we will start with member Pulsifer.
Yes.
Yes.
Vice Chair,
Yes.
member Marshall,
Yes.
member Hutchings.
Yeah.
And member Bassett.
Yes.
And I am a yes as well. So congratulations. So Aspen Academy, you have been approved K-8 for a cap of 600. We're excited to see your high school plan.
Yes.
And
the intention of our process, which we're asking you to do, is to help you.
Yes. Yeah.
To be successful, that's what we're,
Absolutely.
not
That
to
was nice.
stop people, but
Yeah.
help them be successful.
Yeah.
We appreciate the compromise and I really, think that was great.
Wonderful. Well, thank you all so much. And with that board, we are going to invite our last school to the table, Keystone Academy for the day. As I've been watching that tree behind, right in the back, it's gone from being still to just about like 20 minutes ago. It was like. Let's do a 3-minute break, everybody, just to stretch and all that before we transition to our last school. And then, thanks, everybody. Sorry, that was not. We will be wrapping up this, revisiting our recommendations for this. Charter Finance Committee, or well. Revolving loan committee. Maybe and just we did mention the board if you got it. Okay, great. So we'll just see how it goes. All right. Board members, you are rock stars. Keystone Academy, you are rock stars. Thank you to our team. Thank you and for everybody online. So welcome, everyone. Why don't we go ahead and begin? If you could introduce yourselves. And is anybody? I'm looking online.
No.
Is it you? No?
No.
No. Okay, no. Okay, great. Awesome. So everybody is here face to face.
We do have one that couldn't get off work today, but 4 out of 5 of us are here.
Sounds great. Could you go ahead and introduce yourselves again? That would be great.
Sure. Okay.
All right, I'm Pamela Budge.
And I love reading, especially the classics. I'm a lifelong learner, which this is a definitely learning process. So added to that, I watch the legislature and the state school board just for fun. And so for years. Yeah.
Did you see me up there?
Yes.
That's so sad for you.
Yep, but it's fun, but I'm gonna be helping with like writing policies and marketing and things, so.
And you're officially a member of the board. Yes,
Yes.
excellent, great.
I'm Katie McKay, the founder chairman of Keystone Academy, and have a master's in music education. Have taught at Thomas Edison Charter School for 18 years, music, and have a great passion for the arts. And as the students went through this school and I saw so many students not have another option, that became part of my inspiration. So anyway, just excited to be here and to work this out.
Excellent.
I'm Nick DeSalvo. I'm the co-chair of the board. I'm a graduate of like a vocational high school and I'm a parent of a child that's been through charter school, both on the East Coast and moving here to Utah. And I carry a national certification for teaching the fire academy, as well as a professional project manager. Saw this opportunity come up. It's just kind of something I was looking forward for my daughter. She's growing up. The opportunity was there and I'm excited to serve on the board and be here with you all today. So thank you for your time as well.
Hi, I'm Tom Kurt. I've got 30 years of teaching high school social studies, and then I've spent the last 10 years doing STEAM outreach. And so I'm immersed in that. And my driving piece is I no longer have kids, I do have grandkids, but school's got to change because we've lost too many very capable kiddos. And so we got to give them some hands-on as well. So
I'm totally remembering all of you now as I'm hearing all of your voices, and I remember your passion when we talked with you several months ago. And so I'm so glad to see you all again today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, charter board members, you all know the drill here. Okay, vice chair.
Let me give Clint a break.
Okay.
And then,
Please, kick us off. That would be.
hey, welcome back. It was great to see you the last time. It was great to see you back again. I just have a few questions for you about the relationship with Thomas Edison and your enrollment plan and all of that. I don't know when they changed the statute to allow for that as an enrollment preference. And articulation agreement or matriculation agreement, I've never figured out the difference between those two words, but I understand that you've built in that as an enrollment preference and the game plan is to have that agreement in place with Thomas Edison, right?
We're talking with them about it.
Okay, and that agreement ultimately will have to be approved by the state charter school board, so we'll see you again when we get to that point. Tell me how those discussions are going. I mean, how promising is this? How closely aligned are you with leadership of that school? Assuming we approve your charter, obviously you can't say it's a lock, but tell us how that looks and tell us a bit more about how dependent your school is on Thomas Edison, whether there is or isn't an articulation agreement with the school. I mean, you don't have to have that necessarily to attract their students to come to your school as a high school, but tell us just a little bit more about that relationship, how things look, how promising that is, how dependent you are on it, and lastly, how do things look with the land deal? I understand that you're looking at buying the land across the street from them in Nibley. Tell us a little bit more about that.
I'll just say that I'm very close friends and also colleagues with both of the principals at Thomas Edison North and South. So I've talked with both of them. They're very excited to have an extension basically and another option. So we've talked about it. I thought that there was a person that was going to send a matriculation agreement to one of the principals. And I guess that didn't happen. So I just recently talked with him and talked with her, and she's very excited to work that out. So I think they're very positive because I worked there for 18 years. And because I have heard over that length of time, how many parents wish there was a high school that continued where Thomas Edison left off. And that is where we would basically focus a lot of our, trying to get the enrollment from them so that they have that option. So I think it's a very positive. I just think we didn't pin it down soon enough with them, but I think it's very positive. Both of them are very excited about, both principals are very excited about what we're doing. And as far as the land, we saw this, it's actually a warehouse. I went through it with my realtor back in August, and I just envisioned, and it's exactly what I think we can make. And it will take some progress and some steps to make it how we want, but it's got plenty of room and expansion. It's got, it's on 2 acres, but then there's another acre in front of it. So you have room to expand with parking, but it's right across the street from Thomas Edison South Campus in Nibley, which is centrally located. So as we went through, I mean, there would have to be some remodeling done up front. And I would really push for an auditorium, because that is one thing that Thomas Edison does not have. And we have struggled, band, orchestra, choir, my musicals, all of that struggled with a sound, in a gym, and it was hard. And so I talked to the principal at South, and if I can get this building and it's right there, and I can build that auditorium within time, probably won't happen within the first year, maybe 2, but if I can do that, then both campuses of Thomas Edison can bring their band and orchestra concerts, their choir concerts, their musicals. We can rent it out to other, places to perform in. So that is a huge part of what I want, because I think it's so critical. So she's excited about that. She says, yeah, if you can get that, then that would be great for their students likewise. So and then I just kept thinking, okay, if it's meant to be, it will still be there. Well, the realtor said that there's not been an offer made on the building. There's been an offer made on the land in front. But the owner doesn't want to separate it as of now, because the owner apparently really liked my idea when I went through. And he had a daughter that he wished had gone to a charter high school, which was what I was explaining to him that I wanted. And so he was really excited to have a school there. It's a warehouse where he builds base for makeup and lotions and different things like that. So the first part of the warehouse is already done with rooms and 5 bathrooms, and you can make that happen. It's a 2-level. So you'd have to put in an elevator, but you could make that. And then there's a cafeteria, there's 3 kitchens. So it has air conditioning already. So, but the back of the warehouse, which is the largest part of the building, is just a warehouse. And the interesting thing about this building is he showed me that they built the walls, 10-inch cement walls with 5 inches on each side of foam. And there's no air conditioning in that warehouse, but it's extremely cool. And I went through it in August. And he said the reason is because we didn't want to air condition the whole building. And so we made it, so that it's cool for our chemicals or, whatever that they needed. So it's very easy in my mind. Now, he's the construction guy, I don't know. But it's very easy in my mind to see that we could put an auditorium there. We can put a gym in the bottom. We can have more classrooms in just that space. So I'm really excited about that building, and nobody's made an offer. So we'll see, I would, if we are approved, I will immediately go out after sponsors. I know some contacts. I know some people I can talk with that hopefully can help me buy the building. Because I think that would be huge in what we're trying to accomplish. So that's kind of where I'm, thinking. But I think it is a perfect place. It's right across the street. The bus system goes there. So all of the Paradise and Hiram and Wellsville can take that bus system and get to the high school, which is what they do for the K-8 Thomas Edison Charter School.
And if we, whether we get the agreement or not, part of our marketing plan is to go to the middle school counselors and present our school and ask them to present that to students during PCCR meetings so that they're aware of it. So not just Thomas Edison, but all the others. So.
Is that answer?
Sure.
So I noticed, the first, I just would like to, and this is the money combo, I guess, and of what it to do the numbers the way that they're currently outlined, like year 180. Can that support that kind of build?
Yeah, I wonder about it too. I mean, I actually really respect I think they were very realistic about their square footage and cost and their salaries. So I like how they've done their numbers. I haven't really had a chance to vet them because it does seem a little low, but they're only trying to borrow, $6 million. Which in today's world is, I know, did you ever think you'd be in the But in today's world, that's pretty low. So I think it could be viable. Yeah.
Well, my realtor told me, he said, they built the new high schools there in Cache Valley, and each one is over 100 million.
Yeah.
And he said, Katie, your 6 million is a drop in the bucket. I said, yeah, but 6 million to us isn't.
Yeah.
Chair, can I?
Yeah, please, go ahead.
I remember this application. This group was great. We felt like their application was okay. I think we approved them thinking, come back, but there's a lot of wood to chop here. This has done a lot for me, but what I don't want to do is approve you and then watch the struggle bus move along for enrollment, right? High schools are hard. Now, I'm encouraged that, you said you talked with the principals, have you talked to the board of Thomas Edison's? Because that's the actual group that needs to be for.
Yes, I have.
So,
I've actually attended some of their board meetings.
Okay, so they know about this.
Yes, and 3 of the board members on there have children at Thomas Edison Charter School.
Okay.
And,
My question is, I just want to know how you're going to enroll. Because for kids to offset going to the big stage of Logan High, to go to this little school, I have to be honest, I just see a lot of outcomes here where we just struggle to enroll. We're always fighting a facility. We don't pay for ourselves, and you don't have a lot of more. I mean, you're trying to be small. I really want to find a way to help small schools with intention work. Man, it's just so bloody hard.
well, and that is a huge concern of ours. I mean, that is our number one challenge, I think. But I think.
Your marketing information was just kind of frankly high level 20,000 foot information about Cache Valley and the growth. It's good, but I want to know, like, how are you going to go talk 300 kids into saying that's what I'm going to do? Like,
I guess.
give me some comfort there.
Okay, I guess I come also from the perspective of watching over so many years, the students that I had in music, doing musicals, would go to the big high schools and not get a chance. And they were used to having a role with me. And so many students that were shy and scared came out of their shell, and because the performing arts does that, and that's why it's so valuable, but would come back and say they hated the high school. So many kids that I loved and saw huge potential and talent dropped out. They dropped out of band, they dropped out of orchestra, they dropped out of choir. And I would say, why? Because I've kept up with these kids. I've gone to their weddings, I've gone to their farewells. I mean, I've been a part of their life. And so when they come back to me and I say, you're not singing anymore? No, the competition is too big. These high schools are too large. And so I think that is why I feel like we are so valuable, is we are small. They get an opportunity, they grow. So I don't know, I just keep thinking of that, and I keep hearing the kids that come back and say, we hate the big high schools. and a lot of these students from Thomas Edison Charter School, and that's all I really have to go by is my experience there. But a lot of these students don't like the big schools. They are accustomed to Thomas Edison Charter School. It is small, it's safe. The behavioral issues are way less. The students come back to me and say, oh, Mrs. McKay, I hate the high schools. They swear all the time. There's all this stuff going on. There's terrible behavior issues. I mean, they complain to me personally. So I guess that's where I keep coming from. I go, okay, a small school, I think we can get them. I really believe that if we do, you know, our marketing and we've talked to so many parents, we've done a survey. I really believe we can get them. If we started out smaller, we were 120. And the financial person that helped us, which was awesome, we went through Red Apple Financial Services. We will continue to go through them if we're approved, but you know, he just said, I can't make it work with 120. And I said, okay. I said, well, what can you make it work with? Because we knew that we'd have to start out small because we can't have a senior class. We're gonna have to have a sophomore and a junior. A freshman and sophomore, you know, so we know that we have to grow. So I said, okay, what can you make work? And he was awesome. And he said, we can do 180 and your break even is 138. So he was amazing and worked out the numbers, I think, beautifully. But I know that it is a challenge. I'm hoping, this is my hope, that if I can find a sponsor to help us with the land and the building, then it will compensate for maybe the lack of the financial.
So to add to that, you know, we kind of talk about the growth, okay? Well, there's been 20-25% in the last decade. I ran for city council this past year, so you hear a lot of concerns for different residents. One of the big things is all of our schools are already at capacity. Because a lot of your local municipalities aren't talking to the school boards, and you're seeing that in Tremont right now as well. So they're building schools that are already at capacity, and parents are concerned about capacity of the public schools. And we're giving them another alternative to give them an education that's a little bit more focused on their student, something that's a little bit more, you know, not from behind the screen, to where their kids are, you know, more one-on-one or given opportunities to excel. Then maybe if they're in a group of 30-35 students in a class, they're kind of just riding in the background. So, you know, just looking at population growth and the number of kids in the schools, there's an adequate population to support, you know, Keystone Academy. We believe we have the draw for that with what we're offering as well. So as Katie mentioned, like, of course, getting the enrollment's your number one concern, because without enrollment, you don't have a school. So we certainly want to focus on what highlights Keystone Academy to be attractive to different students. And is it going to be attractive to all of them? No, but we want people to want to come to our school because, again, that's going to help their peers adjacent to them be more effective as well. They're going to be positive reinforcement for each other. So
I appreciate your answer, but I have to be candid. I think what I'm hearing is a lot of anecdotal stuff. I'm not hearing a lot of data stuff, and that's what I found lacking in this. And this is a tricky space. I mean, honestly, if I were a mad scientist here, I'd be like, hey, Thomas Edison, I got an idea. You're flushed with cash. You have big enrollment. Go build a building. We'll lease it from you, and we'll be your high school extension. Like, that's how my brain would work. Now, I don't know if their board would agree with that. I shouldn't say in a public meeting, but
I did.
But they get to borrow money at a lot less than you can borrow money.
Well, I asked them, I tried to.
Did they
get
tell you
them
no?
To be under their umbrella. I said, can we, and they said no. They
Yeah.
they said, we just can't do a high school. They
Yeah.
just, nobody wants to.
I get it. It's sorry, I got us off with this, but I'm just not as comfortable as I wanna be with, are we gonna have kids come here? Because they're gonna really have to be willing to go to a small school experience. And I think you're shooting for kids that wanna be in the arts. And I get it, there are kids in these charter schools that are like, I'm looking for this in families, but I'm just looking for some more data-rich information to say, because what I don't want to do is approve you and then, again, just watch the struggle bus. Be like, well, the land didn't work out, we have nowhere to turn, and I just don't wanna, I just don't wanna like do that, and I just feel like this still lacks a little evidence for me. So that's my struggle. I don't know what everybody else's, where everybody else is, but that's my struggle personally.
Mhm. Well, through the day, we've talked about the difficulty and the complexity of a high school. Charter schools, and I do hear you, I think that there are students that feel lost. I mean, a school of 2,200 kids, you just don't, it's almost like. You think you're gonna have more opportunity, but often sometimes the kids don't, because it's so they can't even get in to
The
have the
competition.
opportunity, the competition, right? And I can see that, and I can see families wanting to continue. And I also hear the point of 300 kids is it's a lot. Okay, I'm thinking.
Can I just, do you have a letter from the board of the school, any sort
That's
of
what I would-
testament
yeah.
from Thomas Edison, like, hey, we want, and we're gonna, I would love, I don't think I saw it, maybe I missed it, but. You don't
Well,
have
I
a letter, I don't.
I didn't think to get one. No, I don't.
I think we have some informal email communications, but
Yeah.
not a formal letter saying here, we're supporting.
Mhm.
So again, as we kind of read through that, but I don't think either of us picked up to say, hey, maybe we should ask them for that. The treasurer of Thomas Edison is actually, he owns the commercial real estate company who brought us this property. And he's very supportive of it, and I know he's talked about it as well. His student goes to Thomas Edison. And so it's very positive feedback, but it's informal. It's not a actual letter. that
Other
you're
than
asking
our
for.
site.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I don't know if this helps any or whatever, but we have found an advisor, a principal that is, in my opinion, awesome and perfect. He has 11 years experience of being a principal in Wyoming and some other places. He is Utah certified. He came here a couple months ago. He said to me, I don't know why I came here, and I said, I do. But anyway, but he has teenagers of his own right now. He would love to put them in a school like this. He's qualified. He believes in our vision and our mission. He has very high standards. I see him just pulling, I don't know, I think he's perfect. Tom's met him, Pamela's met him. So I feel like we have a building, we have a principal. I don't know, if that helps anybody, I don't know. But we're excited about him. He's just very qualified and a wonderful person, so. I don't know.
And it's not in our, we didn't write it in our marketing strategy, but another option that we kind of briefly discussed is having open houses. And so you can bring in parents, because really, if you can get parents on board, if they love the vision and the mission of the school, they're gonna say, hey, I mean, I would as parent, where we're gonna go. And try it out and the other thing that I was thinking about is that the homeschooling community also, a lot of the times they like to homeschool until junior high and then they'll send them to high school. And I think a smaller school focused on the classics and the arts and practical experience would love.
That's excellent.
And she has a son right now at Thomas Edison, who's 5th grade.
Yes.
And he's all excited about coming to our school for Martian Greenhouse.
Yeah.
So.
Yes.
I don't know.
It's moving back to me now.
There are some small, I think it was in there are some small charter schools in high school. There's Fast Forward. Is Edithtown, and they have high school there.
Intech.
Who's the,
Intech.
that's it, thank
Intech.
you, Intech, I did the wrong name.
Yeah, Intech.
They're not offering what you're trying to offer.
No.
So that's an apples to oranges comparison.
Intech is awesome and has great numbers.
Yeah.
It really is. And her son just
And
graduated
right.
from there. But they just are technology. They don't have the arts. They're well rounded. And I taught at Fast Forward for 1 year. And so I did their music program, did musicals there. And but it's kind of, it's a hard school. It's for those families that Well, a lot of the students I had there in the school didn't even have a place to live. Yeah,
Yeah, only to it.
they've kind of, they knitted a family there, which is awesome. But they don't have any music programming there.
Just a couple of things. I think just one kind of probably nitpicky, but just to draw your attention to. I really like with your classics focus, how you have your history. I'm an old history teacher. Love how you're tying history in with the classics, but you want to make sure that you look at the social studies credit requirements. Because you have a lot of world history, but US history requirements a full credit.
Okay.
And government and citizenship will be a full credit, though I think it's like you were anticipating that, and make sure there's a half credit of geography. Okay. So you can teach all the world history you want for an elective credit for the the extra, but you got to make sure you have enough of the right history credits.
Absolutely, that'll be a focus.
Then just one last question. Look, so, and I think with especially a small high school like we're talking about, you have to have a hook. Performing arts, I think, is a great hook. And I think I talked last time about how that has been a blessing to one of my children.
Your son was in band?
My daughter, yeah.
Oh, you got it.
Yeah. But so I totally get that, and it's such a good thing for kids. I do have one thought for something for you to consider. You're focusing on classics, performing arts, and then you pull in experiential learning. I wonder, it kind of feels a little like mission creep that you're like tacking on something that doesn't quite fit.
It fits the experiential way we can do it, and we can phase it, but to support the classical, because Martian Greenhouse, and I'm gonna.
And that was actually my other question. Martian Greenhouse seems really out of scope for a classical performing arts. So yeah, help me understand how that.
Not if you use it to tie back into the iterative process where a kid has to report out using logic. And while they're doing their build, Sandtech doesn't build anything. We're gonna have a shop setting where the kids can build. And but we're using our logic, we're using our rhetoric, because they have to report out. So it's a reinforcement of their math, their science, and it's a Friday thing. So it's not really a separate, I remember your concerns about that, but it's Waldorf. I love sitting in and listening to that, because it's like it's active student-led learning. And we've got 7 years experience. We have a huge opportunity to make it complement. Because I think the big advantage we have, and I am concerned about the high school drop off, but our valley is so crazy. I just had a son go through, get lost in the wash at the public school. Breaks my heart, because I've been in smaller schools, and it's like, man, we can't lose any more kids. We didn't lose my kid, but he didn't thrive like he could have in a small program. But the music piece has the centering culture of your school, because what I found since I've been doing this in the last 10 years is the art people I talk to, it's not what they do, it's who they are. And I think the music people are kind of the same way. And so you tack in, they talk about passion projects and all that. I can see where we can give kids a home that, hey, they want to come in and they'll spend extra time, and we'll have to get a good music person to come in. But Wes, the person we're considering, he has a music background. Katie's got the music background, so you could build a really cool climate of, hey, here's where kids can go in and get good, and it's brain development.
And I think they are all good things that can be beneficial for students. Just be careful about trying to be too much, to have too many different things you're trying to offer, especially as a small school. Because if you try to offer everything, you're not going to be really good.
I came from a small school outside of Vail, Colorado, 325 kids when I was there, Battle Mountain High School. public school, we had everything. The kids did it all, the athletics, which we don't have, but the performing arts, the music, outstanding academics. So I got to live that in a small school. And I thought, man, this is a good spot for kids, and our kids knew it. And that's a good telltale sign when your kids know, hey, I'm in a good place. I'm gonna make the most of it. So it can be done.
And to kind of, reinforce it a little bit, the Martian greenhouse is a great example of what it is, but it's not so much the Martian greenhouse itself, but it's what's involved to build to that mission. You're gonna be planning it out, you're gonna be budgeting, you're gonna be developing the process, and you're gonna execute it. So essentially, it's a full-fledged program. And so when I went through my high school, I came out with a technical diploma in addition, but I had to meet certain criteria along the way to do that. Part of it is I had to build a senior project. Well, I had essentially had 2.5, 3 years to do that and built my skills upon it, where I had to design it, I had to price it, I had to build it, I had to sell it. And that's the idea behind this. It's not so much what it is, but it's the development up to that point. And that's the idea behind the Martian greenhouse and where we're at. It's with everything going on in the world, it's kind of like it's an interesting topic that intrigues quite a few people.
A kid could come in, because they were asking, what does a day look like, or a year or whatever. A kid could come in, go, I could care less about farming. That's me. But I'm really interested in sound science. Oh, okay, well, Martian greenhouse, we're not gonna worry about that so much, but hey, with our next play, and we need to get the sets developed, how can we enhance the acoustics? And maybe a kid takes that and runs, that's his Martian greenhouse, so to speak. It's more of a it's an umbrella. You don't have to grow food. But what are you interested in? So it's student centered.
Yes,
And
it's a project-based development program.
like we've got a kid in, we've partnered, we had a school from Connecticut, and they were middle school, and they did 70 kids. And usually we have teams of about 5 to 10. And I thought, man, this is gonna be interesting to see, because it's done remotely. We pair them up with an expert and we meet weekly. And we had a kid come in, and he didn't say he didn't like farming, but he goes, man, I really want to see how we automate this thing. I thought, there you go. If that's your interest, let's run with it. Let's get you connected with the subject matter expert and see what you do. You might do a semester. You might do a year. You might do 2 years on automation, and then make that part of his portfolio. So it's highly individualized. It's not necessarily a plug and play. There's a lot of ground time in terms of getting to know kids, developing relationships, and seeing what they like. And you know they'll change. And but the thing that we have found is our connections with our subject matter experts have kept the program going. They love it, and then the kids love it. And so we've got another school in New Jersey that they've taken the Martian greenhouse stuff, which is done in the fall, and then they've applied it to things later on. And then they're using that in the resumes and portfolios. So that's longer than a 30-second description. But that it's a dovetail.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I also appreciate, remember, I changed your point, because I do remember when we talked to you several months ago that was all, we did talk about that, about feeling there was a lot going on, and all of your passions, right? It's all fantastic, and it's great for kids and for high school students. I think as a charter, and to be successful, really honing in on what your mission is will only help the marketing and really focus on the development of the curriculum. I think experiential learning, fantastic, and it definitely can match. But what I'm hearing is the focus is this is an arts-based school. So I'm trying, in my head, I'm trying to think experiential arts, or like I'm with you, but I can see that not just being on a Friday, right? I mean, that's going to be if the experiential education ethos will probably be, I would assume would become part, just part of the cultural, just the culture and climate and the mission of what's happening in the schools, it's part of the pedagogy. And then you've got the arts piece that is really a focus. I can see that. Like I can see kids wanting to come to your school for experiential learning, but they're gonna come because of the arts. Right? If I think about what's gonna ground you in terms of people coming to your school. And potentially that's smaller, right? Like you were saying that kids, high school kids are looking for that type of that option. I'm trying to put it, they go together, but also, it's a little, because it does make
You
sense.
can phase it to where.
Yes,
We
it
got
becomes part of.
80% music focus.
Mhm.
Obviously the curriculum, and then 20% experiential ed to begin with.
Chair, could I?
Yeah, please.
I'm in a place where I really like the components of this application, but to me, I'm in a place where I feel like it needs to be more developed. I think a lot of what we heard today has been good, but it's been kind of added on to the application. I'd like to see this team further down the field in development and thought process and community outreach and partnerships. So just to let you know, I'm probably in a place where I would not be prepared to move this one forward today myself, but I would like to see them come back and just better have this describe their thoughts in their heads and their, verbally in what we could evaluate as an application. So that's where I am, and I'm prepared to make a motion, but I don't want to cut the board off.
Please make the motion and then we can have some more discussion.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we do not move forward, Keystone Academy. But we invite them to work with staff and acknowledge that we look forward to hoping they would come back with a more described application document, a more described educational offering and more community outreach, because I'm excited about this. I don't want to lose the child in the big school. But I just, I'm sorry, I'm speaking my motion, but I don't feel like this one's ready to move forward with all that comes at you with, you gotta be dialed in to make a small high school work, and I think this one needs more work. So my motion would be to not approve and invite them to work with staff and come back in the next cycle.
Okay. Okay, so we do have a motion on the table. Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second that.
A second from Vice Chair Olson. Any other discussion to that motion?
Yeah, if I may, I'm still wrestling with the matriculation. Because to me, so far, it just seems kind of speculative. The question in the application is to provide a convincing rationale for the school's viability in this area. And I like it, it's a neat idea, but it's not convincing to me. I've got concern that the marketing, the game plan for filling the seats just really hasn't been fleshed out yet. It's ideas and it's good ideas, but I'd like to see that develop further.
I think even strengthening the application would to have that letter from Thomas Edison. It would really add to the application and part of that articulate. Oh my gosh. Yeah, thanks. I need another Starbucks.
But it's not just a letter from the school. It's parents that we've got parents that have signed up, they're interested, this is what I want. And I think you used the term anecdotal evidence, and that really is what I've seen today, is anecdotal evidence. I think I can get people there. I've talked to people who want smaller schools. And I just don't think that anecdotal evidence is a convincing rationale, and that's what I'm stuck on.
Is there a possibility for some kind of a contingency that if we can do I don't know, maybe get letters or another survey in a certain amount of time, then we could be approved? I mean,
I'll make it just a quick comment to that. One, I would say, I just want you all to know, it is much more normal for a school to go to an authorizer, have to go back, come back. This is typically a 3 to 4 year process, not a 1, year process. And so, we approved, one school today that got 3 schools today that got no's previously. So that is just part of the landscape. So I don't want you to view this as like, you're not good enough. I just think for me, I just need more information. We've tried to articulate what we need. So I don't think this is a matter of go get to 8 letters and I just think this has to be more described, and I don't want to repeat what we've said, but that, at least for me, I've tried to articulate my concerns. But I also want you to know that this is normal and you shouldn't view this as we need to stop or we're not good enough. I just think it needs more development. I'm looking for a team that can describe it in a document and that can demonstrate market validation more than where I think you're at.
So, I think to add clarity to that, to what board member Businger just said is, a year from now, you'd be sitting here with a yes.
With what?
With a yes. You would have just gone through a process with the help of our staff who will help you come back with a richer, more successful. Our goal on this board is not to stop people, it's to help them be successful. And that's, I think a lot of our decisions today have been made in that context. And like you said, there's several that weren't very happy a year ago because they got no's, but then they came back in September, October, whenever, November, whenever we saw them and said, thank you. Because we are better. And we're so just understanding that this is not to stop. This is to help. So it's better.
The building will be gone.
Yeah.
And our principal.
That's a risk.
Just grow.
Well,
That area of the state is booming.
I hear you. And to all of that, into the discussion that we've had, I think we do have a motion on the table in a second. I heard the discussion. We really appreciate and like this idea and just need some more detail and the pieces coming together and to refine the mission and goal of the school and the viability of getting the students in the building.
We sent the application in for review with Jennifer Mulder. She sent it back and told us there might be some questions, but there wasn't any other, didn't feel like, that she wanted us to redo anything or, things like that. So we checked with people, we tried to, but I'm still not clear on really what you want, because when I look at the application and we laid out our curriculum, we laid out everything, we laid out in our minds how it can all fit together. Yes, it have to be phased in and there might be small sections, but I don't really know. I really don't understand what more you want. Because when I look at the application, I can see that we've answered the questions and we've given the rationale and we've shown that there's a need. There is not a need. There is not anything up there that is like this. So, I mean, maybe we didn't do enough marketing, but I'm sorry, I don't really understand what more you want from us. I really don't. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think there's a disconnect in terms of the mission and all of those pieces coming together. I think that's one. And feel free to jump in, board members.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's just there's not a persuasive plan to get students in the seats of the school. That's what.
So
that's what jumps out of me.
With the performing arts and with the Martian Greenhouse and spiritual and the classical education.
You don't answer that question by saying we have an amazing idea.
Okay,
That doesn't answer my question.
They're talking,
You
but I
might
can't
have
hear
the
them,
most
so.
amazing idea possible for a
I'm
school,
into
but if
silence.
you don't have a compelling game plan for how that school is going to be marketed and how students will be in the seats, I don't care how amazing your idea is.
Okay.
That's my issue.
Chair, I would think we're best to do this by having staff create a summary, sorry, using the staff, Tim Gunn, what we have, you know.
Stephanie.
The team, well, the varsity team,
Yeah.
create a summary of kind of our feedback
Mhm.
and point them to kind of how they can move forward. I'm just noticing we're gonna solve all
Okay,
the
that's a great,
debates here.
that's a great suggestion.
So but I would like to be constructively helped. Like, it's a fair question, like, hey, what didn't we do? But I think it would be best, that we would best serve them by having our staff summarize our notes and describe this to them. And then I would just say at the end here, or at least my end, that I hope you can trust that we have the vantage point of so many schools, right? We have seen this and we speak from an area of support. We're not trying to be punitive, but I think we're gonna try to communicate to you the best way we can. There's just more work to be done here for a higher probability of success. And that's really what we're trying to say. But we can communicate that to you in detail, I think, with a follow-up.
Yeah, because I wouldn't know really what to do from here. You know, I don't know how they feel, but I'm like, you know, we have 200 middle school kids from the South Campus of Thomas Edison, 200 from the north. And, you know, those numbers alone, and then we've got 4 middle schools that we could, you know, go to. So, yeah, I really don't, yeah.
And I don't want to make this a debate. We're not trying to argue with you. I want to try to support you, but at the same time, yes, there are 200 children there. Are those 200 children going to come to your school? What have you done to evaluate and get some evidence for us, something that's convincing that you're going to draw those students? The fact that they're there and the fact that you have a game plan for what sounds like a great school is not evidence that those students are going to be attracted to your school. That's my concern.
Okay.
But again, I agree that our team, our staff can summarize some of these comments we've presented today in a way that is presented, that's constructive for you, so you can go back and evaluate. And I like the game plan. There wasn't anything about the education plan that struck me as disconcerting, as faulty, as speculative or anything like that. Again, that's not necessarily my expertise. I think this school has great opportunity. I'd love to see it developed more. I think you've got a good team as a board. You know, we try to evaluate board members as a team when you come and present to us. But I think there are things that just need to be cleaned up and improved in this application for us to be convinced the school's going to be viable. I think that's where I am.
And I would like to say one more thing. I hear what you're saying, and I understand. I'm not as concerned about not having. I think actually the performing arts and by the connection with talent, I think those things, and just the world as it is today, and all what you said about charter school, I mean homeschool parent, all of that. I even though they don't have the data to show it, you know, they haven't done that work, which would be helpful. But I'm fairly confident that they'd be okay, so I probably will not support that motion. But I get where you're coming from, and I think they would be stronger later, but I'm more comfortable with you going forward, so.
Okay. All right, so with that, we do have a motion on the table to not approve Keystone Academy, and we did have a second. So let's move forward with a roll call vote, and we'll take it from there. Member Biesinger, did you make the motion? I'm sorry.
I think I did.
Okay, great. Could you start with you then?
I might to the no vote.
Member Pulsifer.
And I'm a no.
Okay. Member Hutchings.
Yes.
Member Bassett.
I'm a no.
Okay. Member Marshall.
I'm a yes.
Vice Chair.
I'm a yes.
And I am a yes. So with that, that motion does pass. As you can see, even amongst us, we want you to be successful and believe that it can happen. Please, you will definitely hear from the team. We would like to see you again, and really, we'll be able to provide some tangible feedback, so that way the next time around, the application is tight and providing the details necessary to give us the confidence to be able to vote in favor. I can't thank you enough and for being here today. I know that I don't know if it's any consolation. I have been in that place and have received a no vote. I know, I can't say I know exactly how you're feeling. But I have been there. And we understand the weight of that, and the time and the energy and your passion. And with that, we really are excited to see this continue to develop. Even just based on the votes today, I think we're eager to see you come back.
No, we appreciate each of you, appreciate your time. You know, this is an opportunity for us to go back, review it and come back stronger. So,
Yes, and I appreciate the question. We need to provide you that tangible feedback.
Because at this point, I really don't know. I don't know where to go.
Or we're gonna help you with that. Perfectly. We'll help you with that.
Yep.
Okay, thank you all so much. So appreciate you all. Board members, we have one last action item to wrap up today. Okay, and Laura, thank you for being here again. And yeah, so we want to revisit, it was revisiting our second item that was on our agenda for today. In terms of the give me 1 second, everybody. Just would you mind just taking that?
You guys need to take a tiny break. You guys have been doing this for a long time.
I don't think we want to.
Oh, Laura, we want to finish. To get this done. Laura, why don't you go ahead and just bring us back to where we were this morning, give us a recap of what we need to decide today, and let's move ahead.
Okay, can you hear me okay? In my previous meetings, people said they were having a hard time. Am I coming through?
No, we can hear you just fine.
Okay, so just to recap, we had 3 applicants for the charter school revolving loan. We had Azure, which is a new school in their non-operational year. Bear River High School is looking, Bear River Charter is looking to expand. And Virtual Horizons is also looking, they got a loan in 2024, but they're looking to get a little more money if possible because they need to expand into their high school grades this next year. So as we discussed this morning, the issue is just availability of funds with the probability of a lot of applicants this year. So we wanted to wait and see how many schools your board did approve today. And then from there, we have a recommendation from the revolving loan committee. We have a recommendation to approve Azure for a $200,000 loan at this time, to recommend that. And then depending on the amount of approvals you did today, possibly recommending virtual as well. And then leaving the Bear River loan to table until our April round of loans.
What was the amount of the virtual loan?
They
Was that 200
were,
as well?
just a sec, I'm so sorry, I don't have this up in front of me. I had it up earlier today and took it down. Hold on. I am so sorry. I should have had that prepped as I was sitting here.
Oh, you're fine.
Their original loan was for
Laura, I have that they had their original loan for the 300,000.
Okay, they did. And so then they probably applied for 2 more. But I think that the board was saying we probably can't give them another 2 because they did already get 3. And we've probably got quite a few new schools applying. Brand new schools and urgent needs like some kind of a repair from a disaster, those take precedence. And then following that would be expansions.
Vice Chair, can I make just a comment?
Please go ahead.
I feel like I need to make a disclosure here. Surprised I don't think I signed my disclosure, but our firm, well after the approval, went through an RFP process. So we have been engaged by Azure Field. So I'm going to be more comfortable abstaining that vote, just so that there's nothing that would ever be questioned. I feel like that's gonna be the best thing to do for me.
Do you work, which, can I ask, if I may, can I ask which firm you are with?
That's my firm, Roundtable Funding. So we've advised the school and helping them negotiate a lease, and I probably could talk myself into voting, but I want to err on the side of just, I don't want a lot of schools to come along and say, well, hey, you voted for something and now we don't have as much money. I just would like to avoid that. So I'm just gonna abstain from voting on that one. I'm fine to vote if you want.
I'm glad you're working with them.
Abstain or.
I'm glad to hear
Or,
that.
yeah, I'm happy to vote on virtual, but I'll abstain with the Azure Fields.
So Laura, this is Eric again. So just to confirm then, presented to us today is a $200,000 proposed loan for Azure. And secondly, then for Virtual Horizons, again, is there a specific amount? I understand they originally obtained 300,000. They applied for 200,000 more. What is your recommendation?
I think the recommendation will probably go down to 100,000 for them, depending on what you approved today. Are you comfortable sharing with me?
Yeah, let's talk about that for just a sec. So we've approved 5 schools today,
Okay.
and I don't know the total enrollment count in those 5 schools, but it's a pretty big number. Do you know what the aggregate is?
I feel like I wanna just maybe guess, like.
I'm gonna guess 2, I'm gonna guess 35.
Between 35 and 4.
Yeah, about 3,500 to 4,000. That's it.
Yeah. Okay, so about 3,100.
Okay. Yeah, about 3,100.
5 entities though, right?
5.
And then there's the satellite schools next month.
Yes.
And the large
that's-
applications, which we don't know now.
No.
Well, if I might add this, we did do a little bit of amending to the rule this last year that increased the money that they could get a little bit. And it also took out the provision where the funds available to them were dependent upon enrollment. It used to be a certain amount or so much per student, but the per student is taken out now. So it's just regardless of enrollment, really what it comes down to is we only have $2 million in total to loan out in a fiscal year. And unfortunately, we are going to be doing both of these rounds of loans in 2026. We did have money left over in 2025. This process just bubbled over into 2026.
Can I just ask, Laura, is this premature to have this vote today? Is there urgency in us voting on this today? Or is this something where we need to have this taken back to the revolving loan committee to assess where we are based on the new schools that have been approved today?
The issue there is that this is a very slow process for a couple of $100,000 for schools. It takes a month for them to apply. Then the committee meets. Then it's a month for me to bring this before you. Then it's another month to go to finance committee and another month beyond that to go to the full board.
Wow.
And I think that the loan committee has made their recommendation. And when this goes to finance committee, they will take into account your thoughts and the loan committee's thoughts, and they will recommend something to the full board. So in my opinion, taking it another month is just, especially for Azure. I feel like they need this.
So the loan committee made these recommendations, understanding and anticipating that we would approve several new schools at this meeting. Is that fair to say? Okay,
Yes.
great.
And they also are anticipating some approval of expansions.
I'm now going to comment on something I'd like to abstain from, but just to answer your question. I know Azure Fields is in their pre-operational year, and they just need access to some capital to get them to operations. So on that front, I do think there is, I'll at least answer your question, that there is kind of an urgency for them. Now, I'm not telling you to vote yes or no, but as far as tabling this, I think that causes them some challenges. This just gives them kind of some liquidity, flexibility as they move towards July.
Yeah,
And
they're
I'm
kind of
willing to
late in
try.
getting this funding already.
I'm not trying to talk you into voting a certain way.
Okay, other comments, board? Or staff, anyone?
I feel like I'm flying blind just a little bit as far as understanding what do other schools typically, is it? If it's not by student enrollment count, or has it been in the past? Or how, I just don't, I see some numbers, but I'm not sure how to crunch them.
So, and it's a lot to digest in just a moment, looking at a sheet. It's a lot of detail. So they submit to us a pro forma and also another budget that shows us their detailed use of the funds. And I did reach out to Azure. One of the committee's concerns with Azure was that I needed to double check that their startup grant and the revolving loan were not duplicating costs. And so I reached out to Azure and they went through all that with me. They also adjusted some of their budget items and we don't have any duplications of cost. So they were able to justify, and they didn't even ask for the full, they only asked for 300, I think, and we're giving them 2. So they could have asked for 5. That's what the rule says you can apply for in a normal year when we don't have this many applicants. So they didn't even ask for the full amount and they were able to justify their costs on their budget.
That's helpful, thanks.
Eric here again, what is the total, what is the total pool of funds, Laura, for 2026?
So the remaining loan balance at this point, excuse me, fund balance is about 5.8 million and some change. It is in statute that the most we can loan in a year is 2 million. This loan committee has been very judicious. In the past, they've had very few approvals that have defaulted, and that's really allowed the fund to grow. And because up until this year, we hadn't had a huge amount of activity in the fund, our board decided to amend the rule to allow them to apply for 500,000 instead of the 300. And then as soon as we approved that, we got like 1 million applicants. So but I did, Gavin Hutchinson, who is the chair of the revolving loan committee, who has been there since inception. He said, you know, back in the heyday of charter schools just starting in Utah, when it was common to have, you know, 10 or 12 or 15 applicants, they did frequently say, would you all be willing to accept a little bit less than the maximum so that everybody can have some of these funds, because it's really cheap money. It's like 2.3% interest.
Right.
So we did ask the LEAs that in this round of loans, would you be willing to accept less than the maximum? And they all said that they would be happy to have whatever they can get.
I'd support recommending those schools today. Then it's for 200 for Azure and 100 for Virtual Horizons. I would support that.
Well, I definitely don't want to set back the work that's been done to get us to this point.
Mhm.
Sounds like quite a bit of effort.
Mhm.
Board, is anyone ready to make a motion? And the issue to be decided is whether to go ahead and approve these 2 loans.
We're recommending.
And maybe we do them one at a time. If any board member was so inclined to make a motion, separating out these 2.
Make a motion that we recommend to provide $200,000 from the revolving loan fund to Azure.
Okay. So
We recommend, is it a recommendation?
that's right, because ultimately this still goes to the USB. Okay. All right, the motion to recommend approval of the $200,000 loan to Ag Fields. Is there a second? Okay, second from member Bassett. All in favor of the motion? Again, understanding that member Biesinger is abstaining from this vote, say aye.
Aye.
Say aye as well. That's been unanimous. Okay, we have one more, and that is Virtual Horizons, $100,000. I'm sorry, what was that?
3 total, 3 postings. We haven't discussed that third.
Oh, because the proposal, do we have to vote on a proposal to table it?
Oh.
Good question. Laura, do they need to vote on a recommendation to table that one for Bear River? Bear River, yes, we would like to recommend, if you would mind also just approving, we recommend that they wait until the full round of spring loans when there will be a lot of expansions applying. Kind of puts them in the same pool with like LEAs.
Okay, so there does need to be a vote on that. We can do this all together, or we can do it separately, since no one's abstaining for either of these schools.
I'll move that we approve virtual
Horizons.
Horizons for $100,000. That we not approve, that we
Recommend.
recommend Virtual Horizons for $100,000, and that we sorry, what's the word for table
Yeah.
Bear River Academy with the revolving loan.
Okay, so the motion from member Biesinger is that we recommend the approval of Virtual Horizons loan of $100,000 and that we recommend the tabling of any loan to Bear River. Do I have that right? Okay, is there a second? Okay, member Bassett, great. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
I vote aye as well. Okay, unanimous. Great, I think that covers
Yes.
that piece of the business. Cheer, back to you.
Thank you. Thank you for taking that and
Thank you, Laura.
yes.
Thank you so
Marshall.
much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Laura. Really appreciate you jumping back on too this evening. Really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thanks for your help. Thank you, Marie.
Thank you. Thank you. Nate, please go to sleep. If you can. We so appreciate you giving us the time in Rome today. Yeah, or maybe it's time for the coffee. I'm not sure. And everyone, with that, that concludes our business. So I will officially state that our meeting is now adjourned. Thank you. You all, thank you so much. And to everyone that's lasted online, thank you to folks that have been here all day in the audience. Thank you so much to our team. What an amazing, productive, really impactful day. And I'm so grateful for all of you. Thanks so much.
Great. Hey, thanks, Nate. Buon viaggio.
Thank you.
Yeah, email you. I'll just email you. But yeah, it's fine.